Chapter 25:50. The reason Yi Qian asked Lin Feng about this was because he thought that this was a tunnel that had been dug for an affair. If that was the case, the woman in his hands must be the one who was having an affair with Spar. Spar was Lin Feng's friend, and he also provided heavy weapons for the team. For his sake, he should at least ask him before killing the woman. After receiving confirmation, Yi Qian did not hesitate to finish off the struggling woman. He broke her neck silently, and there was no blood. It was a clean kill. Yi Jian crawled through the narrow underground passage and slowly placed her hands on the outside of the exit. She was the first one to come out of the passage. The sound of cannon fire was not far ahead. Someone had indeed besieged Radner's place. It was very chaotic outside, and in the midst of this chaos, a group of 8 people took advantage of the chaos. They rushed directly into the group of armed pirates without being recognized. Quick, this way. Radner's place was not bad. There were 2 main buildings with a small garden in the middle. There was also a swimming pool in the garden, but there was no water in it. Lin Feng led the 7 people through the garden and headed towards the place where the 4 scientists might be locked up. He was quite familiar with this place. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade did not need to scout the place in advance. They could just follow Lin Feng. Z7 turned on the communication device. Sparrow Hawk, who was outside, saw the signal and immediately said, "The firepower outside is very strong." One of the mortars went off and blasted a big hole in the main building. Blood Swallow and Weaving Sparrow, keep an eye on the front. The rest of us keep an eye on the back. Loon, climb to the top of the main building and keep an eye on him. He's too big of a target. F***CK. One of the mortars came and blasted him into pieces. From the highest vantage point, he could see everything around him clearly. Radner's subordinates were originally guarding the building, but now it was Loon's territory. Hearing this, he used his night vision binoculars to observe the surroundings. He was adjusting the parameters of the binoculars. There's a situation in the southwest corner. A team of 15 people has arrived at the southwest corner. There's a row of bungalows there. Go and take a look. And T6, you're in the sniper position. When are you coming up? I'm starting to panic a little when I see the mortar aimed at the main building. Don't let young Sparrow Hawk's stupid mouth hit the nail on the head, and we'll be blasted into smithereens. Hurry up and find a spot. Don't go up to the main building. There's a spot on the roof at the side of the main building. There's also a group of pirates there. We'll fish in troubled waters and kill that mortar gunner first. I'm already scared just looking at him, especially after young Sparrow Hawk's words. His calm and indifferent voice had a hint of cynicism. Although he said that he was afraid in his heart, his voice couldn't be calmer. The T6 combatant chuckled and said, "Wait for me to come and save you from the abyss of suffering. But you'll have to hang in there too. If you faint from fright, I won't be responsible for transporting you to the main building." They were clearly in the middle of a mission, but their tone was even more relaxed than when they were at the auction. This was a conversation to relieve psychological stress, allowing both parties to temporarily relax. Indeed, Yi Qian could not help but smile when he heard the conversation between his comrades. Xia Jinyuan waited for the 2 of them to finish talking before saying calmly, "There's a dungeon in the southwest corner. Keep a close eye on it." The dungeon was in the southwest corner. There was no need to ask Lin Feng. Based on the route they were taking now, they could tell that it was the southwest corner. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Yi Qian, who was walking in front, had a glint in his eyes. Sometimes it was dark, and sometimes it was bright. The only thing that remained unchanged was the coldness between his brows. It was thin and sharp. Chapter 25:51. It was not easy to sneak into the dungeon in the southwest corner. Lord Shuiyu's special forces did not have a clear understanding of the situation before alerting the enemy. Even if the outside was chaotic, they could not let Radnor's defense be compromised. Radnor also knew to set up a trap to see if the Chinese side had sent people over. If there was a problem in his base, this cunning pirate leader would definitely transfer the 4 scientists immediately. Although the dungeon was located in the southwest corner, it was heavily guarded. There were people walking back and forth with guns in their hands. Even when the front of the dungeon was bombarded by mortars, they didn't leave the place at all. Outside the dungeon, there were also people with live ammunition patrolling back and forth. The entire dungeon was guarded to the point that not even a fly could get in. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and pointed at the roof. K7 and Z7 immediately understood and quietly sneaked up the bungalow. Once they needed to take care of the 6 people on the roof, they would immediately take action. This was easy to deal with. They pulled out their pistols and screwed on the silencer. K7 and Z7, who had hidden themselves well, listened to the sound of machine gun fire and smiled coldly. Once they killed them all, they could immediately return to meet up with Q King. Lin Feng did not show up again. With his skills, he would only be beaten up. Although he was sent by the state security, he had lived abroad for many years and managed his own network of connections. Usually, he could barely protect himself, but he did not have the ability to use force. Lin Feng admitted this to himself. Therefore, when Xia Jinyuan and the others arrived near the dungeon, Lin Feng took the initiative to find a place to hide. Before he could hide his feet, Xia Jinyuan pulled him aside. "You can't hide here. Go over there and hide here." He then looked at Lin Feng's waist and reminded him, "You can also take out the pistol on your waist." "Oh, okay. Lin Feng obeyed and quickly took out the pistol that he had not shown before and hid in the spot Xia Jinyuan pointed out. Lun, who was watching the southwest corner, noticed the latest situation. His cynical voice suddenly turned cold. "Something's happening." The dungeon door opened. 4 people with guns entered. G3, who was on guard outside, said, "I have 4 cars coming out." Just as he finished his sentence, gunshots were heard from outside. It was the sound of machine guns firing. Radnor's men were trying to fight their way out of the encirclement. "Q King, get ready." There were 4 hostages. His hands are tied behind his back, and his head is covered with a black hood. The voice of the loon entered everyone's ears like a torrential downpour. 8 people are escorting 4 hostages, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. 8 people are in charge of escorting the hostages at the back. 4 people remain in the dungeon. 6 people on the roof have already crouched down to hide. In an instant, Yi Jian heard a seed blossom in her heart with a pop sound, and a new bud grew out. G3, V8, control the vehicles. T6, prepare to snipe. Hide on the island, cover T6 completely. Kill them on the roof. The 2 of you are far away from the team, so you don't have to gather and go back to the hotel directly. The rest of you sneak out from behind and attack. Xia Jinyuan's deep eyes were like a ferocious beast as he stared at the exit that the Bangon's special forces had to pass through. He clenched the gun in his hand and gave the final order. His voice was cold and murderous. "Peripheral reinforcements. Get ready to provide support." "Roger! Roger! Roger!" A crisp and cold voice came from Mi Li's earpiece. Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian, "You take care of the people on the left. I'll take care of the people on the right." Chapter 2552. "No problem. Let's see who's faster." In the midst of the gunshots, Yi Jian nodded slightly and answered. Her eyes had become particularly deep, with surging murderous intent. She was waiting for the people inside to come out, so that she could come out immediately. After all the arrangements were made, the loon began to count off 10, 9, 8, 7, 8, 3, 2, 1. After the count of 1, 2 black men with rifles came out first, followed by the 4 hostages. Fu Yuxing won, 79 meters tall. Yi Qian's heart palpitated uncontrollably when she saw the first man to walk out. Her gaze was fixated on the figure whose height, weight, matched the details of her personal information. A voice rang out in her heart, telling her that this was the father she had never seen in her 2 lifetimes. That was her father, who had never remarried and had always been looking for her mother. On the roof, K7 and Z7 used their guns equipped with silencers to kill the 4 robbers. The gunshots were so loud that the other 4 robbers didn't even notice them when they shot 2 of them at the same time. Each of them fired 4 shots in a row. All 4 shots hit the robbers' fatal spots. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian moved out from behind like the Grim Reaper. Lin Feng saw that the 2 of them were bold enough to directly approach the 2 black men behind them. They appeared behind the robbers and suddenly raised their hands to below the robbers' necks. With a light sweep, the 2 robbers responsible for escorting the hostages were taken care of just like that. Taken care of just like that. Taken care of just like that. Lin Feng was flabbergasted when he saw this. What shocked him even more was that the 2 Special Forces soldiers who had climbed onto the roof returned. The 2 of them took the rifles from the 2 robbers who had been taken care of and walked directly behind the robbers who were escorting the 4 hostages. Even though Lin Feng had been through a lot, he was still shocked at this moment. He usually returned to China because the National Security Agency didn't allow them to be away for long periods of time. Every time he returned to China for special training, he would also learn some special operations from the Special Forces soldiers invited by the National Security Agency. However, this was the first time he had seen these Special Forces soldiers in action. They were so strong that he wanted to clap his hands and applaud. He also realized that this group of Special Forces soldiers were not the ones he had come into contact with before. K7 and Z7, who had sneaked into the group of hostages, walked out. Along the way, they even bumped into the pirates, who were armed with guns. "Let's go," the black man at the front urged. The fighting was getting more and more intense. They had to send the 4 Chinese people out immediately. His urging made the robbers who were escorting the 4 hostages speed up. The hostage who was walking at the front was obviously injured, and every step he took was very difficult. However, the robbers who were escorting him were very unhappy. One of the robbers raised his foot, cursed, and kicked the hostage's leg, and roared fiercely. The eyes of the 2 people who had sneaked in from behind turned fierce at the same time. They would remember this person. Yi Qian also remembered it. Her cold gaze landed on the other party's leg, and the dagger in her hand that hadn't been retracted moved slightly. This leg, she wanted it. After the T6 finished sniping, he immediately put away his gun and left. Amidst the deafening gunshots, he shouted, "Loon, retreat!" The disadvantage of the Li earpiece was exposed. With such loud gunshots and cannons, there was quite a lot of noise when communicating. If you didn't shout, your comrades wouldn't be able to hear what you were saying clearly. Chapter 25:53. Yi Qian's voice rang out and told all her comrades that she had seen her father. The 4 hostages were the scientists they were trying to rescue back to the country. The T6 combatant, who was running, could vaguely hear that and grinned. This time, he could rest assured. G3 and V8 used a simple and crude method to take control of the 2 vehicles. They snuck into the driver's seat, bent down, and knocked on the door gently. The moment the other party opened the door, they dragged him out. They stabbed a knife into the other party's neck too deeply, and the dagger got stuck in the gap between the bones. They did not have time to pull the dagger out, so they used their pistols to shoot at the pirate in the passenger seat. They used a dangerous and crude method to take control of the two vehicles and remove the danger for their comrades behind them as quickly as possible. The 4 scientists had been found, and Qing Yao had also found her father. Not bad. It was time to wrap things up. This was a counterterrorism tactic that the Snowfield Brigade usually had to train in. The machine gun fire did not stop. Someone shouted at the pirates who were escorting the hostages in Maso. The 4 hostages were all pushed and shoved violently by the pirates, who were shouting at them to hurry up. Pigeon's voice rang out. 60mm mortar, get down! He shouted to remind his comrades inside. The soaring gunfire illuminated the vehicles. A shell fell from above with a whoosh, dragging a flaming tail behind it. When he saw G3 throwing the shell at them from the front, he heard Pigeon's voice and shouted, "Jump out!" He reminded V8 in the car behind him. At the same time, the 2 of them pushed open the car door and somersaulted. Then they rolled a few times on the spot and left as fast as they could. This was a 60mm light mortar with a killing power equivalent to 2 to 3 grenades. It was fired from the front and landed about 50 meters away from the side of the 4 vehicles. K7 and Z7, who were following behind, rushed past the 4 pirates in front of them and pounced forward. They knocked down the 2 scientists closest to them, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, who had been hiding in the dark, did not hide anymore. They pounced out at almost the same time as human shields and knocked down the 2 scientists in front of them. Lin Feng raised the gun in his hand. In a flash, he shot a pirate who had turned around. As the shot pirate fell towards Yi Qian, the mortar fell to the ground. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and countless shrapnel were blasted out by the high pressure. Wherever the shrapnel went, there was a powerful force. Those who could not dodge in time were hit by the shrapnel, and the shrapnel pierced into their bodies. If one was lucky, the shards would only cause physical damage to the body and not be life-threatening. For those who were unlucky, such as the pirates who did not jump out of the car in time, the fragments shattered the car windows, and the strong impact of the fragments pierced into their minds. His head bled on the spot, and there was no chance of survival. The vehicle did a good job of blocking the debris that came crashing down on the vehicle. The debris that flew into the sky reduced the damage when it fell, and by the time it fell, it was no longer lethal. Yi Qian could hear countless cries of pain. She used both hands to support herself on the sandy ground to push away the corpses of the pirates who had fallen on top of her. Beside her, another pirate raised his head. Yi Qian, who was still holding the dagger in her hand, did not give him a chance to live. Before he looked in her direction, she propped herself up and avoided the scientist she had just pounced on, which was her father, Chief Engineer Fu's body. She used the fastest speed to finish off the pirate, who raised his head first. Chapter 2554. The mortar gave Shui Yu's special forces a good opportunity to take care of the 4 scientists. K7 and Z7 Han Zheng opened fire with the pistol with a silencer in his hand, taking advantage of the fact that these people hadn't raised their heads yet. Bang! 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 They shot directly at them. 1 shot, 1 hit. They killed 6 people without making a sound. Drive over. Xia Jinyuan, who had taken care of the 2 pirates, roared. The sound of cars starting came from the front. In the light of the fire, 2 cars rushed over. This change stunned many of the pirates, who were still under the power of the mortar and hadn't looked up. K7 shouted in Maso language, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! You hear me? If we don't take them out, all of us will lose our lives." When the pirates heard him roaring in pure Maso language, they also shouted, "Get out of the way! Everyone get out of the way!" Yi Qian gently pressed her father's wrist with her hand and said in a low voice, "Wait for the car to come over." "You can get up later," she said in Chinese. In the light of the fire, she saw her father suddenly raise his head. "Who are you?" Fu Yuxing, whose head was still covered by a black mask, raised his head and asked quietly. Maybe it was because he hadn't drunk water for a long time, or maybe it was because he had been tortured, but his voice was very hoarse, as if there was sand in his throat. This was the first time Yi Qian had heard her biological father's voice. The strings in the deepest part of her heart began to move, making her heart palpitate violently. After being reborn, she found out that her father was still alive. It turned out that her father didn't abandon her mother on purpose. It turned out that her father's voice was like this. Although it was hoarse, it was very pleasant to hear. "We are the Special Forces of China carrying out the Red A Special Forces mission to rescue 4 scientists who went to the South Pole for an investigation. You are Chief Engineer Fu, one of the scientists we rescued." The rumbling sound of the car was getting closer. Yi Qian helped her father up and said, "We'll have to let you suffer for a while. We can't take off the mask for now." Her clear and light voice was very pleasant to the ear, like a wind chime swaying in the morning breeze. It passed through his eardrums and fell into Fu Yuxing's heart. Fu Yuxing, who was calm in the face of death, heard the female soldier's voice, and his heart rippled. It was a very familiar voice. With just one word, his wife's face and her clear voice appeared in his mind. However, there was also a sense of unfamiliarity. His wife's voice was clear and gentle, but this female soldier's voice was clear and firm. Fu Yuxing tilted his head. He wanted to look at the female soldier beside him, but he couldn't see through the black hood. He couldn't clearly see the female soldier, who had a voice similar to his wife's. "When we get to the car, I'll take off the hood for you." Fu Yuxing lost his composure and suddenly grabbed Yi Qian's wrist. But it was only for a few seconds, and the chief engineer quickly let go of his hand and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." He was very calm, as if he didn't care about the danger he was in, nor did he feel that he was in danger. Because of his sudden loss of composure, Yi Qian's eyes became misty. Could she think that her father had lost his composure because of her voice? The car drifted, and the bullet holes created by the car body blocked the view of the pirates, who were rushing over. The 4 scientists, 5 Special Forces soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade, and Lin Feng all got into the 2 cars. Drive. Xia Jinyuan, another scientist, Yi Qian, and Chief Engineer Fu sat in the car driven by V8. K7 shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shoot outside! Kill those guys outside!" Chapter 25:55. It was Yi Qian's first time seeing K7 in such a frenzied state. He was no longer as cold as he used to be. Instead, he seemed to have completely changed. She felt like a stranger to him. He was still sitting at the back of the car, escorting the 2 scientists with Z7 Han Zheng. She could hear him even though she was sitting at the front of the car. There were originally 4 cars heading out. When they heard K7's loud roar, the 2 cars at the front started their engines and rushed out. These 2 cars became the vanguard. K7's intention was to let the 2 cars be the vanguard. Yi Qian used the dagger in his hand to cut the ropes binding Chief Engineer Fu's hands. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan also cut the ropes binding the other scientist's wrists. Hearing K7's crazy roar, he said to the 2 scientists in a low voice, "Both of you, get down. There will be another round of fighting later." After he finished speaking, he immediately climbed into the front passenger seat. G3 was driving the car at the back. Z7 Han Zheng was in the front passenger seat, and the 2 scientists were in the back. V8 was driving the car at the front. K7 was in the front passenger seat. Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, the 2 scientists, and Lin Feng, who could only climb to the back of the car. As he climbed over, his hand reached for a gun. He then reached to the side and shouted to Yi Qian, There are guns at the back of the car. That was a good thing. Once they ran out of bullets, there were weapons at the back of the car. Since there were no heavy weapons in the car, they just had to equip 2 more guns and shoot blindly when they rushed out. Chief Engineer Fu, who was lying on the ground, had already taken off his hood. The gunshots outside were too loud. He raised his hand and pressed down on the back of the other scientist. "Old Sue, don't get up. Lie down first." What they needed to do now was to not create more trouble. They just had to listen to the orders of the special forces from the country. Yi Qian, who was setting up 2 guns, did not hear the conversation between the 2 scientists. The glass on one side of the car had already been shattered by the shrapnel, leaving only an empty frame. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan were sitting on the other side of the car. Each of them had 2 guns in their hands, ready to fire at any time. The car sped out like a wild horse. Xia Jinyuan fired 2 guns blindly at the same time, suppressing the fire in front of him. He shouted, "Outside support!" Yi Qian also fired blindly. The car was speeding and they could not shoot accurately. They could only shoot blindly to suppress the gunfire. The hidden support team raised their guns and fired at the place where the firepower was the strongest. These were the unknown organizations that had besieged Radnor's residence. The weapons of the peripheral support team were all directly imported from the country by strategic transport aircraft. They did not have any heavy weapons, but they had 2 light machine guns and a number of grenades. They launched a sneak attack from the rear toward the firing point that they had already aimed at. Suddenly, the firepower outside increased in a straight line. Horrified screams were mixed in with the gunfire and spread in all directions. The K7 stepped on the accelerator tightly. The wheels of the car screeched against the gravel road. The smoke coming out of the exhaust pipe was so thick that it looked like the fuel tank was on fire. It was so dark that the exhaust pipe could not be seen clearly. "Go forward. Go straight." Sparrow Hawk, who was commanding the retreat, shouted. At this time, communication could not be done in a low voice. The sound of gunfire was so loud that their eardrums were vibrating. If they did not speak loudly, they would not be able to hear clearly what their comrades were saying. The unknown organization that surrounded Radnor did not expect to be attacked from the rear. Some of them immediately turned around and fired at the ruins hidden in the dark. The pirates under Radnor were going crazy. They found their men lying in pools of blood. 2 of them were the crew members who were supposed to drive away. Chapter 25:56. It's the guys sent by Ku Li. They kidnapped the Chinese people. Quick, quick, get out and chase them back. For a moment, Radnor's residence was in a mess. Several jeeps rushed out of the basement and chased after the vehicles outside. The battle outside was quite intense. The 2 Bangon special guard cars that were driven by the K7 roared, and rushed out blocked some of the firepower. They were quite fierce. They stepped on the accelerator of the half-opened iron gate and started the car at the highest speed. With a loud bang, the front of the car knocked the iron gate away, opening a path for the 3 cars behind. The first vehicle had already rushed into the crossfire between the 2 sides. After rushing out for less than 30 meters, the driver in the vehicle was hit in the head by a bullet. Before he could make a sound, his eyes were wide open, and he fell on the steering wheel. His foot was still on the accelerator, but the steering wheel was out of control and began to twist wildly. The vehicle that was supposed to turn left lost control and swerved left and right all the way out. In the end, it rushed directly to the opposite side of the ruins before stopping. The accelerator was stepped too hard, and the front of the car was knocked over. The second vehicle that rushed out was also under heavy fire. The pirate driving the vehicle slammed on the brakes and twisted the steering wheel violently, trying to turn left to avoid the siege outside. Xia Jinyuan in the third vehicle didn't give him a chance. Just as the vehicle turned to the side, he aimed the rifle in his hand at the front wheel. With a bang, the first bullet was fired. The vehicle in front lost control, and the whole vehicle twisted wildly. No one knew where it would go. Xia Jinyuan's second bullet was fired. This time, he hit the fuel tank of the vehicle that had rushed out a few meters. The vehicle became a huge explosion, and the sound was no different from the explosion of a cannonball. Flames and smoke rose into the sky and instantly filled the air. The V8 drove the car into an S shape like a rattlesnake in the desert. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The sound of the engine was so loud that it seemed like the front hood was going to bounce off. He had stepped on the accelerator so hard that it was almost under the car. If he stepped on it any further, the V8 wondered if he would step on the accelerator and break the steering wheel. The crazily twisting car threw the people in the car from side to side. Yi Qian hooked his foot under the front passenger seat and tightly hooked it with his instep, trying his best to stabilize his body. Yi Qian's rifle had been suppressing her with bullets. She couldn't let the rifle's muzzle move away from the front of the car frame. She had to ensure that the bullets could be fired from her point of fire. A grenade exploded at the front line. That was Pigeon's support team, starting to suppress the enemy. The two vehicles were completely exposed. Their artillery fire would suppress the other party to ensure that the two vehicles could pass through. The Z7 at the back noticed the car chasing after them and screamed at the top of its lungs, "Pursuers! The support team has been cleared." There was an unknown organization's firepower in front of them, and there were pursuers behind them. The two cars were like a sandwiched biscuit, and both sides would be attacked. Fortunately, there were pirates among the Bangon guards who didn't know what was going on. They continued to fire to provide cover for the two vehicles that were moving out. The heavy machine guns mounted on high ground fired wave after wave of bullets. Kill them. Let these D*MN people have the chance to see the sun forever. They shouted fiercely. The entire scene was chaotic. In the end, no one knew who was attacking who. When the unknown organization saw the car that had rushed out, it exploded because of the car that had rushed out from behind, and for a moment, they thought that their own people had rushed in to kidnap them. Chapter 25:57. The windshield in front of G3's car had been shattered, turning into an empty frame. The wind with smoke blew in at an extremely fast speed, forming an invisible wall, deforming the facial muscles of G3 and Z7. Even so, G3's eyes were wide open, and he charged forward without any intention of slowing down. The entire car shook violently, and the people in the car hit their heads on the roof before bouncing back to their seats. Z7 placed his gun in front of the car without a windshield, and both of them fired wildly. At the back of the car, the two scientists experienced a crazy gunfight. They were lying prone the whole time, and they could hear the gunshots and bullets. As the car shook, their organs seemed to have been displaced. Lin Feng held his gun and broke the glass behind the trunk. Like Yi Qian, he held his gun up and fired at the car chasing after them. At this time, it was a battle of firepower. Support team, cover the rear. The rest of you, evacuate. The car rushed out of the crossfire, and Xia Jinyuan ordered everyone to retreat. Dou and the rest brought up the rear, and they threw the grenades in their hands at the target. The explosion was accompanied by flames, and everyone quickly retreated according to the route they had figured out. The car was seriously damaged, and all four wheels were scrapped. Only the wheel hub was left, and G3 and V8 stepped on the accelerator to drive forward. Lin Feng almost fell out of the trunk a few times, and he only managed to stabilize himself by holding onto the back of the back seat. The car was no longer suitable for driving, and Do and the rest stopped the pursuers. After driving for 10 kilometers, they abandoned the car. Be careful, it's uneven down there. Yi Qian helped Chief Engineer Fu down from the left. Facing his father, Yi Qian's actions were more careful. Chief Engineer Fu heard the familiar yet strange voice again, and he couldn't help but look sideways as he got out of the car. He patted the back of the young female Special Forces soldier's hand and smiled. It's been hard on you to suffer with us. You're welcome. This is what we should do. It was a very kind voice, with the calmness of a scholar. Yi Jian pursed her lips, and the murderous aura between her eyebrows dissipated. On the other side, V8 helped another engineer get off the car. After Lin Feng climbed down from the back of the trunk, Yi Jian was handed over to Lin Feng to take care of. She and Xia Jinyuan, one in front and one behind, met up with their comrades in the car in front. 10 kilometers away, the sound of gunfire could still be heard. The Z7 looked at its communication device that had been destroyed and did not discard it. It carried on its body. The night was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. The sound of gunfire ahead and the dead silence in front of them formed two different worlds. One was waiting to be destroyed, and the other was already destroyed. Stepping on the gravel and climbing over the ruins, they entered a ruined building for a short rest. When they entered the dilapidated building, Yi Qian and V8 were in charge of guarding the place. K7 cleaned his eyes. The windshield of the car was gone, and their eyes were filled with sand and dust. Their eyes were red from the friction. There was no water, so they took out a sanitary bag and used a cotton gauze to wipe the corners of their eyes. They used the tears that flowed out to wash their eyes. The four scientists only heaved a sigh of relief when they entered the building. What happened just now was really the thrill of half a lifetime had been used up in one go. The sound of gunfire and cannons was just beside their ears. This group of researchers had been cooped up in the laboratory for many years, and this was the first time they encountered such a situation. It really tested their courage and willpower. Xia Jinyuan squatted in front of the four scientists. He didn't have time to ask how they were kidnapped, but first asked if they were injured. Chapter 2558. His young and steady voice made them feel safe when he asked in a low voice. They were soldiers who had risked their lives to save them. When they heard them speak Chinese and tell them that the Chang nation had sent soldiers to rescue them, they instantly felt relieved. They were relieved that they were here. This was the sense of security that the soldiers gave them. With them around, it was as if anything and any danger would turn into a paper tiger in front of them. We're fine, comrade. Quick, take a look at old Fu. He's injured. Quick, take a look at him. A geologist immediately said, the wound is below his ribs. Quick, treat it. Facing his future father-in-law, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lower his voice. Chief Engineer Fu, let me treat your wound first. It's too deep and hasn't been treated for a long time. It's very likely that it's infected. Yi Qian, who was leaning against the wall, heard this and blinked slightly. He didn't turn around and stared sharply into the darkness in front of him. It's not a big problem on my end, but I can confirm that it's infected. If time permits, I'll take care of it. Fu Yuxing was also a soldier. He knew that the current situation was very serious and that time was very tight. If treating his wound delayed everyone's time, he would rather not. There won't be any delay. It's just a simple disinfection. Xia Jinyuan had already opened the sanitary bag he carried with him when he heard his future father-in-law ask, "There's a guard beside me who was detained separately from me. Since you found him here tonight, have you already rescued him?" Xia Jinyuan turned on the miniature flashlight in his hand and adjusted the illumination to the lowest level. He stuffed the flashlight into Lin Feng's hand. then pursed his lips and answered, "We couldn't rescue him when we found him. After we send you on the plane, we'll return to the place where he was detained. We'll definitely rescue him." Chief Engineer Fu's hands trembled as he unbuttoned his shirt. He looked up quietly at the soldier who was talking to him. The light from the flashlight was so weak that he couldn't see the soldier's face clearly. He could only hear the tension in his voice. It was this tension that made his heart sink. Was it because he was dying at that time? That's why you couldn't rescue him, right? As the chief engineer spoke, his voice was filled with sadness. Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to answer and nodded gently. "Please lie down first. I'll disinfect your wound with alcohol." If they had been able to rescue him back then, as long as there was even the slightest chance, none of them would have given up. But she didn't. She really didn't. When she left Qing Niao, the guard smiled and closed his eyes forever. He knew that his responsibility had been completed. He had waited for the people from his country to come and take over his final responsibility. With his remaining strength and weak vitality, he had completed a life. Therefore, when he closed his eyes, the young guard had a faint smile on his face. Now that he had completed his mission, he could finally leave without worry. He's only 24 years old. He was such a nice young man. He wasn't even married yet, and he's gone just like that. Chief Engineer Fu closed his eyes. Even though the alcohol had stimulated the wound on his finger, it did not suppress the sadness on his face. Xia Jinyuan's pupils constricted at the sight of his bloody wounds. When Lin Feng, who was holding a flashlight, saw this, he couldn't help but gasp. This. How did he get hurt? He stuttered. It was too horrifying. His flesh was badly mangled, and the wound was not even smooth at all. Chapter 2559. How did he get hurt? Xia Jinyuan looked down and answered, "I dug it out with my fingers." He used his fingers to dig into the flesh under his ribs and dug out the satellite tracker that was implanted in his skin. This was his future father-in-law's ruthlessness. For the sake of his information and his identity, he endured the excruciating pain and dug out a bloody hole with his fingernails. His answer shocked the other 3 scientists. The scientist named Su clenched his teeth. After a long time, he suppressed the sadness in his voice and said softly, "Old Fu, this aside, why bother? Why hurt himself just to delay the journey?" Chief Engineer Fu did not tell the scientists that he had a satellite tracker implanted in his body. He heard someone outside saying that they wanted to check his body. At that time, there was no time to think. Without a sharp weapon, he could only come up with this method. Yi Qian, who was on guard, heard Xia Jinyuan say that his father's wound was dug out with his fingers. Yi Qian's expression changed. He turned his head abruptly and pressed his shoulder against the wall. He overreacted and moved too quickly. A piercing pain came from below his shoulder blade. She did not care about her injury and asked Xia Jinyuan, "Is it serious? Is it infected? Do I need to suture it?" How much courage did it take to dig his own fingers into his flesh and take out the implanted tracker? "It's okay. It's just a flesh wound. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Chief Engineer Fu did not mind at all. He was also someone who had been through gunfire and had seen much bloodier scenes. His injuries were nothing compared to the deaths of the guards. It was nothing. However, this young female soldier always made his emotions fluctuate every time she spoke. Chief Engineer Fu looked at the female soldier who was on guard and looked back at the young soldier who was treating his wound. "I want to ask the military if they can bring our martyr back. He was not supposed to be sacrificed. He was captured by the pirates because he was covering for me. I want to ask the military if they can bring his body back." He had successfully rescued the guard, and his wound was being treated. However, the guard who was sacrificed had not returned. He wanted to bring him back. A young life was gone just like that. Gone just like that. When Chief Engineer Fu mentioned the young guard who had sacrificed himself, his bloodshot eyes were filled with sorrow. He stared at the Special Forces soldier who had saved him and said in a hoarse voice, "You're the person in charge of the operation team, aren't you? Can you report my request to the military?" "No need to ask for permission. We will bring the martyrs back to the country." Xia Jinyuan had already disinfected the hideous wound. The wound made by his fingernails was much more hideous than a knife wound. The flesh that had been dug out had been washed with alcohol and turned grayish white. The area around the wound was red, swollen, and inflamed. When his fingers pressed on the lump, it became hard. "We need to give you an anti-inflammatory injection. The tissue above needs to be operated on. We can only disinfect and stop the bleeding now." Xia Jinyuan dealt with the wound very quickly. He shook the medicine, injected it, and then shook the medicine and the liquid evenly. The sharp needles sucked out the liquid, and then he injected it successfully. The antiseptic and disinfectant was sprinkled on the wound, and the strips of minced meat were carefully put back with tweezers. Sterile gauze was applied, and the wound was firmly bound with bandages. The simple but effective treatment of the wound was completed. Chapter 2560. After putting away everything, including the empty medicine bottles, Xia Jinyuan said to his future father-in-law, "A hero's soul has returned to his hometown and is resting in his hometown. We will definitely bring him back. I swear on my honor as a soldier that we will definitely bring him back." Chief Engineer Fu did not look relieved. On the contrary, he looked even more solemn. He knew that it would be very dangerous to bring back a soldier who had sacrificed himself. "We already know his exact location. We will send you and the other 3 scientists away tonight, and we will take action tomorrow." Xia Jinyuan seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and said something even more reassuring. Chief Engineer Fu stood up and patted the back of the young soldier's hand. "Be careful." He wanted to bring the soldier back to his country, but he did not want to see any more casualties among the soldiers who were risking their lives for this mission. "We will be careful. You don't have to worry. It is also our responsibility to bring the martyr back to our country." It was time for the break. Xia Jinyuan stood up and prepared to leave. Chief Engineer Fu opened his mouth and asked Yi Qian, "That girl over there, I heard you sound like you were in pain. Are you hurt somewhere? Hurry up and take care of it." It was probably because this female soldier's voice was too similar to his wife's. Even if she was holding back her breath, he could still hear it clearly. Yi Qian, who had been cared for even before they met, felt a warm current pass through her heart. Even Captain Xia did not notice that something was wrong with her, but her father did. She touched her shoulder blade and felt blood on her hand, as well as a piece of shrapnel embedded in her flesh. She was probably injured by the shrapnel from the mortar. This situation was already considered good. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. It's just a small scratch." They were too close to Radner's residence, so it was better to leave immediately. Yi Qian did not want to treat her wound now. She quietly put her hand down and wiped the blood on her hand onto her shirt. Her wound could be treated after escorting the 4 scientists away. With Yi Qian injured, the Special Forces soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade were all rather worried. G3 said in a low voice, "You still have to treat your abrasions. There's no movement up ahead right now. Qin Miao, treat your wounds before you leave." "Qin Miao, don't be stubborn. Treat the wound first. Where are you hurt? Let us see." K7 and Z7 both spoke up. They didn't want Yi Qian to treat his wound later. Xia Jinyuan had already opened the sanitary bag that he had put away. Chief Engineer Fu answered the Special Forces soldier's question. "You should be injured on your back. Was it because you were hit by the fragments of the cannon when you rushed over to protect me?" He should have been injured by the shrapnel. The shrapnel pierced into his flesh and had to be removed with a pair of tweezers before walking. Otherwise, as the muscles on his back moved while he walked, the area around the wound would have rubbed against the shrapnel, which would only make the injury worse. As expected of the military scientist in charge of the development of the missile, he spoke so clearly that even Yi Qian could not refute him. In the end, Yi Qian treated her wound. Case 7 used a weak light to illuminate her back. Xia Jinyuan used a dagger to cut open her shirt, revealing a corner of the shrapnel that had not completely pierced into her flesh. Chief Engineer Fu's gaze slowly moved from her wound to her upper body, and finally his gaze landed on her beautiful side profile that was outlined by the faint electric light. This was the first time he had seen Yi Qian's side profile clearly. Even though it was only a weak light, the strong sense of familiarity hit Fu Yusheng hard in the chest. As it hit him, his heart tightened. He, who had been standing beside him, rushed up to Yi Qian in an instant. "You raise your head. Let me see," he asked with a trembling voice and disbelief. Chapter 2561. Why did she sound so familiar to him? Why did this female soldier not only sound like his wife, but why did her side profile look like his wife's? Fu Yusheng's voice trembled when he asked the question. He didn't know why, but looking at the female soldier's side profile and listening to her voice, it was as if his wife was standing right in front of him, just like when they had first met. But the female soldier in front of him was too young. Her age didn't match with his wife's, but why did they sound so similar? Why did they have such a similar side profile? Perhaps this was the secret of blood relations, even if they had never met or even known of each other's existence. But on a certain day, at a certain moment when they accidentally met or looked into each other's eyes, there would be a strong sense of familiarity. This was the secret of blood relations. It was so secret that Fu Yusheng didn't know where his wife was, whether she was doing well, why she hadn't contacted him, or whether she had already married someone else. He didn't know any of these things. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. As this thought flashed through his mind, he couldn't control himself. Chief Engineer Fu, who could not control his burning gaze, stared at the female soldier, who was still lowering her head. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and the indescribable anticipation, and said, "You have a similar voice and a similar side profile as my wife, but she has been missing for 21 years. I've been looking for her, but I haven't heard from her. Can you please raise your head and let me have a look?" In the end, he even asked carefully, afraid that he would disturb Yi Qian. No one disturbed him, and his reaction made the Special Forces soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade hold their breaths. It was obvious that Qing Niao's father, Chief Engineer Fu, had sensed something, but he didn't dare to believe it and needed confirmation. It was really incredible. Qing Niao hadn't said anything, but Chief Engineer Fu had become excited just by hearing her voice and her side profile. It was good that they had acknowledged each other. Before leaving the country, Qing Niao had learned that her father was one of the hostages being rescued. At that time, her face had turned ghastly pale, without a trace of blood. At this moment, Chief Engineer Fu, who did not know what was going on, realized that something was wrong, so it was natural for him to recognize him. Yi Qian's heart was pounding just as hard as Chief Engineer Fu's. In fact, he was even more excited than Chief Engineer Fu. He could hear the anticipation in his voice, the caution in his words, and the nervousness in his voice. This was her father, the father she had met after 2 lifetimes. He was benevolent, wise, and full of fatherly love. She slowly raised her head, and Chief Engineer Fu, who was half squatting in front of her, felt as though his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. It was the second time in his life that he felt this way. The first time was when he found out that his wife wasn't in the army and he didn't know where she went. The panic in his heart overwhelmed him and made him lose his mind and search for her frantically. He couldn't even concentrate on his work. The second time was when he was waiting for this female soldier to raise her head. Her movements were very slow, as if she was waiting for something, or as if she was hoping for something just like him. She was afraid that everything that she had been waiting for would suddenly disappear, and she would suffer unbearable pain. Chief Engineer Fu clenched his fists, and his gaze followed her movements as she slowly raised her head. He saw the color of her face, which was completely different from the color of her back, and he also saw the emotions that he had been suppressing. He lost control of himself, and his eyes widened. His clenched hands were placed on both sides of her shoulders. Chapter 2562. At that moment, tears welled up in his eyes. This chief engineer of missile development, who had always been calm and collected in the face of kidnapping and death, could no longer hold back his tears. Your name? Does it have the character Jian in it? Simple and happy, the word simple. Is it? As he asked, he forced the tears back into his eyes and did not let them fall again. His gaze was several times hotter than before, looking at the young female soldier, whose features resembled his wife's and whose features resembled his own, as well as the tears flowing down her cheeks. Chief Engineer Fu's thoughts became an answer. Yi Qian, whose eyes were already blurred by tears, bit her lower lip hard to stop herself from sobbing. She bit her lip and nodded furiously. Yes, her name was a simple Jane. When she was young, her mother had said that living a simple life would make her happy. Her mother had wanted her to live a simple life, but in the end, her previous life had been a tragedy. In this life, she had lived up to her parents' expectations of her. It was simple and happy. Her nod made Fu Yuxing's emotions surge to the peak. His hands holding Yi Qian's shoulders tightened, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Do you know who your parents are? You know me? No, you know me. Otherwise, you wouldn't cry because of my question. You know who I am, so you know of my existence, right? Jane Eyre? Right. Yuxing, in the future, when we have children, can we name them Jane? Living a simple life would make us happy. I want our daughter or son to live a simple life and be happy. Besides, the character Jian can be used for both boys and girls. By then, you won't have to look through the Kangxi dictionary and rack your brains to come up with a name for your children. What do you think of this name? His young and beautiful fiancée was sitting on a tall rock with her head resting on his shoulder. She was looking at the setting sun with a sweet smile and a gentle voice. He hugged his fiancée's shoulders and accompanied her. He smiled and said, "Yes, it can be a boy or a girl. Fu Jian. Fu Jian. Sounds nice. I'll listen to you. In the future, no matter if it's a boy or a girl, we'll call them Fu Jian." Really? Then you can't go back on your word. I'll remember it. He teased. Do you want to sign your name? Leave a piece of evidence. Okay, that's a good suggestion. Next time, write it down and put your fingerprint on it. I'll take good care of it. When our child is born, we'll name it Jian. I like Jane because it's a simple Jane. A simple person can be happy. His wife's voice seemed to be right beside his ear. Chief Engineer Fu looked at the familiar face and said in a trembling voice, "Living a simple life will make you happy. My wife once told me that she likes simple. So, no matter if it was a child or a daughter, she would name them with the word simple. You know my identity. Are you my daughter? Is she my daughter?" His question was asked too carefully. It was filled with too much anticipation, which was why he asked it so cautiously. He was afraid that the girl in front of him would shake her head and shatter his expectations. He was afraid that the girl in front of him would tell him that she wasn't his daughter. Hope came so suddenly that he was not prepared at all. He was afraid that his hope would be shattered. He was afraid that his 21 years of searching would not yield any results. Chapter 25:63. With tears in her eyes, Yi Qian nodded repeatedly. When I was young, my mother told me that living a simple life would make me happy, so she gave me the name Jane. My mother's surname is Sun, and her name is Xueqing. She gave me this name. Fu Yuxing had waited for 21 years, searched for 21 years, and dreamed about 21 years. When he heard Yi Qian's answer, he knew that his world was complete at this moment. Jane Eyre. The child in front of him was named Jane Eyre. She was Fu Yuxing's biological daughter. She was definitely his biological daughter. There was no need to ask further questions or investigate further. Looking at her face that resembled his, and her features that resembled his wife's, his daughter had gathered the strengths of both him and his wife. She had grown up to be slim and elegant, and she had even taken over his wife's job and become a special forces soldier. Good child, my good child, my good daughter. Fu Yuxing, who had never thought that he would have a daughter, was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. He wanted to hug his daughter tightly, but seeing that her injuries were still being treated, his heart ached. He raised his trembling hand and wiped away the tears on his daughter's face. Don't cry, don't cry. Good girl, don't cry. Let's go home. We'll talk about it when we get home. And your mother, our family of 3, is reunited. I've been looking for your mother for 21 years, and I never thought that you would have a daughter. It's my fault that I didn't find you sooner. When we get home, the 3 of us can sit together and have a good chat. When the time comes, no matter if your mother hits me or scolds me, I deserve it. It is my fault that you and your mother did not return to the Fu family. His deep self-blame and emotional words made Yi Qian's heart ache even more. She could tell that her father loved her mother deeply. How could she tell that her mother had sacrificed herself? Looking at her father's anticipation for a family reunion, and then seeing the light in his eyes when he mentioned her mother, she didn't know how to tell him. Once she said it, it would be cruel to shatter her father's dream of the past 21 years. But she had to say it. How could she hide it? She also wanted to take her father to the martyrs' cemetery to visit her mother and tell her that the husband you've been waiting for is back. He's been looking for you for 21 years. She would say it, but at least not now. She would only say it when she returned to China. Sniffing lightly, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Yeah, let's have a good chat when we get back to China. Let's have a family reunion and have a good chat." She would be in front of her mother's tombstone, looking at her mother's photo when she was young. She would talk with her father, talking about how her father had been for the past 21 years. She would talk about how happy she was to have found her father. Good. After we return to China, let's talk through the night as a family. Chief Engineer Fu was overjoyed. At this moment, this military scientist, who was usually very strict, was as happy as a child. He turned his head and said to the 3 scientists beside him, who were surprised by what they heard, "My daughter, Jane Eyre, I found my daughter. Old Sue, I have a daughter too. Look, this is my daughter. I actually have a daughter. Also, I found my wife. I found her, but I didn't expect to find my daughter too. Look, she looks so much like me. Her eyebrows are the most like mine, and her facial features are like her mother's." Chapter 25:64. The other 2 scientists did not see what Yi Qian looked like. Now that Chief Engineer Fu was talking about her, so excitedly, they smiled and agreed with him. Engineer Su was on good terms with Chief Engineer Fu, so he knew a little about his family. He had seen the whole process and felt like he was on a roller coaster ride. One moment it was going up, the next it was going down, and the next it was going up and down with Chief Engineer Fu. Now that he was so sure that the female soldier was his daughter, old Su was happy for his good friend, but he was also worried. Seeing that his old friend was immersed in the great joy of reuniting with his daughter as a bystander, he saw that her wound was almost bandaged. He congratulated her and asked Yi Qian, "It seems like you already knew that the person you were going to save was your father. Have you already met the old man?" "Yes, I have. I met the old man with my brother. My brother did a DNA test to be safe, and the results showed that we are related by blood." Yi Qian could tell that this scientist, who was related to her father, was trying to confirm her identity. She was not angry and told him everything. She wanted to reassure the scientist and her father. Just now, when he was uncertain, he was so careful that it hurt her eyes. Her father was too afraid that his hopes would be dashed. He was too afraid that it would be an empty joy. She had to make her father feel at ease. "Don't you need a test? Do you think I don't even recognize my own daughter?" Father Fu was so happy that he did not notice that his daughter had not called him father yet. When old Su heard that the DNA test results were out, he was really happy for his good friend. He smiled and said, "Old Fu, you are so lucky to have your biological daughter back. In the future, you—" His smile gradually faded. After a long time, he sighed softly to Yi Qian and said, "In the future, your father will no longer be envious of us for having children. He will be able to hear our children call us father when we come home. Niece, your father has suffered for so many years. You have to be filial to him. Do you understand? He has been looking for you, but there are so many people out there. Fortunately, you're back. You can let your father live a peaceful life in the future." Yi Qian's eyes reddened again. When she heard that, she held her father's hands, her dark eyes gazing deeply at the father who had never given up on finding her mother, but who had almost caused her to misunderstand her for 2 lifetimes. She said softly, full of admiration, "Dad, I'll live a down-to-earth life with you from now on." War was cruel, and the reunion of the father and daughter added warmth to the ruins. Chief Engineer Fu, who had been looking for his wife for 21 years, smiled. He smiled so much that his eyes were glistening. He heard his daughter call him Daddy with admiration. There was no estrangement, no distance, and no hatred. This was his daughter, Fu Yuxing's daughter. She was his daughter. Xia Jinyuan dressed Yi Qian's wound. His handsome face was full of gentle smiles. "Good, really good." His little fox had a father, a grandfather, a brother, and a group of relatives who cared about her. In the future, she would have him by her side. Her world was no longer hazy, but full of sunshine. The gunfire in front of them seemed to be weakening. The group of 11 did not stay any longer. Lin Feng led the way to find Spa. The T6 pirates and Loon had already met up and joined Pigeon and the others to cover the rear. The group of 8 retreated after the battle. They came and went without a trace, and when Radner rushed back to Mogadishu, he directly put the blame on another pirate leader, Kuri. Chapter 2565. Lin Feng was very familiar with Mashadija. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade that followed him didn't need to scout at all. They only needed to be on guard, which undoubtedly saved a lot of time. Because Radner's residence had been bombed, the entire city was affected to a certain extent. In order to prevent people from attacking them, the government had deployed early as a precaution. The city was already chaotic. Now that the government's armed forces and illegal armed forces had gone out, the streets of the entire city seemed to be empty. In fact, the danger was hidden in the dark, and it could inadvertently endanger one's life. Meanwhile, The bar next to Ranald's residence had already turned into a mess. As the sound of explosions rang out, the men and women who had been immersed in their excitement immediately ran around like headless flies. The sound of explosions, music, screams, and gunshots were mixed together. The scene was extremely chaotic. The members of the Bangon Guards who were guarding the bar reacted. They surrounded the middle from all directions and opened fire directly in their eyes. Human lives were not worth respecting at all. What they wanted was to make those dishonest people behave, and their obedience was nothing else but to shoot directly, even if there were young people in the crowd who were not a threat at all. A few guys with small hats on their heads mixed in the crowd to create chaos and ran out of the bar. In order to escape, they deliberately pushed down the screaming young people and even stepped directly on the bodies of the young people who were pushed down. They didn't care if the young people under their feet screamed and stepped on their lives to leave. It's them, do you see? It's them. Shoot. Shoot. In the chaotic bar, a few members of the Bangon Guards finally found their targets. They pointed at the crowd and shouted loudly. The bullets concentrated on the crowd as they roared. Bang, 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 bang. In the fierce gunshots, there were even more shrill screams. The young people who didn't come with guns fell wave after wave. The entire disco was filled with the smell of smoke and blood. It was like hell on earth. The armed personnel at the exit of the disco also rushed over. They raised their rifles and fired directly at the crowd that was rushing out. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one person go. They fired with a ferocious expression. The people who rushed to the front fell, and another batch fell, more and more people fell, and more blood flowed. Just a moment ago, this place was a place where people indulged in a life of luxury. Now, it was not an exaggeration to describe it as hell on earth. A man in a loose cotton robe stood outside the cannon fire, his gaze sinister as he stared ahead. He was surrounded by dozens of armed illegal militants, protecting him. The cannon fire was right in front of him, but he was very safe. Soon, a few bare-chested locals wearing large underpants ran over. They were armed with spears and horses. They ran all the way to the man's side, kneeled on the ground with their right legs, and saluted. They pointed at the back of Radnor's house and said a few words. The man in the big cotton robe's face suddenly changed. He glared fiercely at the direction they pointed at, turned around, and jumped into the jeep that was parked next to him. The wheels of the jeep kicked up a cloud of dust, and the car drove away. The unsafe night had already reached 3:00 in the morning. Soon, the sky would brighten up. Since a new day had arrived, some people could continue to bask in the sunlight, while some people would forever be stuck in the night. Chapter 2566. The internal strife in Mogadishu was not something the Snowfield Brigade could interfere with. Now that they had rescued the 4 scientists, the chaos outside had nothing to do with them. The darkness of the night gradually faded. After walking for an hour and a half, they could see a figure 3 meters away from them. All the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were on alert, surrounding the 4 scientists. In front of them, Lin Feng was knocking on the iron door of a bakery. They had arrived at the meeting place with Spa. Spar had been waiting for Lin Feng in the bakery. When he heard the knock on the door, he jumped up from the relatively clean sofa covered with a colorful carpet. At the same time, he took out the pistol hidden in the gap between the sofa cushions and walked to the door vigilantly. He asked in Maso, "Who's outside?" "It's me." When Lin Feng heard his voice, his tired face relaxed a little. He had finally found him. There was the sound of the lock being unlocked, followed by the sound of the iron chain being pulled. The iron door opened, and Spa appeared in front of Lin Feng. At the same time, he looked outside. There was no one outside, only his brother. Lin Feng whispered, "This is where you are hiding. I didn't let them come." Considering the identities of the 4 scientists, he did not dare to bring them directly to Spa. Chief Engineer Fu, who was well hidden, clenched his fist lightly. This was a black man. His eyes were full of arrogance, and when he looked at others, he was even more ferocious. He had seen this kind of look before in the eyes of the pirates who had kidnapped him. So, this was a pirate. Lin Feng was sent by the country to pick us up. Although the partner in front of him is a pirate, he is a pirate that Lin Feng trusts very much. We got the heavy weapons through him, and we also got a plane through him. Yi Qian, who was standing close to them, explained in a low voice to Father Fu, who had been following behind him, afraid that she would go too far. He can be trusted, don't worry. Caution is the parent of safety. It's better to be cautious. Father Fu, who did not trust pirates, shook his head. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. You can choose to trust, but it can't be trust. He meant that they could not completely rely on one pirate. Yi Qian understood what he meant. No, we have our own reservations. The pigeons that had not shown up and the scientists that had not been brought to Spa were their reservations. He could be trusted, but he couldn't be trusted. Captain Xia felt the same way. Your captain is young, but he is quite experienced in dealing with people like Qiu He and Jingwei. He is a rare young man. You should learn from him. You will benefit a lot. Father Fu looked at the young soldier, who had a tall and big back. Just by looking at his back, he felt safe and secure. He secretly nodded with satisfaction. This young man was indeed not bad. From his arrangements, it could be seen that he was meticulous in every aspect, making it impossible for others to find a single flaw. His daughter's comrades believed in him and obeyed him. It could be seen that his ability was extraordinary. To be able to lead troops into battle at such a young age, for someone of his age. Currently, he had only seen his nephew who had such an ability. Yi Qian also looked at the tall figure in front of him who was standing guard. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Not bad, Captain Xia. Your future father-in-law really admires you. Lieutenant Colonel Xia Jinyuan, who was on high alert, did not notice the admiration in his future father-in-law's eyes. Entering the battle, his temperament was stern and cold, and there was only coldness between his handsome eyebrows. His girlfriend and future father-in-law were temporarily put aside. His current mission was to escort the 4 scientists back to their country safely. Chapter 2567. Lin Feng quickly came out of the bakery. The night was getting lighter, and Lin Feng's facial features could be vaguely seen. Spa did not come out. He closed the bakery's door again, as if he had not been disturbed. The helicopter is parked at Spa's house. Let's go there now. Lin Feng walked out and spoke to Xia Jinyuan in a low voice. Let's go to the wealthy district first. My house is his neighbor. I'm afraid we can't leave during the day. Let's go to my house first. If we really can't leave, we can rest at my house for a day. Your comrade's father can recuperate for a day. Lin Feng looked into the distance. So many things had happened that night that he was surprised to see a reunion between father and daughter. The darkness of the night was getting lighter, and even the buildings in front of them could gradually be seen. They did not stop and immediately rushed to the wealthy district. The road was not peaceful. In front of them, they encountered a group of armed illegal militants running by. They roared as they ran by the side of the street. Occasionally, they would fire a shot which woke up the homeless civilians and made them feel uneasy. Pigeon, who had not met up with Xia Jinyuan and the others, followed the escape route that they had previously planned and hid in the ruins, including the T6 combatant. The 8 of them leaned against the dusty wall to rest. Sparrowhawk was still fiddling with his communications equipment. He sent out countless signals, but there was no response. After sending out the last set of signals, he gave up. Their communications equipment is broken. We can only wait for them to send us their location. After a night of fighting, Sparrowhawk put away his equipment, wiped his face, and leaned against the wall for a short rest. Before they send us their location, we can either stay here or go back to their original hotel. Choose one of the two. Which should we choose? Go back to the hotel. The T6 combatant did not think much of it and said, if all the equipment is broken, at least the hotel can be our rendezvous point. And this place, Sparrowhawk, how far is it from the hotel? Returning to the hotel was indeed a solution. Sparrowhawk immediately pulled up the electronic map. Not far, 12 kilometers. We'll be done in an hour and a half. 12 kilometers. It would not take much time if they just ran, but they still had to avoid them. So it would take some time. If it was only 12 kilometers, they would choose to return to the hotel. Okay, let's go back to the hotel. The pigeon stated that they needed to be responsible for escorting the rescued scientists back to their country. They must not lose contact with Q King. After deciding to return to the hotel, they could not delay any longer. Before setting off, T6 said, there might be some problems with the hotel we're staying at. The receptionist is a guy who knows how to throw bombs, and the security guards outside are all armed with guns. The National Security Agency personnel told us that these hotels are famous for their safety in Mogadishu. The foreigners who have stayed here have never had an accident, so we have to be careful when we go in. Go straight to the room, don't go through the door. No matter what the problem was with the hotel, they would not investigate it. They would also avoid the hotel staff and reduce their presence. After a 5-minute break, the special forces continued their journey. This time, they had a clear target and moved even faster. At this time, the Bangon guards found the 2 abandoned cars. The 4 Chinese people they had taken so much effort to hijack were not in the cars. There was no one in the cars, and there was no trace of them. Chapter 2568. One of the pirates raised his leg and kicked the body of the car that was riddled with bullet holes. He cursed in Majual language. Damn Curry! We must get Radner to teach them a lesson. We must teach them a lesson. Curry was the leader of one of the 4 largest pirate groups in Mogadishu. He and Radner were mortal enemies. The 2 would sometimes fight at sea to fight for merchant ships. Radner's Banant guards hated Curry's Majual Marines because their range of activity was too large. They could reach as far as 200 nautical miles from the coastline. They robbed merchant ships here, causing many merchant ships to be robbed by the Majual Marines before they could even enter Kensur Bay. The Banant Guards was one of the first pirate groups to be established. They often fought with the Majual Marines in order to compete for the coastline. This time, they finally had a large sum of ransom money in their pockets, but it was robbed by Curry. Looking at the 2 abandoned cars in front of them, the pirates of the Banant Guards were completely enraged. Radner was even angrier. He stared at the white man who was negotiating the ransom amount. The angry Radner pulled out the pistol at his waist with his dirty braided hair. He stared fiercely with his black eyes that were obviously not black. He gritted his teeth and roared in a Lajual language, "Damn white man! Are you working with Curry to kill me?" At 4:30 in the morning, Radner, who was negotiating the ransom, received a report from his subordinates. The 4 Chinese people locked in the dungeon where he lived had been kidnapped. The white man in front of him had stayed to negotiate since last night, but there was no conclusion until now. He had only stayed for 1 night, and the Chinese who could have received a large sum of ransom money had been robbed. Then, the white man was equally shocked. After receiving the news, his face was filled with disbelief. He angrily cursed, F***CK, F***CK. He turned to stare at the black pirate Radner, who was pointing a gun at him. You better find the 4 of them as soon as possible. For Chinese, we only want 1. You can do whatever you want with the rest of the Chinese. Ransom, you find them, and we can negotiate. If you don't find them, you won't get a single cent. If you don't want the ransom, you can continue to point your gun at me and waste your time here. Radner had long wanted to leave, but he would not let the Caucasian man leave. When he walked out, he immediately ordered his men to surround the Caucasian man's men while he took a car to Mogadishu. Damn it, he should not have left Mogadishu last night. If he hadn't left, he wouldn't have let anyone snatch away the person in his hands. Outside, the sky had already stopped. The light brought by the day attracted the last trace of darkness. The faint skylight enveloped the city, signaling the arrival of a new day. At one end of the city, countless people gathered in a destroyed bar, crying miserably. Bodies that had lost their lives were carried out one after another. Some people recognized their own bodies and cried miserably as they rushed over. The family members who were still waiting covered their chests with one hand and kept praying to Allah, praying that their family members would be safe and sound. In the end, what they got was not peace, but destruction. They had waited for the bodies of their family members. The family members who had been standing beside them talking yesterday had become cold corpses today. Allah, Allah! An elderly woman with white hair fell on top of a young man's body, wailing miserably. The whole scene was a mess, and she was not the only one crying miserably. Chapter 25:69. At 5:30 in the morning, Pigeon, who was still a few kilometers away from the hotel, finally received the location sent by Q King. Pigeon tracked the location, and the group directly turned and headed towards the city's wealthy district. The safest hotel was also not far from Mogadishu's wealthy district. The Snowfield Brigade's helicopter was now parked in the wealthy district, quietly waiting for their arrival. Although the war was chaotic, Mogadishu's wealthy people still lived like before. They spent a lot of money to hire people who would risk their lives for them and organized armed forces to protect their safety. Lin Feng was also one of the wealthy people who spent a lot of money to hire. His neighbor, Spar, was also one of them. Other than going out to sea or living in some villages, this pirate usually lived in the wealthy district. But all the people in the wealthy district did not know Spar. They even thought that Spar was working under Lin Feng, and Spar's wives were all naturally assumed by the wealthy to be Lin Feng's wives. There are surveillance cameras in the house. The wires are connected to the TV. Just turn it on. The diesel generator is in the utility room in the back. Don't worry about it. I made it soundproof, so no one will hear the noise. The kitchen is here. The bathroom is there. There is water at home. You can wash and change clothes. When they reached home, Lin Feng's whole body relaxed. He told the Snowfield Brigade about the basic facilities in the house and took the Z7 directly to the basement of his house. The communication equipment was damaged, and there was no way to contact Pigeon in time, so it needed to be repaired first. He had a complete set of equipment in the basement, and the Z7 could be temporarily moved, and all the data would be erased afterwards. The 2 of them went underground, and the rest of the people could temporarily rest, and their tense nerves could be temporarily relaxed. At least they could rest for a while here. Yi Qian went to the kitchen first and held a glass bottle of cold water and poured a glass of water for everyone. Just as he was about to hold the water and sit in front of his father, who was still emotional, Lin Feng came out of the basement. "You guys rest here for a while. I'll go out and check the surroundings. I just contacted Spar, and he told me that the incident last night caused too much commotion, and a total of people died in all the bars we passed." Lin Feng poured himself a large glass of cold water and made a number with his hand, making everyone's heart sink. More than 100 young men had died under the muzzle of a gun. When Father Fu saw the gesture, he thought that his daughter, who had just been reunited with him, still had to carry out a dangerous mission. His heart tightened even more. His gaze instinctively turned towards Yi Qian. Even though there was already a thin layer of daylight outside, the curtains in the living room were drawn tightly. There was only a candle on the coffee table for illumination, but his daughter's face was still a little blurry, and he couldn't see her clearly. Yi Qian walked over with water in her hands. She saw her father looking at her worriedly. She quickened her steps and sat down cross-legged. She said softly, "It's okay. We know where it is. We'll be back soon." There was no need for Yi Qian to say why his father was worried. Just from the look in his eyes, he knew what his father was worried about. Father Fu did not say anything else. He gently patted Yi Qian's shoulder and said solemnly, "I know that you and your comrades are very outstanding. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been chosen by the military to rescue us. But you can't be careless just because you're outstanding, understand?" Chapter 2570. Father Fu did not stop his daughter from rescuing the dead guards. In his eyes, his daughter, and he had the responsibility to bring back the bodies of the martyrs. Just as the young man said, heroes return to their homeland and rest in their homeland. They must bring the heroes back to their homeland and must not let the heroes wander abroad. Complete the mission given to you by the country. Dad, I will wait for you to come back. Father Fu opened his arms and hugged his daughter, hugging his world. "I don't need you to worry about me. Take care of yourself." Yi Qian gently hugged her father back. They had been separated for more than 20 years, but they did not feel unfamiliar. "Please rest assured that I will be safe and sound. When the time comes, I will accompany you back to the southern province to see my mother." As the father and daughter whispered to each other, the other 3 scientists came out after washing up. Lin Feng, who was talking to Xia Jinyuan, said to the others, "You can go and wash up. The water storage in the wealthy district is very large." It was already very rare for a place that lacked water to have enough water to ensure daily washing. After Yi Qian washed off the oil paint on her face and neck, she walked out of the bathroom and saw her father's eyes glistening with tears. Deep in his eyes, there was a deep longing. Similar, really similar. You and your mother are really alike. It's as if you were carved from the same mold. You are the most alike. Father Fu's calm emotions fluctuated again. He was a restrained and strict person, but when faced with his daughter, who he only found out about today, and a daughter who was so similar to his wife, his emotions suddenly fluctuated. It was no wonder. He had been searching for his wife for more than 20 years. Suddenly, he found out that he had a daughter. His daughter was standing right in front of him. In order to prevent him from getting hurt, she risked her life to push him to the ground and used her own body to protect him. He was not mentally prepared at all. One huge surprise after another came crashing down on him. It was no wonder that the strict and restrained chief engineer of the missile R&D department was emotionally fluctuating. Yi Qian knew that she was very similar to her mother. Now that it was dawn outside and the sunlight shone in through the curtains, Yi Qian could see her father more clearly. "Everyone in the village says that I look like my mother. When I grow up, those who have seen my mother will say that I look even more like my mother when I grow up." Yi Qian's lips curved slightly. Behind her seemingly smiling reply, she was actually telling Father Fu that her mother was no longer around. However, Father Fu, who was immersed in the joy of reuniting with his wife, did not notice it. Hearing this, he gently nodded, and his eyes were filled with memories of his time with his wife. "Yes, you really look like you. It's because you look like you that I recognized you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would only know when I returned to China." His daughter clearly knew about the relationship between father and daughter, but she didn't calm down in time. It could be seen that his daughter was also nervous in her heart. When Yi Qian saw that he didn't think too deeply about it, he let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he couldn't help but worry even more. When her father, who loved her mother so deeply, found out that her mother had already sacrificed herself, how could her father bear the great sorrow after the great joy? Should she say it before her father came back? For a moment, Yi Qian couldn't make up her mind. She subconsciously glanced at Xia Jinyuan and thought to herself, if it were Captain Xia, what would he ask me to do? Perhaps she could ask Captain Xia later. Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished speaking with Lin Feng in a low voice, felt two pairs of eyes on him. He couldn't help but turn around to look. When he saw, the lieutenant colonel's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, my future father-in-law is looking at me. Chapter 2571. He didn't do anything rude just now, right? He didn't behave inappropriately either. The lieutenant colonel, who met his future father-in-law's gaze, quickly nodded slightly and smiled reservedly. Then let's go over now. Let's get the 4 scientists to rest and recuperate first. Xia Jinyuan looked away and said to Lin Feng, which room do you think we should arrange for the 4 scientists to rest in? Lin Feng said, in the living room. I spent a lot of money to install bulletproof boron carbide ceramics in the living room. I'll go to the room and get some blankets. You guys can move the coffee table so they can lie down. Father Fu saw his daughter's gaze fall on their captain as she spoke, so he didn't think much of it. He smiled and said, you look a lot like your mother, but you also look a little like your brother. Brother? Do I look like him? Yi Qian looked away and touched her face. She pursed her lips and smiled. I think brother looks a lot like you. They say nephews resemble their uncle. See, it's true. I can see brother Jinyan's shadow on your face. When brother first saw me, he thought I looked familiar, like he'd seen me somewhere before. At the mention of his nephew, Li Jinyan, Father Fu's smile deepened. Jinyan does look a little like me. You 2 siblings look a little like me too. That's why he felt like he'd seen you somewhere before. That's great. That's great. My daughter, you're all grown up now. Hongmei has raised you very well. You're very outstanding. When you were young, your mother often said that if her children were as serious as me, it would be troublesome. If it was a daughter, it would be difficult for her to get married. If it was a son, it would be difficult for him to find a wife. Yi Qian loved hearing about her parents when they were young. She felt like her mother was by her side, so close to her. When her father spoke, she seemed to see her young mother standing quietly beside him with a gentle smile on her lips, listening to what her father was saying. Her mother was still the same as she remembered, young, beautiful, and gentle like a woman standing by the water. Even if she was standing quietly, she was still like a painting. Your mother was very beautiful when she was young. When she arrived, many of the young men in the group wanted to get close to her. At that time, the management of the army was as strict as it is now. There was a strict demarcation line between male and female soldiers. However, your mother was one of the very few female soldiers in the army. She was fair and beautiful, so the male soldiers in the army couldn't wait to train with her 24/7. When Father Fu talked about the past, his solemn eyes became watery, and his entire person became exceptionally gentle. After that, I chased after your mother. Once, your mother teased me that if it weren't for my pretty face, she probably wouldn't have been able to find a white radish like me in a pile of black wood. Hearing this, Yi Qian could not help but chuckle. Finding a white radish in a piece of black wood. Did that mean that Mom had taken a liking to Dad because Dad had a good image? She had seen photos of her father when he was young. He was indeed a reserved and serious handsome man. Although he was in his 40s now, his image had become more mature and refined because of his age. He had spent many years in research and development, probably because he often had to think about problems. There were shallow wrinkles between his eyebrows, and because of this, he looked particularly rigid. His gaze was very serious, but also very wise. When he looked at people, he would slightly tighten his gaze, which would make people unconsciously nervous. Yi Qian thought that her father must have been a chief engineer at the base who was so serious that it made people afraid, especially the younger soldiers. When faced with her father's gaze, they probably didn't dare to look him in the eye. Chapter 2572. She was right. Father Fu was famous for being serious. The young researchers who were newly assigned to the base were all afraid of being called out by him. Every time the young researchers were called out, he would ask them about the intercontinental missile, the long-range missile, the mid-range missile, and the short-range missile. He would ask them a series of questions about the parameters, the design, the weight of the warhead, and so on. By the time the researchers were done answering the questions, their knees were trembling slightly. The questions ranged from the data of a single component to the orbital parameters of the entire missile, the details of the internal components, the functions of each component, and so on. This kind of question often required the young staff member in charge of research and development to be meticulous and not make the slightest mistake. Now, in front of his daughter, Chief Engineer Fu, he was no longer the chief engineer, who was respected and feared by the people in the base. He was just an ordinary father who was worried about his daughter. Lin Feng came out of the room with a clean blanket. Xia Jinyuan patted K7, who was going to check the helicopter with him, and walked towards his future father-in-law. You can rest with your colleagues for a while. It's a bit chaotic outside, so we can't fly out for the time being. You can leave after everything is settled down. Xia Jinyuan, who had not washed up yet, stood in front of his future father-in-law with a dark face. He said politely, "It's very safe here. I'll let Qing Niao accompany you. If you need anything, you can look for Qing Niao or any of our comrades." Father Fu did not know that the young team leader with the ferocious eyes of a beast was going to be the wolf who took his precious daughter away. Seeing that the young man was tall and capable, Father Fu admired his daughter's team leader from the bottom of his heart. He smiled and said, "We can take care of ourselves. You can go to your own things. Be careful. Your safety is the most important thing." With the concern of his future father-in-law, Lieutenant Colonel Xia felt very comfortable, as if he had drunk a bowl of iced mung bean paste in June. Old Sue and the other two scientists said, "Don't worry and do your own things. We will stay here and not go anywhere. We won't cause any trouble." 1 or 2 young lads had risked their lives to rescue them, so they couldn't cause any more trouble. Staying here and not going anywhere was the right thing to do. "All right, it's very safe here. Since we can't leave now, we can take a nap. We'll remind you when we can leave." Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly. He had not removed his makeup yet, revealing his neat and white teeth. His deep eyes were cold, and his white teeth gave people the illusion that they were canine teeth. Yi Qian, on the other hand, looked at his blurry brown-black face. He turned his head and pursed his lips, laughing to himself. Captain Xia had always wanted to have a good image when he met his father. Now, he couldn't say that his image wasn't good. His father still admired him. It was mainly because he had a black face. It was already bright outside, so she was not used to looking at him. Fortunately, Father Fu did not judge a book by its cover. In his eyes, the young man in front of him was very responsible and very responsible. "Don't worry, we all came here together. Naturally, we will return safely together. Everyone is the same. We will return together." This was Xia Jinyuan's promise to Father Fu. He told him that they would definitely bring back the sacrifice guards. Soon, Lin Feng, Xia Jinyuan, and K7 went to Spa's house next door. The rest of the team stayed behind to keep watch. Chapter 2573. Drenched in sweat, Z7 crawled out of the basement and looked at the living room blankly. There was an inactive fan in the corner of the living room. He asked his comrades, "Is there no more diesel? Is there anywhere in Linfeng where we can get diesel? Where are the underground pipes? Should we pump a few buckets?" Yi Qian was the first to react. Z7, whose clothes were soaked from the heat, was the first to realize how they came back. He hurriedly got up and found the storage room where the diesel generator was placed. A machine that was dyed with black diesel oil was placed there quietly. The aluminum plate on it was printed with the words Dongfeng Machinery Factory and painted with red paint. After observing the two of them, she picked up a Z-shaped wrench from the floor and put it on top of the diesel generator. Vroom, 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 vroom. With enough diesel, the machine began to run happily. Outside, the lights in the living room were turned on. The leaves of the fan whirred, bringing a cool breeze to the living room. Z7 knew that it wasn't that there was no more diesel, but that his comrades had forgotten about the diesel generator. He was bored out of his wits. "I almost got carbon dioxide poisoning in there. It was so hot and stuffy. I almost fainted." Z7 turned off the lights in the living room and said politely to the four scientists, "Save some electricity. I'll see if I can contact the people in China directly. At least they could send some news back and let the people in China know that 4 scientists were being sent back to China." Father Fu looked at the group of young faces. Although he was young, his daughter looked even younger when standing in front of them. He couldn't help but feel sorry for her, who knew how much hardship he had suffered after entering such a special forces unit. Other people's children could still find their parents to act coquettishly when they suffered or were injured. But where could his daughter go to find her father to act coquettishly? If it wasn't for Jinyan, he didn't know when he would be able to see his daughter again. Father Fu, who was heartbroken, didn't disturb Yi Qian. He lay quietly on the camphor-scented blanket and sighed softly. The other 3 scientists had already closed their eyes and rested. They were too tired and tense. With a group of Special Forces soldiers around them, they fell asleep as soon as they touched the pillow. Father Fu also gradually fell asleep. After that sigh, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't raise his daughter to adulthood, didn't teach her how to walk, didn't teach her how to read. These were all regrets that he couldn't make up for in his life. Then he would definitely accompany his daughter well and try his best to make up for the fatherly love that his daughter had missed for more than 20 years. Also, his wife would definitely tell him that he had missed out on 20 years of his life and that he would have to spend the rest of his life with her. If Father Fu didn't dare to think too deeply about the if behind the if, and he didn't want to think too deeply about it. No matter what the if was in his heart, there would always be only one wife. It didn't matter if his wife married someone else. His only wife was Hong Mei. If Hong Mei remarried, he would not resent her. In that era, having a child before marriage was something that everyone would spit on and curse for being immoral. He was already very satisfied that Hong Mei could withstand the pressure and give birth to a daughter. If she really did remarry, he would ask his daughter in detail when they returned to the country. There were too many things that he hadn't had the time to ask, and it wasn't the right time to ask. Everything would have to wait until they returned to the country. His wife, the Hong Mei in his heart, must have had no choice but to choose to remarry. It wasn't for anything else. It was only for that era and for his daughter that she might choose to remarry. Chapter 2574. Father Fu closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. Xia Jinyuan and the others were still asleep when they came back. They didn't disturb the 4 sleeping scientists. Everyone sat cross-legged in the living room and whispered to each other. Spar provided us with a Ka-50 helicopter. Everyone knows about this thing. Belimi's AH-1 is comparable in the international arms market. K7, and I have checked it. All the equipment inside is normal. NPPs of SDK, 37-800 ejection seat, super fast climbing rate, all-terrain, all-weather, all-unit radar. There are no problems at all, other than the 6 years of flight time. Everything else is fine. Xia Jinyuan told them about the helicopter that they would be driving away today. The Snowfield Brigade soldiers all gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. The Ka-50 light medium 8-ton attack helicopter was mainly used for tanks, armored vehicles, and small buildings. This was an awesome big guy. What was even more awesome was that this was the world's first coaxial armed helicopter. It used 2 coaxial counterrotors. The rotational force of each rotor offset each other, so there was no need for a tail rotor. The tail was purely for balancing the aerodynamic force of the whole helicopter and improving its maneuverability. Therefore, even if the entire tail was destroyed, the Ka-50 could still land safely. Unlike a normal helicopter, once the tail rotor was hit, it would lose stability and cause the entire helicopter to crash. Lin Feng was actually willing to let SPA give him such an awesome attack helicopter. How could they not give him a thumbs up? That's amazing. With this thing, they didn't have to worry about the tail rotor being hit and causing the helicopter to crash. Lin Feng saw that everyone was giving him a thumbs up. He touched his head and smiled. Since I asked, why don't I ask for a good one? Since I already asked, I might as well ask for a good one. That's right. If they wanted a normal helicopter, they also wanted a big guy with good performance. Naturally, they wanted a good one. Lin Feng was a shrewd businessman. He was very good at calculating. The advantage of being good at calculating was that it was very convenient for the members of the Snowfield Brigade and greatly reduced the risk. I'm a little reluctant to drive it away. We'll just use it to attack the auction house and put a few mortars down there. We'll wipe them out. V8 touched his nose and said in a low voice. Who could deny it? That was what everyone thought. It was just a thought. How could they really use helicopters to bombard them? The target was too big. If they found out that the Chinese side was involved, it wouldn't be something that could be explained with just a few words. They could choose to attack on land, but they would have to reluctantly give up on air attacks. V8 interrupted. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the middle, continued. Last night's chaos seriously affected the traffic outside. The entire city is on high alert, and the government has taken control of the western border. Militants are strictly prohibited from crossing the line. The illegal armed forces will definitely not agree. I predict that there will be even more violent riots in the near future. We have to send the 4 scientists away before the riot erupts. Although his voice was soft, it was extremely cold and ruthless. Every word was bone-chilling. And when the riot breaks out, it'll be the time when we can head to the auction house. V8, you'll be in charge of the assault with the heavy machine gun. T6 hasn't arrived yet, so he'll be in charge of blowing up the road. K7, and I will go to the basement and bring back the martyrs. G3, you guard the place. Set up the M2 Browning heavy machine gun. Shoot whoever comes out. As long as you raise the gun, don't leave a single person alive. Shoot whoever comes out. Shoot whoever comes out. Shoot whoever comes out. Don't let me see anyone alive. Chapter 2575. Xia Jinyuan's arrangement was very brutal. He used heavy weapons to bombard Radnor. It was obvious that he wanted to teach Radnor a lesson during this riot. Since the Antiken auction house was a place where all the pirates traded, then it was a place that existed for everyone's benefit. Once this place was razed to the ground, the pirates would not let Radnor go. Those illegal militants would not let him go. The people behind the Antiken auction house would not let Radnor go either. It was he who did not do things properly, which led to a bigger disaster and made everyone suffer. The Antiken auction house existed because it brought them more benefits and money. Once the Antiken auction house was gone, they would have to find another Antiken auction house that could make them feel at ease. Not only would it be a waste of time, but they would also have to re-establish a cooperative relationship. This was undoubtedly the most unacceptable thing for those who were eager to sell what they had. Their interests would be damaged, and the spearhead would be focused on Radnor, who was the cause of the disaster. The Chinese side did not need to send a large number of troops to trap Radnor. It was even more likely that Radnor would be besieged and annihilated. This was the result that Xia Jinyuan wanted. Even if Radnor was not annihilated in the end, his strength was bound to be greatly reduced. Z7 walked out of the basement and saw his comrades sitting cross-legged on the carpet, listening to Q King's arrangement. He walked over quietly, raised his hand, and gently patted G3 and K7 on the shoulder. The two of them moved aside to make room for him to sit down. Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian, "Qing Yao, your sniper position is unchanged. Whoever comes out of the basement, shoot them in the head. Remember, Qing Yao, I want you to only choose important targets to snipe. One shot is enough to shake the whole place. Let them know that there are snipers outside. Whoever comes out, shoot them in the head. Cover me. K7, cover me. Z7, you're mainly responsible for the electronic explosives. K7, and I will bring the explosives to the basement and blow them up." This was how ruthless Xia Jinyuan was. He would either come in secret, complete the task, and leave without leaving a trace, or be so ruthless that he would directly blow up the camp. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were clearly used to his style of fighting. When they were assassinating, they would move stealthily like wolves, but when they were out in the open, they would transform into ferocious beasts, baring their fangs and biting their opponent to pieces. Blood, cruelty, survival, these were the rules of the battlefield. "Got it, got it, got it." 6 deep and cold voices sounded at the same time, like 6 thunderbolts exploding in Lin Feng's ears. He looked at the 6 Special Forces soldiers in front of him, then looked at Q King, who was their leader, and pointed at himself. "What about me? Why don't I have a seat?" Xia Jinyuan patted him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "No need shantying. Your task has been completed. Now, your identity will be restored to that of a frankincense merchant. Leave the rest to us." "Why? I can continue to lead the way for you. I know this place too well." Lin Feng was not satisfied with his arrangement. He really wanted to join the battle. His gaze was sincere as he said, "I dare say that with me around, your escape will be smoother." That was indeed the case. However, the next battle was not to be fought in secret. It was to be fought openly. Lin Feng was a member of the National Security Bureau. His task was to help them rescue the 4 scientists. Chapter 2576. Now that the 4 scientists had been rescued, the mission given to Lin Feng by the Ministry of National Security was over. The next mission would be the military's. Xia Jinyuan was very grateful for Lin Feng's help along the way. He said solemnly, "Shantying, we can complete the following tasks on our own. Now that the destination is clear, we will arrange the best escape route. It does not need to be the fastest escape route, but the most suitable one for us. Your mission has been completed. You can contact the Ministry of National Security to report the latest progress. You can rest well and wait for our good news." Looking left and right, Lin Feng's furrowed brows slowly relaxed as he thought of something. He patted his head and said with a smile, "I understand. Okay, I'll wait for your good news at home. If you need my help, you're welcome to come to my house. I'll be resting at home for the next few days and won't go anywhere. Yes, he almost forgot that the soldiers in front of him were not ordinary soldiers, but special forces. Their next mission would be to fight with heavy weapons. He could lead the way and use a few rifles to suppress the firepower. However, it would be impossible for him to fight with heavy weapons and special forces. If he really went, he would definitely be a burden to them. Lin Feng, who understood the crux of the matter, no longer suggested that he join the battle. While waiting for Pigeon and the others to arrive, Lin Feng went to the kitchen and cooked a large pot of potatoes with Yi Jian. Then they poured some light soy sauce and olive oil over the potatoes, and their meal was ready. It was simple, fast, and could fill their stomachs quickly. It didn't take long for them to finish the meal. The 4 scientists sleeping in the living room had not woken up yet. Even the smell of potatoes did not wake them up. They haven't had a good rest for 3 consecutive nights. Let them have a good sleep now. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to stop Yi Qian. He glanced at the steaming potatoes in her hand and said with a smile, "Potatoes taste good even when they're cold. It won't be too late to wake them up when Pigeon and the others arrive." Yi Qian was holding a big bowl that was a little hot. She nodded gently and put it back in the kitchen. She turned around and saw the tall figure of the man standing at the kitchen door. He was looking at her with cold eyes. "Go and wash your face. The paint on your face is all messed up and you smell like gunpowder. You can go back to the shower and wash up. It'll refresh you." Yi Qian looked at his face, which was still covered in makeup from last night. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "I was quite used to it before, but now I'm not quite used to it. I really want to get a towel to wipe you clean." After her reminder, Xia Jinyuan finally remembered that he had forgotten to wash up. He raised his hand and touched his face with a strange expression. Occasionally, he whispered to Yi Qian, "Did my future father-in-law look at me just now because of my face?" He hurriedly wiped his face with the back of his hand and then looked down at the back of his hand. My goodness, black, brown, yellow, they were all there. His entire face was covered in paint. Xia Jinyuan, who had never felt uneasy in front of his elders, was really uneasy now. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I wanted to have a good image when I meet my future father-in-law, but now I'm covered in dirt. My image has been greatly reduced. Reduced points." His future father-in-law would definitely think less of him with his current image. His uneasiness made Yi Qian smile, so widely that her white teeth were exposed. She raised her eyebrows slightly and was about to say something when she frowned slightly. She then said, "Your image is a little bad, but it's still okay." Chapter 2577. Yi Qian wanted to tease him seriously, but she was afraid that her words would distract him. So she chose to be honest. She told the truth, but it did not make Xia Jinyuan feel relieved. His future father-in-law was already in his 40s, but he was still handsome. He did not have the impetuousness of a young man, only the maturity of a middle-aged man. His appearance was definitely above average. The Fu family used to be a prominent family in Jiangnan, so their image and temperament were top-notch. If his future son-in-law was not as good-looking, his future father-in-law would definitely think that his appearance was not good enough for Qing Niao. Although he thought this, he smiled and said, "My future father-in-law is definitely not an elder who only looks at my appearance. He will be more satisfied with my inner beauty." Lieutenant Colonel Xia was quite confident in himself, but he could not resist his future father-in-law's sharpness. Therefore, even though he was very confident in himself, he had to be careful in front of his future father-in-law. He did not dare to put on a confident face and say, "I am your future son-in-law. It was safer to keep a low profile and win his future father-in-law's praise with practical actions. Yi Qian saw this and said with a half smile, "Don't be happy too early. My dad seems quite serious. You should be careful and not be so smug. Otherwise, my dad will realize that you are actually a devil incarnate who can provoke Commander-in-Chief Xia." Researchers were inevitably more serious and rigid than the average person. They would stick to their guns and did not like young people who did not care about their image. Father Fu was the same. However, this time, Father Fu had a good impression of Xia Jinyuan. During battle, Lieutenant Colonel Xia was serious, ruthless, and full of the majestic aura of a soldier. Father Fu thought that he was not bad. Otherwise, he would not have said things like, "Your captain is not bad," to Yi Qian. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he quickly put away the smile on his face. He adjusted his expression and asked Yi Qian, "What do you think of this expression? Very serious, very proper. Will my future father-in-law like it?" Before Yi Qian could say anything, Lieutenant Colonel Xia narrowed his eyes and said, "I can't be too deliberate. My future father-in-law isn't easy to fool. If I'm deliberate, he'll be able to tell at a glance. It's better to be natural. Just do as you normally do. However, the Demon King is right about one thing. I have to keep a certain distance from you." Yi Qian hadn't caught up with the sudden change in topic. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Why do you say that we have to keep a certain distance?" Silly Qing Niao. No father-in-law would like to see a stinky brat hugging his daughter. In the eyes of a father-in-law, that stinky brat is taking advantage of his daughter. He may look at you with a smile on his face, but in his heart, he has already raised a machete and is about to cut you down. The next time this brat came to visit, he would definitely have a good chat with him. Who knows, he might even say earnestly, "Young man, my daughter is still young. You should start dating a few years later." In Lieutenant Colonel Xia's mind, he was already thinking of thousands of possibilities of how a future father-in-law and his future son-in-law would compete in a battle of wits and courage. The more he spoke, the more serious his handsome face became. "You're really young now. If my future father-in-law knew, if he knew that his daughter was only in her teens, he would be thinking about her. Then he would start taking advantage of her in high school." What made him even more anxious was that he had purposely told Little Fox not to trust men outside and not to date in school. Those were all lies and a waste of time. Chapter 2578. Actually, he said that on purpose because he didn't want to distract his little fox. With his future father-in-law's wisdom, he would definitely see through his true intentions. For a moment, Lieutenant Colonel Xia felt a chill run down his spine. His future father-in-law was here, and his future son-in-law was in trouble. He had to perform well and work hard to gain his father-in-law's approval. Yi Qian, who had one hand on the kitchen counter, laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Her eyes were filled with tears of laughter. Earlier, she really didn't notice that Captain Xia was actually nervous. Now that she heard his long speech, she finally understood. It turned out that the fearless Captain Xia, who even dared to talk back to Commander-in-Chief Xia, was now afraid of her father. Previously, when he visited his grandfather, he didn't even feel this scared. How could Lieutenant Colonel Xia admit that he was scared and nervous in front of his girlfriend? Even if she understood, he wouldn't admit it. He said calmly, "Laugh for a while. I'll go wash up and send my future father-in-law on the plane later. Pigeon and the others will arrive in about half an hour. If the situation outside is stable, we'll leave immediately." Yi Qian didn't expose his intentions. It was good that he was scared. In the future, he probably wouldn't dare to touch her outside. Go. Although your image has been tarnished, my father really appreciates your inner beauty. So, you don't have to worry about your appearance. Just continue to maintain a proper image. Xia Jinyuan could tell that she was teasing him. Sigh. His girlfriend had a powerful brother, and in the future, he would have a powerful father-in-law. He felt that he had a lot of things to change. For example, he had to change his habit of teasing his girlfriend from time to time. I've always thought that I have a proper image, but unfortunately, I have an unreliable old man behind me. I'm really worried that the old man will drag me down when I don't know. Colonel Xia, who hadn't slept the entire night and whose eyes were bloodshot, raised his hand to rub his temples and said helplessly, "I'm worried about the old man. The old man has a lot of opinions about my son. The older generation didn't like this habit of his. Take old man Xia, for example. Why did old man Xia say that he was a bastard? If he didn't watch Yi Qian closely, he would definitely be a bachelor for the rest of his life. It was because of his occasional indecent behavior that old man Xia didn't like. No matter how unhappy old man Xia was, he was still his son. However, his future father-in-law was different. If he didn't like Yi Jian, he could introduce young talents to Yi Jian at any time. After all, there was no shortage of young talents in the R&D base. Most importantly, Demon King Li was a strict, stern, and steady big brother. When he compared the two of them, he had to admit that all the elders liked Demon King Li's personality. Hearing this, Yi Jian thought of Commander-in-Chief Xia's exhortations to her from time to time. She laughed until tears glistened in her eyes. She wiped the corners of her eyes and suppressed the laughter that kept surging up. She replied, "You have always been confident in yourself. Why are you so restrained when you meet my father? Wasn't everything fine just now? You could even laugh and chat with my father. You were also very steady. Apart from losing a bit of your image, my father also told me to learn more from you." Although Yi Jian wanted to tease the guy in front of her, who often teased her, she couldn't bear it when she saw that such a proud person like him was so nervous because of her father's opinion. Chapter 2579. Moreover, the timing was not right. Otherwise, she would have clenched her teeth and hardened her heart a little to tease him. Forget about the current situation. There would be a fierce battle coming up, and she could not afford to distract him. Actually, these things would definitely not distract a highly trained Special Forces soldier, but she was still a little worried. After Yi Qian finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan's rare nervousness disappeared, and he raised his eyebrows. Without his cold and ruthless aura, Yi Qian loved and hated him at the same time. "Father-in-law, you are indeed in the R&D field. You used your sharp eyes to discover my inner beauty. Then I can rest assured." He would never tell his girlfriend that his palms were sweaty when he was talking to his future father-in-law. Since his father-in-law could still say that Little Fox should learn from him, it was clear that his father-in-law still admired him. But this kind of appreciation was only because of his performance in this combat mission, and not because of his future father-in-law's identity as his future son-in-law. Xia Jinyuan would not be distracted by Father Fu's image, but he was facing his future father-in-law. If there was a problem, he would have to solve it immediately. Little Fox's family was not easy to come by. Her family would definitely occupy a large part of her heart. Therefore, he only hoped that she would be able to relax and share her happiness with her family while spending the rest of her life with him. Now that he had a good start, he had to follow this good start and not let his old man at home drag him down. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan solemnly reminded Yi Qian, "Remember to say more good things about me to my father-in-law. You must make him feel that I am a reliable man." He needed his girlfriend to bribe him, and then he could rely on his own performance to win his father-in-law's approval as soon as possible. You don't have to say too many good things. Just mention it once in a while, so that my father-in-law has an impression of you. If you say too much, he will definitely be dissatisfied. Not many fathers-in-law would like their precious daughter to say good things about a brat. I don't know our father's temperament, so we should be careful for now." Before washing up, Xia Jinyuan reminded Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who had finally stopped laughing, couldn't hold it in anymore. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and waved his hand to stop Xia Jinyuan, who was getting more and more ridiculous. "You're thinking too much. I'm really worried. Hurry up and go wash up. You can do your best when my dad wakes up." As he said this, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh again. His eyes were like crescent moons, bright and clear, without the slightest trace of gloominess. In this life, Yi Qian saw with her own eyes that Yi Jifan, who had caused her to become a person without any basic rights, had fallen from grace. The hatred that had been suppressing Yi Qian for 2 lifetimes had mostly dissipated. The dark haze that occasionally appeared in the depths of her eyes had also mostly dissipated, now that he had found his biological father and knew that he did not intend to abandon his mother. The hatred in his heart dissipated a lot. The dissipation of hatred and resentment was like washing away the dust from Yi Qian's 2 lifetimes. The hidden gem finally revealed its true nature. It was so beautiful that it was translucent, so beautiful that it made people linger. Xia Jinyuan saw that there was not the slightest trace of gloominess in her smile, and there was also a faint smile in his dark eyes. "I didn't think too much. I just made preparations in advance." He didn't say anything else. They had talked about private matters for so long during the short break. It wouldn't be good to continue. Chapter 2580. Father Fu had never expected that the young soldier he admired was the brat who was going to steal his precious daughter away in the future. When he woke up, the first thing Father Fu saw was his daughter, who was discussing the next step of the plan with her comrades. It was only then that he realized that there were a few tall men in the living room. Each of them had a gun on their shoulder. When he glanced at the back of one of the unfamiliar men, the man turned around abruptly and shot a cold glare at him. Soldiers in combat had a different way of looking at things. It was as if a bullet had been fired directly at the other party's forehead. He turned his head and saw clearly who was looking at him. The sharpness in his eyes dissipated instantly and was replaced by a gentle gaze in a second. He even greeted politely, "Hello, Engineer Fu. I'm sorry to have woken you up." Pigeon and the others had also seen the personal information of the 4 scientists. He recognized at a glance that this was Chief Engineer Fu, who made the military very nervous. Father Fu smiled at him and waved his hand to let him continue with his work. When he spoke, the rest of the Special Forces soldiers looked over. Father Fu saw that his daughter Yi Qian was also looking at him. He smiled and said, "You guys go ahead. Don't worry about me." Father Fu, who was about to retract his gaze, glanced at the young soldier sitting in the middle of the room. He recognized that this was the captain who had washed off the paint on his face. Father Fu nodded slightly to greet him. Without the disguise of paint, this young man looked very similar to a general from the military with the surname Xia. Father Fu had a good memory and had the ability to remember everything he saw. Even if he just glanced at someone, the next time he saw them, even if he couldn't remember their name, he would still remember them clearly. Qing Niao's facial features were indeed similar to Engineer Fu's. Even the aura on his body was somewhat similar. Your facial features are the most similar to Engineer Fu's. One look, and I can tell that you're his biological father. As soon as Z7 Han Zheng finished speaking, he felt a bone-chilling glare. It was the warning glare of Q King, who was sitting opposite him. Mogadishu Airport has been completely sealed off, and all the planes have landed in our friendly countries. Baiha, you take the KA-50 to this airline route. Between them was a map of the airline route. This was the airline route of the passenger plane. Take this route directly and follow the radar to the friendly country. 10 minutes ago, Pigeon and the others arrived. Lin Feng drove a car out and brought them back. At this moment, he did not even wash his face. He drank water and ate cold potatoes while listening to Xia Jinyuan's instructions. We have a strategic transport plane in an ally country. There will be a 3-day exhibition. After you go there, go directly to the transport plane and leave the country immediately. Remember, you must not change your route. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be hit by the cannonballs before you even leave the horse track. No matter how chaotic Ma Suo's internal strife was, there hadn't been any incidents of bombing a passenger plane's flight path. Baihe nodded. Okay, I will follow the radar. The Ka-50 is not bad. With it escorting the 4 scientists away, the country will be relieved. After the deployment had been arranged, Xia Jinyuan and the others began to clean up their equipment. Pigeon and the others covered the rear last night, so they had consumed a lot of ammunition. They had basically used up all their grenades and bullets. There were less than 100 rounds of ammunition left in the 2 light machine guns. Xia Jinyuan looked at the pitiful amount of ammunition and frowned slightly. Chapter 2581. Combat depended on firepower. Even if the pigeons were on the Ka-50, they still needed ammunition. He said to his team members, "Give all our ammunition to the helicopter." With the heavy weapons and ammunition provided by Spa, it was enough. Yi Jian and the others quickly counted the ammunition they had brought with them. They had used the rifles in the car before, so they did not use up too much of the ammunition they had brought with them. After cleaning up, there were still more than 20 grenades left. Lin Feng looked at the pile of dangerous items at his feet and said with a smile, "I have all of these here, as well as submachine guns. Give all of the weapons to the brothers who escorted the scientists home. Spar, and I will provide the rest of the weapons." There must be a lot of good stuff in Spa's basement. Later, we will go to his arsenal to clean it out. If he wants money, I will give it to him. This was the reason why the military had asked the Snowfield Brigade to contact Eagle of the National Security Agency. With him, there would be enough weapons. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian personally disinfected and bandaged Father Fu's wound. It was time to depart. The Ka-50 was on standby, and the white crane had already entered the cabin, ready to take off. Looking at the huge Ka-50, Father Fu, who was preparing to board the plane, gently patted his daughter's shoulder. "Listen to the arrangements, and be careful. Dad will wait for you to come back." "Okay, don't worry. I will come to you as soon as I come back." Yi Qian looked at Father Fu, whose eyes were a little red, and comforted him with a relaxed smile. "When I come back, I will listen to you talk about the things that happened between you and Mom when you were young." At this time, Father Fu still hadn't understood the meaning behind Yi Qian's words. He turned around, quietly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and stepped back. Standing in the boarding cabin, Father Fu saluted all the Special Forces soldiers who had participated in the rescue. "Come back safely." His sonorous and powerful voice was full of trust for the Special Forces soldiers. He firmly believed that the Special Forces trained by his country would definitely come back victorious. Yi Jian stood at the front, and the 6 Special Forces soldiers of the Shui Yu Brigade stood beside him. They saluted Fu Yuxing, the chief engineer of the Missile Research and Development, who saluted them. As a military scientist in the field of missile research, his existence could continuously improve the military strength of the country. Chief Engineer Fu was currently working on a new type of missile that could be used on a fighter jet. Now that he had entered the most critical stage, his rescue had saved the country from an immeasurable loss. Now that the scientist who could promote the military strength of the motherland had finally returned home, the Special Forces soldiers who had been fighting all night finally had a trace of relief in their expressions. Now that the first mission had been completed, it was up to Pigeon and the others. When the Ka-50 took off, Father Fu, who was sitting on the side of the plane, lowered his head and looked deeply at his daughter, who was still in a salute. The strict chief engineer's eyes turned red again. He had treated his daughter unfairly. He knew that there was danger ahead, but he didn't stop her. He didn't even ask her to accompany him back to the country. These were not words that he could say as a soldier. His daughter was going to the battlefield, and he was going to send her off personally. This was the fate of a soldier. The Ka-50 flew higher and higher until it turned into a black dot and disappeared completely. Yi Qian reluctantly looked away. She had just met her father last night, and now they had to separate again. They had said that they would see each other again when they returned to the country, but she couldn't guarantee that she would see him when she returned. Chapter 2582. When they returned to Lin Feng's house, Yi Qian smacked himself on the forehead and thought to himself in annoyance, I actually forgot to tell Father which school I'm studying at. Even if I didn't tell him, Father should know about it. Perhaps he could find out through Big Brother. Yes, Grandpa should know about it too. Thinking of this, Yi Qian felt relieved. Now, they needed to go to Spa's private firearms store here to pick up some weapons. They were not greedy and only took the weapons they needed. The weapons were powerful, and most of them were 12 millimeters high-caliber bullets. They did not use any of the combat ammunition, such as air armor flare and incendiary tracers. They also took some scattershot grenades and stun grenades. When V8 saw that his team members were all carrying heavy grenades, his gaze quietly shifted to the Durham grenades. I really want to take one of these. I won't take too many, just enough for 40 rounds. He gently reached out his hand. V8 slowly retracted it. He turned around and asked Xia Jinyuan, who was selecting a submachine gun, Q King, we've discovered Durham grenades. Do you want to get some? Durham grenades. The T6 combatant said in surprise, there are even Durham grenades here. Don't tell me that Pirate Spa is a bullet collector. He even has these kinds of grenades. How many rounds are there? Not only was the T6 combatant surprised, but Xia Jinyuan was also a little surprised. Yi Qian put the 2 C4 grenades into the explosive pack and walked over curiously. I've only heard of Durham grenades before, but I don't know what they look like. Let me have a look. Come and see for yourself the Durham grenades that have been banned by the Hague Convention's third declaration, the prohibition of the possession of deformed ammunition. He waved to Yi Qian and turned sideways so that Yi Qian could clearly see the Durham grenades in the large wooden box. From the outside, they don't look any different from normal bullets. You'll only know the difference once it hits a person's body. Yi Qian knew so many guns and had seen so many different types of bullets. However, Yi Qian had never seen a dirty bullet before. When Uncle Jen taught Yi Qian how to recognize guns, he taught her about all kinds of bullets, including dirty bullets. At the same time, he strictly prohibited her from using dirty bullets. To put it in Chinese terms, it was a wicked thing. After the dumb projectile entered the body, the lead core gushed out from the shell bone due to inertia and was squashed into a mushroom shape. The shell expanded or ruptured and rapidly released energy to protect the large wound exit, causing the human tissue to have a trumpet-shaped or gourd-shaped cavity. The area of the cavity created was 100 times the area of the bullet. What was even more painful was that if the fragments were left inside the body, it could cause lead poisoning. Even if the fragments were left inside the body, the huge wounds were extremely difficult to heal and could easily cause infection. Although the use of deformable bullets was prohibited in international wars, Other uses were not prohibited. For example, anti-terrorism. This was not prohibited. The reason why V8 asked Xia Jinyuan was because he knew that there was no ban on Durham bombs in the War on Terror. After looking at it, Yi Qian put it back into the box. This kind of inhumane thing was not necessary. However, since it appeared in Spa's private firearms, it meant that Masso's side was using it. It was very likely that Radner and Andekin's side were using it as well. Xia Jinyuan did not come over to look. He pulled out the bulletproof plates one by one and threw them to the passing team members. He said calmly, "No need to bring them. We're not here to fight terrorism. We're just here to rescue people." After he said that, V8 immediately closed the box and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 2583. Bulletproof vests, chest bulletproof plates, calf and thigh bulletproof plates. They were all taken out from Spa's private firearms. Xia Jinyuan looked at the fully equipped team members and said to Lin Feng, "Buy it. Help us pay for it first and reimburse us when we return to China." "No problem. These were all prepared by Spa for his family, just in case. Take it, and I'll make it up for him in time." Lin Feng was worried that they wouldn't take it, but now that they were fully prepared, he felt more at ease. Back at Lin Feng's house, everyone reorganized. They needed to return to the hotel later and drive a jeep disguised as a TV station. They went directly to the auction house to scout the area and to see if there were any changes. The sun outside was so bright that it was a bit scary. There were only a few unknown trees on the side of the road, but the leaves on the trees were all withered by the sun, soft and lifeless. As the car drove across the road, the dust raised by the car made the pedestrians unable to avoid it and directly inhaled the dust. The government army divided the whole city into two, but it didn't affect the people of Ma Suwa who were used to civil strife and had to continue living despite their fear. Life was still there, and life had to go on. They didn't even have the right to stay at home to avoid the disaster. They had to come out to support their families. When they passed by an abandoned school, Yi Qian saw a few children sitting at the school gate, holding the iron gate with both hands and looking at the school with longing in their eyes. An adult hurried over, holding one child in each hand, and at the same time shouting for the other two children to leave quickly. The school in Ma Suwa had been closed for a long time. The children in the rich district were like Spa. He sent his 3 older children abroad to study through Lin Feng, while the children from poor families could only stay in Ma Suwa and wait for school to start in the distant future. The car passed by the school, and Lin Feng continued to drive towards the hotel. When they turned a corner, a large group of people in front suddenly turned around and ran towards them. Even though Lin Feng wasn't driving very fast, he was still scared and stepped on the gas pedal to death. "There's a situation in front, G3 reverse, and go back the way we came." Xia Jinyuan in the car in front made a prompt decision and immediately asked the G3 behind to reverse. "Check the equipment." Before he could finish his sentence, an object with a long, fiery tail streaked across the sky in front of them. It was heading in their direction in an arc. Lin Feng looked at the fiery tail, driving towards him. He lifted the brake and pulled the reverse gear. Boom! The car didn't even turn around and directly fell backwards. Mournful screams came from the front. There were women in gorgeous dresses who were so scared that they hugged their heads and shrank into the street, not daring to walk anymore. Some men were so scared that even their shoes flew off their feet. They ran over barefoot. The cries of children and the screams of women flooded Yi Qian's ears like a tidal wave. She gripped the door handle tightly with both hands. Her dark eyes shone with a terrifying light as she stared at the fireball in front of her. "We can't go forward anymore. Damn it!" The two sides must have started fighting again. Lin Feng, who had almost been blown to smithereens by the bomb, stared at the front and swallowed his saliva in shock. He only swallowed a mouthful of saliva before he spat it out nonstop. It was filled with the smell of gunpowder. We have to take a detour. Take a detour first. Lin Feng didn't look at the tragic scene anymore. Those people who were all in pools of blood, no one had the ability to save them. The hospital in Ma Suo was already overcrowded. The drugs used were all international support. There were so many people lying in pools of blood every day. There was no way to save all of them. Chapter 2584. Thick smoke billowed toward them. A few men with clothes on fire rushed out of the thick smoke, screaming in agony. They flailed their arms in the air in desperation, then rolled on the ground to extinguish the fire on their bodies. The fire was extinguished, but the screams did not stop. There were also people who staggered out step by step. Their bodies were dripping with blood. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes filled with anger as he stared straight ahead. Even though he was in a city filled with civil strife and saw bloodshed everywhere, he was still enraged every time he saw innocent civilians sacrificed. Xia Jinyuan slowly released his left hand from the steering wheel. When Lin Feng reversed the car, he held the steering wheel tightly with one hand and ordered Lin Feng to step on the gas pedal and reverse all the way. Otherwise, with Lin Feng's driving skills, it was impossible for him to reverse hundreds of meters in an instant and leave the explosion site. Yi Qian's right hand was already on the door lock. Seeing the tragic scene in front of him, he said in a hoarse voice, "Q King." She wanted to ask if she could get out of the car to help. Xia Jinyuan also looked ahead coldly. After a long time, he released his clenched fists and said coldly, "Get out of the car and move away from the wounded." They were not saviors, nor could they become saviors, but if they could help, they would try their best to help the civilians affected by the war when time permitted. Yi Qian had already rushed out of the car and went straight to a young mother with a child in her arms. Without saying a word, he took the child from the young mother's arms and quickly placed her in a safe place. The members of the Snowfield Brigade joined in the rescue, but they could only move the wounded to a safe place. Other than that, there was nothing they could do. Soon, international civilian rescue organizations arrived. People of different skin colors, faces, and nationalities joined in the rescue. After the sound of gunfire, there was finally some warmth, and this warmth was exactly what the civilians needed. Retreat. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade, who participated in the rescue for half an hour, quickly jumped into the car and left under the command of their captain. A Caucasian man looked at the figures who jumped into the car from afar, his eyes filled with curiosity. When did the people from the TV station leave the hotel? How come they didn't know? Inside the car, V8's eyes were fixed on the white man who stood out from the rest of the crowd. He pressed his lips together and told his comrade, "I saw the hotel manager standing next to a pile of rubble on the left side of the street." V8 had even chatted and laughed with the manager when he was walking around the hotel yesterday. There was no way he was mistaken. He was the only one who had seen the hotel manager before. When the other comrades heard this, they all looked over. The white man didn't know that the people in the car had noticed him. As he watched the car drive away, he lowered his head and whispered something to one of the black men standing beside him. Back to the hotel. Xia Jinyuan retracted his gaze. There was a layer of cold light in his deep eyes. He had been thinking, why did the pirates of the Bangon Special Guards kidnap the 4 Chinese scientists? According to his previous conjecture, they were plotting something. Then, who was the mastermind behind this? Perhaps it could be said that he was from another country, a hotel run by a Caucasian, a group of Caucasians who were working, and a Caucasian who could speak fluent English appeared in the riot zone at this time. He even stood at the side and watched their cars from afar. Now, he lowered his head and gave orders to the Caucasian beside him. It Wasn't that he was being paranoid, but the Caucasian manager appeared at the wrong time. Chapter 2585. Just like them, they suddenly appeared here. And now they were leaving. It was also not right. Lin Feng did not go with them. The car took a detour and passed by the restaurant he and Spa ran together. He wanted to follow them, but he saw Spa standing in front of the restaurant, so he got out of the car and left. Xia Jinyuan watched Lin Feng and Spa enter the restaurant before he drove away. Why does Lin Feng trust Spa so much? In the car, V8 frowned and said in confusion, Spa also trusts Lin Feng a lot. He even opened his private firearms to Lin Feng. Isn't that a bit too generous? Don't you think it's strange? It was strange, but Lin Feng did not mention anything about him and Spa. Xia Jinyuan did not know either. He turned the steering wheel with one hand and drove to the hotel. He contacted the Z7 in the car behind him. Change the hotel surveillance when we get back. Yes, sir. The Z7 in the car behind patted the communication device left by Sparrowhawk. He could definitely complete the task for such a small matter. When they left the hotel last night, they left quietly. If they suddenly appeared in the hotel later, it would more or less arouse suspicion. The receptionist was still a handsome white man. When he saw the guests from the best suites walking in with bloodstains all over their bodies, he walked out of the receptionist's office with a face full of concern. He greeted them with great concern. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, ladies. You need any help? Yi Qian frowned and looked at the blood stains on his body. Help us prepare lunch. Also, we want to know where the safest place is right now. We encountered an explosion when we went out. It's too unsettling. I'm sorry, ladies. It's very chaotic outside. There's no safe place. But I can guarantee that our hotel is the safest place. I wonder if you and your friend are injured. Do you need a doctor? His gaze swept behind Yi Qian and fell on Xia Jinyuan and the others. Xia Jinyuan said in Alaskan, No, please help us prepare lunch. K7 and G3 had already driven the car into the basement. They were still talking when they were about to go back to their rooms. Seeing this, the young man at the front desk did not ask any more questions. He only said, If you need anything, feel free to contact them. Then, he returned to his workstation. As soon as Z7 returned to his room, he immediately switched to the hotel's surveillance system. He tampered with the controls to prevent the safest hotel from accessing the surveillance footage. Half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant of the hotel. Gorgeous carpets and handicrafts made of camel bones were the main style of the hotel's decoration. It was also the custom of Maso, probably because it was too chaotic outside. There were several tables of hotel guests eating in the restaurant. There were even a few guests who carried medical kits with them. As soon as they sat down, a waitress came over with a menu. She was not a local woman, but a Caucasian like the receptionist. She smiled and served them in sweet and fluent English. Good afternoon, madam and sir. Would you like to have a meal? This is the menu. Please take a look. Xia Jinyuan looked at the waitress, took the menu, and handed it to Yi Qian. He smiled and said, Ladies first. You order first. Yi Qian took the menu, quickly ordered a steak, and handed it back to Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan took it and looked at it. Just as he was about to speak, G3 spoke first. Just order as you see fit. You don't have to give it to us. As soon as G3 finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan directly handed the menu back to the waitress. He smiled and said, Please add 4 more servings according to what this lady just ordered. Thank you. Chapter 2586. How convenient. Z7 whistled softly and smiled at the waitress. Pretty girl, what do you think is the best lunch here? Can you recommend it to me? I'm very happy to have a dish recommended by a pretty girl. I'm sure it'll be 100 times better than what they ordered. His hands naturally reached for the waitress's hands, and at the same time, he stuffed a small US dollar bill into the waitress's hand. Yi Qian felt that this scene was a little uncomfortable, especially when she saw Z7 flirting with the waitress. She couldn't help but turn to Xia Jinyuan and say, as expected of a playboy, no matter where he goes, he leaves behind a romantic debt. A tasteless butterfly who wants to take advantage of women whenever he sees one. Xia Jinyuan very gentlemanly unwrapped Yi Qian's napkin and placed it on her knees. I think he's found another lover tonight. The two of them were conversing in English. Their voices were loud enough for Z7 to hear. Z7, who was still holding the waitress's hands, coughed and said to her, "Very good. Then I'll order this. I like the food recommended by pretty girls the most. I believe it will satisfy me." "Yes, sir. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." The waitress continued to smile sweetly until the customer voluntarily removed his hands. Then she picked up the menu and left. Z7 didn't let the waitress go. He picked up the glass of lemonade and swirled the lemonade like he was tasting red wine. While maintaining his flirtatious smile, he said in an extremely low voice, "Damn it, even the waitress is armed with a gun. This hotel has a big problem. So you still remember what you wanted to do. I thought you forgot." V8 took out the napkin and lowered his head to place it on his knees. He said in a slightly mocking tone, "You're the best at taking advantage of women. Did you almost touch that girl's chest just now?" Ahem. G3 coughed appropriately to remind his comrade to pay attention. Qing Yao was still beside them. What nonsense was he talking about? V8 chuckled, picked up his goblet, and smiled at Yi Qian. Come, beautiful girl. Let me propose a toast to you. My apologies." He could speak fluent and pure American English without any Chinese accent. The meal was quite enjoyable. The steak that the waiter recommended to Z7 was indeed big and delicious. Xia Jinyuan took a look at it and told Z7 that he would have to pay for the meal himself. It would not be reimbursed by the company. After eating happily, Z7 suddenly wanted to spit out the steak from his stomach and return it. "My monthly salary. No more." Z7 thumped his chest. "What Kobe beef tenderloin? Why is it so expensive?" A few hundred USD. He had already sacrificed his body, so how could he not be able to get a reimbursement? As a man, you have to be responsible for your own choices, brother. V8's heart immediately calmed down. He glanced around and glanced at the waiters in the restaurant from the corner of his eyes. Getting up first, he said softly, "They're treating us as special guests. They're all looking at us." Yi Qian finished the lemonade in his glass and said with a half smile, "I think the waitress who was flirting with us just now has a boyfriend. Now her boyfriend has sent someone to stop Old Z. From the front desk to the waiters in the restaurant, they all had a pair of hands that were holding guns. It was indeed interesting. It's not easy to run a hotel in a country with constant internal enemies. Now that it's so chaotic outside, the front desk of the hotel is very sure that the gunfire will not affect their hotel. This confidence is not based on self-confidence, but on the belief that the people outside will not dare to fire at the hotel." Chapter 2587. In the room, Xia Jinyuan's indifferent and cold voice was low, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in it. The front desk, the hotel waiter, the Caucasian manager who appeared in the riot area, spoke fluent English to tourists from all over the world. The place where the international rescue workers need to go later needs the hotel to escort them. I have to say that this hotel is very powerful in Mogadishu. A restaurant waiter has a pair of hands that can hold guns. The calluses on his right hand and index finger are thicker than ours. It can be seen that they have fired a lot of shots here. They have fired more shots than us. You mean, there is a big problem with this hotel? G3 frowned. If that's the case, when do we plan to check out? There is a problem with the hotel, but we haven't found anything on our side, and there is no need to find out. Major General means that we should focus on rescuing the 4 scientists. We don't have to get involved in the matters in Maso. Xia Jinyuan paused for a moment, got up, opened the curtains, and looked outside. The sun outside was so hot that it could roast people like meat. It was so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. There were no pedestrians walking on the streets. Even if this was a safe area, no one walked. The illegal militants and the government had already started fighting. Everyone wanted to occupy the city, and no one wanted the other party to have the entire city. The thick smoke caused by the explosion of artillery shells seemed to swallow the entire city, exuding a suffocating sense of despair. The direction of the Andiken auction house was relatively quiet, and the next thing to do was to drive directly to it. Xia Jinyuan put down the curtains and sat back in his original position. Let's put the problem of the hotel aside for now. Who are they and what their purpose is? As long as it doesn't involve us, we don't have to care. The surface temperature outside is conservatively estimated to be 39 degrees. Both sides have been fighting for a few hours, and it's time to rest. Take out the photography equipment and study it first. Then, take a good rest and start work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were advantages and disadvantages to fighting in a city with constant civil strife. The advantage was that if you drove a car with a heavy machine gun in it, others would turn a blind eye. The disadvantage was that everyone had a gun in their hands, and you didn't know if someone would shoot you in the dark. At 3 o'clock p.m., Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian ignored the handsome Caucasian receptionist's advice to check out. They grabbed their so-called camera equipment and headed to the combat zone. They really went to the place where the conflict occurred. The hotel's security guard stood by the street with a walkie-talkie in his hand. He looked at the 4 jeeps that were rushing towards the direction of the firefight and reported the situation to the front desk. Should we follow them? The handsome white guy thought for a moment and finally shook his head. No, they don't have any weapons in the car. The equipment scanned at the door is indeed camera equipment. You don't have to follow them. When the black security guard heard the order, he strode back to the hotel. In the car, Yi Qian sat up straight and stopped looking at the rear of the car. She went back to the hotel. She didn't follow us. If they really followed him, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he could just drive directly to the crossfire to take photos and make purchases. Since they didn't follow him, Xia Jinyuan turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the Antiken auction house. 1.5 hours later, they arrived at Keeman Hall at 4:36 in the afternoon. The 4 cars directly ran over a pile of rubbish and rushed into a building that was half blown up by a shell. Chapter 2588. The car stopped, and they pried open the doors of all 4 cars with daggers. Inside were all necessary equipment. In the jeep that came directly with the strategic transport plane, there were combat uniforms and all kinds of grenades. Then, they pulled out the helmets from the bottom of the car. Everyone was given a fully armed combat uniform and a helmet. They rented it from the people at a high price, which was equivalent to buying it. Most of the jeeps were filled with bullets. The 2 jeeps that came out of Lin Feng's house were full of good things taken from Spa's private arsenal. They deflated the spare tires hanging at the back of the jeeps and cut them open. Everyone's bulletproof plates were inside. In the 4 cars, the 7 people took out a pile of equipment from the gap between the doors, the chassis, the spare tires. It was like magic. They took off all the foreign clothes and began to change. The 7 Special Forces soldiers couldn't recognize which country's urban combat uniform they were wearing. They wore the bulletproof vest's innermost, Xia Jinyuan, and Case 7 also used a bulletproof plate as a second layer of protection. Then, they put on the urban combat uniform and tactical vests. After changing their clothes, they put on all kinds of grenades neatly. They took out all the grenades from Spa's private arsenal and prepared the C4 to blow up the walls and holes at any time. There was a ring of grenades around their waists and a magazine in the magazine. There was no waste in the combat vests. They were all equipped. The combat dagger was a cold weapon. It was directly tied to the leg so that it could be used at any time in close combat. They reapplied paint on their faces and put on their helmets. The team members who looked slow and disorganized a moment ago suddenly transformed into a group of murderous Special Forces soldiers. Case 7 opened the electronic map of the Andekan auction house that young Sparrowhawk had scanned last night. Xia Jinyuan made the final deployment. After once again clarifying the division of labor, the next 3 minutes were the time for each Special Force soldier to check their equipment. At 5:30, they could still feel the heat from the ground when they stepped on the gravel with their military shoes. The 7 Special Forces soldiers moved forward like ghosts under the warm sunlight and approached the Andekan auction house. The heavy weapons prepared by Spar were in a building on the side of the Andekan auction house. The Andekan auction house was surrounded by buildings of different heights. Some of them were still inhabited, while others had been abandoned. V8 picked up the heavy machine gun as easily as carrying a baby. He crouched and dashed to the spot he had chosen earlier, the door opposite the auction house entrance. G3 sat on the pickup truck with the M2 Browning heavy machine gun mounted on it. He would wait here for Q King and K7 to come out. On the other side, T6 was laying out the wires. As long as the martyr's body was rescued, G3 would sweep over and connect it, and he would immediately blow up the road. The last ray of sunset in the sky gradually faded away. When night fell quietly, Xia Jinyuan and K7 carried the big gift that they had carefully prepared for the Andekan auction house and entered the auction house through the vent. The Andekan auction house was well prepared. 2 SA Beehive machine guns were set up at the entrance of the auction house. There were also countless illegal militants patrolling the area. They didn't know if the auction would start at 11 p.m. tonight. The auction house was very quiet now, and the sound of gunfire and artillery in the distance was completely isolated. Yi Qian set up her sniper rifle and guarded the air vent. Through the scope, she saw Xia Jinyuan and K7 avoid 2 groups of patrols. They used a stone to block the fan leaf that was operating and passed through the air, vent one after the other. Chapter 2589. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat when she saw the 2 of them entering through the ventilation opening. She asked Z7 softly, "Did you cut into the surveillance cameras inside? Did you notice anything unusual?" Z7 had already hacked into the auction surveillance system once, so it was much easier for him to hack into it again. He replied softly, "We just cut in so we can see what's going on inside. Usually we can." Z7's fingers flew across the keyboard as he told the 2 of them which seats were occupied when they entered the auction. The lights in the auction were extremely dim. In a place where electricity was not guaranteed, electricity had become a luxury. They relied on diesel to maintain electricity in every auction. Currently, the Andekan auction house didn't turn on too many lights. Using the flickering lights, Xia Jinyuan and K7 took out their military daggers and quietly approached the 2 armed guards at the entrance. Almost at the same time, Xia Jinyuan and K7 took out their daggers and quietly approached the 2 armed guards at the entrance. Almost at the same time, the 2 guards at the outermost area were killed by Xia Jinyuan and K7. The 2 of them made a hand gesture, and each of them dragged a guard to the seats. They used their mouthpieces to tell them the direction to the basement. There were a total of 4 people sitting against the wall. They looked like they were asleep. Xia Jinyuan pointed at an electric control system. He half squatted and patted his shoulder. K7 understood and stepped on his knee. The agile K7 then stepped on his shoulder and broke the 2 wires on the electric control system. All of a sudden, the only 4 lights on the entire set went out. Someone is coming out of the tunnel. Hide. Z7 reminded them with a tense voice. The lights in the auction house went out, but the lights in the tunnel were not. Through the surveillance cameras, they could see 2 armed men walking over. Xia Jinyuan and G3 quickly moved to the left and right sides of the tunnel. As they listened to the approaching footsteps, they counted in their hearts, 1, 2, 3, move. The 2 men walked in front of them. The 2 men who were used to assassinating immediately attacked. They used their elbows to lock their opponents' necks and twisted them. The crisp sound of bones dislocating could be heard in the darkness. The 2 armed men were taken care of. They continued to drag their targets to the back of the seats. The 2 of them crossed paths and slowly walked deeper into the tunnel. There were a total of 4 targets in the tunnel. They had just taken care of 2 of them. The other 2 yawned as they walked deeper into the tunnel. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and made a slashing gesture. He and K7 took out their daggers and quickly approached the 2 men. Who is it? The 2 patrolling men in front of them felt something was wrong. They turned around with their guns and shouted, "Who is it?" Xia Jinyuan and K7's daggers were already out of their hands. They aimed at the 2 men's foreheads. There was a reason for the existence of cold weapons. No matter how times changed, cold weapons would always play a big role in close-range situations. The 2 daggers were like arrows released from a bow, directly cutting the air into 2. With a swift and fierce momentum, they instantly pierced deeply into the 2 people's foreheads. The sharp daggers pierced into the skulls, and blood slowly flowed out. The tip of the dagger pierced into their skulls, but it didn't clear the 2 patrolling guards on the spot. They were frightened, and their eyes widened in horror. Their eyeballs became cross-eyed as they stared at the dagger that pierced between their brows. Xia Jinyuan and K7, who had bought some time for themselves, were already in front of them, knocking them down, locking their necks, and killing them. It all happened in a split second. When they reached the double-door elevator, the 2 stopped assassinating. Instead, they used their guns with silencers to finish them off as quickly as possible. Chapter 2590. Let's go down to the second basement. K7 pointed at the double-door elevator in front of him and was about to press the button to go down when Xia Jinyuan pressed down on his hand. K7's voice was heard. Yi Qian frowned and looked down at her watch. Everything went too smoothly. It only took them 5 minutes to get in through the vent. She pursed her lips and asked Z7 again, "Can you confirm if there's anything wrong inside?" Then she said to the 2 people inside, "You guys went too smoothly. It only took you 5 minutes." The 4 scientists were successfully rescued. Last night, a group of unknown people had joined the battle. As the leader of the Bangon Guards, she didn't believe that Radner wouldn't do anything. He had 2 general suspicions. First, the Chinese side sent people to rescue the 4 scientists. Second, his information was leaked in the Andy Ken auction house, which attracted the attention of other pirates and caused them to come to kidnap him. As the leader of the pirates, it was impossible for him to not have any suspicions and not take any action. Moreover, he deliberately set a trap in the basement of Andy Ken. It was obvious that he was a very cunning and smart pirate. In that case, would this extremely cunning and intelligent pirate set a trap for them again? Faced with such a smooth infiltration, Yi Qian couldn't control her thoughts. She suspected that there really was a trap inside. Time ticked by. Another minute had passed since the two entered the basement. Yi Jian lowered her head to look at the time. Her beautiful face was filled with a sword-like murderous aura. She didn't wait for Xia Jinyuan and Z7 to speak, but she did hear them warning her through their mouthpieces. Hearing the warning, the 5 people outside looked cold. It was as Qing Niao said, there was indeed a possibility that there was a trap inside. T6, who had set up the line, immediately said, "I'll go down to support." Z7, remotely control the explosion. Okay. Z7, who had a serious expression on his face, responded in a deep voice. He continued tapping his fingers and tried to see the situation in the basement through the screen. Soon, he found something strange, and his breathing quickened. The surveillance cameras in the 2 basements are blocked. The images are still. In other words, someone had tampered with the surveillance cameras. The 5 people outside finally heard Xia Jinyuan's voice. "That's right, it's indeed a bit troublesome down there. K7, and I will prepare to storm in. You guys guard the outside." Otherwise, he would not have stopped K7 from pressing the elevator button. This was because the elevator button had been modified into an explosion control button. As long as they pressed it, the bomb installed in the button would immediately explode and kill the 2 of them. Even after discovering the problem, Yi Qian did not feel reassured. She picked up the binoculars beside her sniper rifle and scanned the surroundings of the auction house again. When she came to a street junction, her pupils instantly constricted. She used the binoculars to observe for a few more seconds. Even her voice was tense. There are at least 100 soldiers approaching the auction house. There were also heavy weapons. Q King, K7, retreat. With no way to evacuate, Xia Jinyuan directly shot the elevator button with a bullet and detonated a small suicide bomb. A few people rushed out from the side and started shooting with their guns. Xia Jinyuan's voice came from inside. At the same time, there was a very exciting gunshot. "Block the outside. There's a secret entrance to the basement. Guard the entrance." Chapter 2591. The basement built by Andy Ken was very explosion-proof. When he built it, he took into account the relevant safety issues. Now, a small suicide bomb next to the elevator did not shake the entire basement. After a short shock, the illegal militants hidden in the basement moved out. Radner did suspect that the Chinese had sent people to rescue the 4 scientists. He did not think about it until Andy Ken told him that Curry did try to kidnap the scientists last night, but he did not succeed. With Andiken's reminder, Radner began to doubt whether the Chinese had sent someone to rescue their scientist. Although he had his suspicions, he did not think that they would use a dead crew member as a trap. It was only because of Andiken's reminder that he sent someone to rescue the scientist. To Radner, the person in the metal cabinet was just a crew member. If he was already dead, there was no point in rescuing him. However, Andy Ken repeatedly said that there would be an unexpected surprise. He also took the initiative to say that if the auction house suffered any losses, he would not ask Radner to pay for it. Radner, who was fuming with anger, was persuaded by Andiken. Radner himself also had some dark thoughts. He had lost both his people and his money. Who knew if Andiken had leaked the information about the Chinese scientist in his hands? After leaving Kensar Bay, he went straight to the Andy Ken Auction Center. In the end, because he was still worried, he left the metal cabinet and a Chinese crew member behind. Andy Ken's persuasion made Radner agree half-heartedly. If the other party was not afraid of losses, then he had nothing to be afraid of. That was the reason why the Snowfield Brigade was facing such a difficult problem. However, everyone in the Snowfield Brigade knew about this problem. Otherwise, Xia Jinyuan would not have let Qin Miao Yiqian stay outside and let him go in with K7, who had been in the basement once. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to enter the basement. The V8 would only be tempted when he saw the Durham bomb, and the G3 would only be ready when he saw the bulletproof plates. The special forces of the Shuiyu team knew this, but they didn't say it out loud. They kept their composure and prepared all their equipment and weapons so that they could better prepare for the upcoming battle. Hearing Xia Jinyuan's voice, G3, who was sitting in the truck with heavy machine guns behind, said, "Leave the outside to us. You three will take care of the inside." He was very calm and did not sound panicked at all. There were only 7 of them, and the 7 of them would have to fight their way out of the encirclement. There was no other way. There was a shortage of manpower. One person had to take on multiple roles. The Z7, which was an electronic detonator and communicator, was ready. Once his 3 comrades came out, he would immediately activate the explosive device. The V8 heavy machine gun was aimed at the entrance of the auction room, ready to fire at any time. When the explosion came from the basement, the illegal armed men guarding the auction venue immediately hid themselves. They held their guns and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, several people directly rushed to the auction venue with guns. As soon as they went down, the T6 combatants encountered them. They set up their submachine guns and started firing at them. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous gunshots were like the sound of the Grim Reaper. Within 10 seconds, several people fell into a pool of blood. Q King, K7, I'll stand guard outside. You guys kill the guys inside and rush out. The T6 combatant, who was hiding in the dark, gritted his teeth and said, "Leave the outside to me. Not even a mosquito can fly in." With the T6 combatants outside to provide support, Xia Jinyuan and K7, who were inside, did not have to worry about any danger approaching from the direction of the tunnel. Chapter 2592. The terrain of the basement was not complicated. Because of this, there were no blind spots for cover. Xia Jinyuan and K7 did not have any cover, and neither did the other party. Furthermore, Xia Jinyuan had used a bullet to blow up the button, causing the people in the basement to mistakenly think that the people outside had been killed by the explosion. They crawled out one after another to check. Under the cover of Xia Jinyuan, K7, who was hiding in the dark, rushed into the basement at a very fast speed. The gunshots were first heard from K7's side. The gunshots from his side happened to be the first wave of people who had rushed in from outside. Z7, who couldn't see what was going on in the basement, typed in the last string of codes. Using the fragment recombination technology to bypass detection, he used multiple codes and obfuscation techniques to enter the last set of surveillance cameras. Staring at the computer screen, his face was so ugly that it looked like ink had been splashed on it. At 6 o'clock this morning, the hotel's front desk and hotel manager appeared in the basement. His voice was very heavy. An hour after they went in, the surveillance program was changed and the HA deployment was rebuilt. The few cameras in the basement were set up as an independent intrusion defense system. The hotel provided technical support, and I suspect that the hotel was involved in this kidnapping. When we return to China, report this matter to the higher-ups and see if they can find anything. It was unrealistic for them to investigate. After rescuing the martyr's body, the 7 of them immediately evacuated and would not stay any longer. Everyone heard K7's voice. Xia Jinyuan, who was fighting fiercely below, raised his gun and shot 3 of the pirates from the Bang's security team in succession. He then jumped down with one hand against the dark entrance. When he jumped down, he stepped directly on 2 warm bodies. Below, the smell of blood and smoke made the air very murky. Xia Jinyuan kicked the flash grenade shell that K7 had thrown down before he jumped down. He hid in the corner between the two basements and aimed his gun at the dark entrance above to prevent anyone from jumping down. K6 blocked the firepower outside with the bullets in his hand. He did not dare to throw a grenade, afraid that if he threw too many, the entire auction house would collapse and bury the three of them alive. Retreat. K7's unique cold voice was heard. It was just one word, and everyone understood. The entire auction house was filled with smoke and blood. K6 roared, "If we don't have Asterisk King come out now, I'll be choked to death by the smoke." Brothers outside, "Hold on, we'll rush out from the main entrance." The vent was built above the auction house, and a rope was needed to get down from above. It was easy to get down from the top, but difficult to get down from the bottom. They could not go through the vent. They could only go through the normal entrance. If they wanted to rush out, it would be K7 and Yi Qian's turn to attack. 1, 2, 3, and we'll shoot, and we'll shoot. And I... 3. The entrance was the entrance that G3 had rushed over with a truck. Killing this machine gunner was equivalent to covering for G3. 1. Bang. The sniper rifle fired a single bullet. 876 meters away from Yi Qian, the back of the head of the machine gunner at the entrance of the street exploded. His entire head was blown up like a watermelon by the 12mm sniper bullet. Bang, 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 bang. K7 pulled the trigger tightly, and bullets rained down on the machine gunner from the front. The most intense and tragic battle was about to begin. Chapter 2593. Meanwhile, the 100 or so people who had rushed over with heavy weapons heard the sound of gunfire coming from the auction house. They shouted and rushed over to the auction house. As they shouted, they pulled on their pistols and fired stray bullets. The illegal militants who had rushed into the auction house quickly turned back. The guy who had rushed to the front had only just popped his head out when the V8's bullets turned the other party into a hornet's nest. Z7 put away his communications equipment. As G3 drove the large truck out of the street, he waited for Yi Qian's signal to blow up the entire street. Powerful grenades were thrown out from the basement. The illegal militants who had rushed in were so blinded by the light that their eyes turned white. Xia Jinyuan and T6, who were wearing goggles, swept through the chaotic group of people. In the middle of the two of them was K7, who was carrying the martyr's body. The martyr's body was almost completely stiff. Only his knees and elbows still had some flexibility. In order to prevent the martyr's body from getting hurt, K7 put on K7. K7 put a bulletproof vest on the martyr and tied the body tightly to his back with a rope. He then wrapped the rope around his chest and tied the martyr's legs to his waist. In this way, not only could K7 free up his hands to fight with his gun, he could also ensure that the martyr's body was always on his back. Retreat! Retreat! Xia Jinyuan, who was sweeping through the front, opened up a bloody path. He quickly covered K7 and rushed out of the auction house's entrance. There were expensive camel bone handicrafts hanging on both sides of the walkway. As long as someone rushed out in front of them, Xia Jinyuan's submachine gun would sweep them away. A bloody path was carved out just like that. The walkway was littered with countless corpses. The three of them sniffed the suffocating air and killed their way to the entrance. G3. Provide support. Q King's cold voice came from the comms channel. G3, who was already prepared, immediately put down the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator. The truck rushed in from the outside, as if it had lost control. The targets at the auction house's entrance had all been cleared. Those who thought they had hidden well were shot in the head by Yi Qian's sniper bullets. Someone shouted, "There's a sniper!" The nearest illegal militant showed a horrified expression, as if he had seen a ghost. He did not dare to stand up with his gun. Instead, he directly lay down and searched for the sniper's position. Yi Qian was sniping from all directions. Now that everything was in chaos, and with the V8 suppressing her with his light machine gun, it was difficult to find her hiding spot. Even if the other party found out that there was a sniper, it would be difficult for them to find her in a short time. But Yi Qian did not stay in one place for too long. It was very difficult for a sniper to complete multiple snipes on the battlefield. Multiple snipes were equivalent to exposing one's position. After taking out 5 illegal militants in a row, Yi Qian picked up his sniper rifle and carried a submachine gun on his back. He quickly moved from the top of a building at the side of the auction hall to another position. As the armed illegal militants approached the auction house, the V8 aimed the muzzle of the light machine gun forward and aimed the hot barrel of the gun at them to provide cover for Xia Jinyuan and the others to get into the car. "Get in." The truck stopped at the entrance of the auction house. Behind it was a cloud of dust kicked up by the wheels. Xia Jinyuan grabbed the side of the pickup with one hand and jumped into the car with a flip. He set up his gun, and the V8 worked together to suppress the armed illegal militants who were charging from behind. K7 was carrying the martyr's body, so he was not as agile as when he was alone. T6 picked up his leg that was stepping on the back wheel and pushed him up. K7 carried the martyr's body and flipped into the car. Chapter 2594. T6 got into the car a few seconds later. When he got into the car, he threw 2 grenades at the entrance of the auction house. The grenades rolled all the way down the ladder. As the car rushed out, a loud explosion came from inside. The entrance of the auction house was blown into a mess. The flames from the explosion ignited the place made of camel hair. The fire burned and engulfed the entire auction house. The car drove past the road in front of the auction house. After making a turn, they rushed out according to the original plan. After turning into the street that T6 had set up, Z7, the electronic explosives master, made his move. Z7, blow up the road. Yi Qian, who was observing from a high vantage point, shouted, "Boom, boom, boom, boom." The sound of the explosion shook the ground for several kilometers as if the earth was shaking. A deep crater was formed in the middle of the street. V8 and Z7 rushed out and ran in the direction of the truck. Yi Qian, who was downstairs, shouted, "Z7, blow up the road," and ran over with his sniper rifle. "Kill them! Kill them for me!" Radner, who was rushing over, saw everything in front of him. He kicked a pirate who was carrying a rocket launcher and roared, "Damn you! Are your eyes blind? Blow them up! Blow them up!" The rocket launcher's speed was many times faster than the car's speed. V8, who had rushed out, turned around and saw the enemy with a rocket launcher. He shouted, "Charge out! Charge out!" He couldn't let G3 slow down. He had to rush to the front and make a turn to avoid it. Yi Jian, who was rushing down, heard that something was wrong. She immediately ran to the side of the broken wall, where the bricks were exposed. She looked forward and saw the rocket launcher leaving a long, fiery trail behind it as it tore through the sky and headed in the direction of the pickup truck. At that moment, Yi Qian felt the blood in her body drop rapidly. In less than 2 seconds, her whole body was cold. The rocket launcher flew past her eyes. The blood drained from her face. Yi Qian's lips trembled. A sense of despair and suffocation overwhelmed her. In an instant, the entire world was filled with a gloomy and cold color. Boom! There was an explosion louder than the sound of a mortar. Yi Jian blinked her eyes lightly. Suddenly, Her dark eyes were filled with bloodlust. She grabbed the sniper rifle again and rushed back to the top floor of the abandoned building. Q King, mother asterisk cur, did you guys hear what I said? Answer me. V8 coughed out a mouthful of blood mixed with smoke as he was forced to dive into the rubble by the rocket launcher's massive explosion. He did not choose his path just now, and his lips just happened to land on a rock. His mouth was now filled with the taste of blood. Z7 almost fainted from the impact. Just as he got up, a heavy object slammed into his back with a loud bang. Z7, who was in the middle of getting up, felt his blood boil. The huge impact on his chest sent him crashing to the ground. His chin smashed into a cement block. The tip of his chin was smashed into a bloody mess. The red blood stained the fine gravel embedded in his flesh black. Blood dripped down from his chin drop by drop. Z7 knew that he had been hit by a bullet. The pain from his back was so excruciating that he felt as if his entire back had been shattered. His breath was stuck in his throat, and his vision turned black. He grabbed the red brick beside him, gritted his teeth, and rolled to a corner. He knew that he had been hit by a bullet. It was a large caliber bullet. The reason he was still alive was because Z7 raised his hand and touched his back. The reason he was still alive was because his bulletproof vest and bulletproof plate had saved his life. Chapter 2595. Before he could exhale, Z7 had to suppress the surging blood in his chest and swallow the mouthful of blood in his mouth. He pressed down his throat and asked, "Who's still alive? Say something." Z7's back was hurting so much that all his muscles were twitching. He felt a chill in his heart. T6 had been asking for so long, but there was no response. Damn it, did they really kill them? We're still alive. K7's voice sounded like Buddha's voice. Yi Qian, who had climbed upstairs, heard his voice. Her knees immediately went weak. She held onto the wall with one hand and took a few deep breaths. Her back slowly leaned against the wall, and she let out a long breath. Her heart, which seemed to have broken into pieces, started to heal bit by bit. The moment the rocket launcher flew past her eyes, she thought that her comrades definitely wouldn't be able to escape. She also thought that the man who wanted her to look ordinary, but in reality always led her to their goal unwaveringly, was also gone. Fortunately, they were all fine. Is everyone safe? Yi Qian scratched the wall with her fingernails. She only managed to control her trembling voice when her fingernails hurt. Xia Jinyuan knew her best. He could hear the fear in her heart when she said those words softly. Everyone is safe. Qin Niao, where are you now? Everyone was safe. Don't worry, he was fine too. Yi Qian's eyes instantly moistened. She raised her head and forced her tears back. I'm still on the top floor. I'm planning to take care of a few guys with heavy weapons. Very good. After you take care of the rocket launcher, come down immediately and meet up with V8 and Z7. Be careful outside. Andekin's men are hiding in the dark. Z7 was almost killed. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was covered in black smoke, saw that she had adjusted her emotions within a few seconds. He smiled slightly and said in a deep voice, "The car is about to turn around and pick you up." Yi Qian wiped the corners of her eyes. Her eyes regained their coldness, and she said, "Okay, right away." She didn't waste any more time. She was only half a floor away from the top floor. Once again, she returned to a position where she could see the entrance to the street in front of her. She crouched down and set up her sniper rifle. With a sharp gaze, she went from aiming to sniping in one go. The sniper bullet hit the target, and it caused a commotion in Radner's camp. "Sniper! Sniper! Find the damn sniper! Find him quickly!" The pirates in Radnor's camp did not dare to stand in the middle anymore. Seeing the rocket launchers firing, their comrade, who had lost half of his head, reminded them that if they stood still, they might be the next target. Radnor, who was in hiding, was also shocked when he heard that there was a sniper. He immediately jumped to the side and stopped showing his face. This time, Yi Qian did not continue to snipe. She had already sniped 7 targets from this position. If she stayed any longer, she would be discovered by Andhiken's men hiding in the dark. Andiken's men were much more cunning than Radnor's men. They were like rats in the gutter, impossible to guard against. The blood-red sunset spread across the sky like a raging fire, bringing a strange scene to the entire Mogadishu. When the light spread across the ground, it reflected the color of blood. The gunfire in the city could be heard at any time. The whole street was gloomy and lifeless. There was not a single person in sight. The ruins that were destroyed by the gunfire were shrouded in the blood-red sunset. Looking at it from afar, the living felt suffocated. There was no hope, no future, only despair. Someone stood in a place with his back to the sun. He looked out through the dark hole with a cold light in his eyes. Chapter 2596. A man wearing a large cotton robe turned around and said regretfully, "I can only say that I'm very sorry. I overestimated Radnor's ability. I didn't expect that he still couldn't take care of all the people sent by the Chinese side." "Are you sure now that they are really sent by the Chinese side?" In a dark corner, a man said coldly, speaking in fluent English, "But our staff checked their car, and there was nothing." "I'm not sure, because I've never seen them before. Only your staff saw them. However, your staff said that he didn't see what these people looked like at all. They were always wearing sunglasses. Although they took off their sunglasses during the meal, your staff still didn't see them clearly. Sir, if they are not suspicious, I can't think of anyone who took the 4 hostages away." The man in the large cotton robe said politely. When he turned around in the blood-red sunset, he only saw a thick beard on the man's face and a deep profile. "My auction house has also been destroyed. Sir, I have to leave first. Goodbye, sir." Andrikin bowed slightly to the man in the dark and left in a very gentlemanly manner. He held a cane in his hand and left the room with steady footsteps. The door was pulled open and then closed. The man in the dark finally stood up and walked to the window step by step. He looked in the direction of the sound of gunfire. "Tell them to check the rooms that the people from the TV station stayed in. Check every corner carefully." "Yes, sir." There were still people in the dark and silent room who spoke. They slowly retreated until the man was the only one in the room standing by the window. The setting sun gradually dimmed its last light when the man turned sideways. Half of his body was swept by the setting sun, and his brown hair could be seen clearly. On the other side of the city, the pickup truck crushed the road, and the Browning heavy machine gun swept forward. The pirates in the Bangon guard screamed and couldn't get close at all. Radnor thought that the road ahead was blocked, but they didn't know which direction the car would rush in the next second. It wasn't easy for them to block it, but before they could do anything, the bullets from the heavy machine gun on the pickup truck were incomparably cruel and directly shattered his body. The Snowfield Brigade's special forces sat on top of the pickup truck with guns on the front, back, left, and right. They were all shooting blindly, and the pirates below Radnor couldn't get close at all. The bullets hit the wall, and the bullet holes left behind added to the devastation of the city. The V8 with the heavy machine gun was in a frenzy. As long as he saw someone with a gun in front of him, he roared and fired. Wherever the bullets went was like hell on earth. Case 7 stayed in the middle. He was leaning sideways to protect the body of the martyr. No matter how intense the gunshots were, he kept himself steady and protected the body of the martyr. The wind blew sand across the ground. The G3 standing in front threw 2 grenades at the pickup truck that allowed them to break out of the encirclement. With a loud bang, the pickup truck was engulfed in flames. The Snowfield Brigade's special forces finally left with the martyr's body on their way back home. When Lin Fengli, who had blisters in his mouth, finally saw the 7 figures walking towards him, his eyes fell on the figure in the middle, who was protected by the other 6, and the figure in the background. That was the body of the martyr. After several hours of fierce battle, the 7 special forces completed the final mission. Lin Fengli's eyes were instantly filled with tears. Standing next to the helicopter, he saluted the 7 figures walking out from the darkness. Good job, the Special Forces of the Motherland. Chapter 2597. According to the original plan, they would leave by helicopter, but according to the current plan, the martyr's body was stiff, and the current weather was not suitable to take a plane directly. He needed to be cremated. Lin Feng did not think of this before. Hearing this, he said, "Okay, leave this to me. You guys rest. Now it's chaos outside. Even Spar has left Mogadishu. You guys are too big of a target now. It's not suitable for you to show up. Leave this to me. I promise to finish it tonight. You can't go alone. We'll send 4 people to go with you." Xia Jinyuan quickly untied the special knot on K7's body and carefully put the martyr's body on the ground with G3. Because of the arrival of Yi Qian, the martyr had a slight smile on his face before he died. At this moment, it was still the same. "Take off your hat," as Xia Jinyuan's heavy voice came. The Special Forces soldiers standing in the dark took off their helmets and heard him say, majestically, "Salute!" Shua. Several neat and sharp voices cut through the night wind. A total of 8 people, including Lin Feng, saluted the martyr. This was the first time they saluted the martyr's body. There was no sad music, and the night wind was full of sadness. "Back home, martyr. Soon we can go back home. It's a pity that we can't bring your body home intact. It's a pity that we can only cremate you." This was the Snowfield Brigade's regret. They wanted to bring the martyr's body back home, but there was no way. The biggest reason was that the weather did not allow it. At 11 o'clock in the evening of May 6th, a passenger plane that had just returned from a country in North Africa landed safely. The sweet voice of the flight attendant came. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please fasten your seatbelt and wait patiently for 5 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation." The passengers who had gotten up and were ready to open the luggage compartment returned to their seats and waited for the plane to disembark. Outside the plane, in addition to a luggage car and a ferry car, there were 3 jeeps with military license plates and a minibus waiting. The cabin door opened, and 7 figures came out first. Xia Jinyuan was walking in the front. He walked down the cabin stairs step by step slowly, but firmly. He held a square box in his hands. The top of the box was covered with a red flag folded into a square. The biggest 5-pointed star of the red flag was folded on top, surrounded by small golden stars. This was the national flag, a flag that represented the return of the martyrs. In the depths of the sword's shadows, blood filled the air. Under the sharp sword in the sky, he turned his body into a strong shield to protect the country. He used his blood, flesh, and bone to cast bullets. He used the last splendor of his life to complete the responsibility given to him by the military uniform. In life, he would wear the military uniform. In death, he would cover the national flag. It was the leader of a base in the Northwest that welcomed the martyr back to the country. The martyr's comrades, his squad leader, platoon leader, and company commander had all arrived. As the cabin door opened, everyone lined up neatly and saluted the figure who walked down. Respect to the comrades who have already sacrificed themselves. Respect to the soldiers who have risked their lives to bring back their comrades. The box containing the martyrs' ashes was handed to the squad leader of the martyrs' unit. Siat Jinyuan, whose eyes were red, looked at the squad leader, who had cried until his eyes were red. He wiped his tears and said softly, "I'm sorry, I didn't bring him back in one piece." He couldn't bring the martyr's body back to the country intact. He couldn't let the martyr's comrades, friends, and relatives see him again. He was sorry. He was really sorry. Chapter 2598. The squad leader saluted the soldier, who still smelled of gunpowder. Then he slowly reached out his hands and completed the transfer of the soldier's ashes. His voice was choked with emotion. "No, you guys are already amazing. We know from our country that you guys are really amazing. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for bringing back the ashes of your comrade. It didn't matter if you didn't see him for the last time." His comrade and his brother's soul had returned to their country and could rest in their hometown. This was already very good, very good. The squad leader took the urn and said in a hoarse voice with a solemn expression, "Salute!" This salute was for the soldiers who had returned from a bloodbath. Thank you for risking your life, using your own flesh and blood, and braving the rain of bullets to save your brother. Siat Jinyuan led his comrades and gave a military salute to the fallen guard's comrades in the unit where he had been. In times of peace, there were wars. In places where many people couldn't see, there was darkness and evil. In order to prevent this darkness and evil from spreading, there were always people who sacrificed their lives to stop it. However, many people didn't know about this. Loyal bones were buried everywhere. Perhaps in the place where you lived, there were loyal bones and souls buried deep underground. Their fresh blood had once dyed the soil red. At the military headquarters, Chief Engineer Fu strode in. He had already received news that the martyrs were returning home tonight. When he received the news, he sat at home and waited. When he saw the clock ticking, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Chief Engineer Fu could no longer sit still. He greeted the old man who was about to go to bed and immediately headed to the military headquarters. At 11:05 p.m., Chief Engineer Fu arrived at the military headquarters. He came in a military uniform. As the chief engineer, he was a major general. His gold star rank was enough for the guards to salute him. "I'm looking for Commander-in-Chief Xia." Chief Engineer Fu entered the building and said directly to the guards, "I wonder if your Commander-in-Chief is here." Commander-in-Chief Xia was naturally present. He and Major General Yang were waiting in the conference room for the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade to arrive. When the guards reported that Chief Engineer Fu from a certain missile base was looking for him, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was talking to the Major General in a low voice, stood up. "Where is he? Take me there." His future in-laws were here. He had to greet them personally. Ever since Xia Jinyuan had mentioned to the commander-in-chief that Yi Qian was old Master Fu's biological granddaughter, the commander-in-chief had learned more about the Fu family. When the guard said that Chief Engineer Fu was looking for him from a certain missile base, he immediately knew that his future in-laws were here. Old Master Fu more or less knew about the relationship between his son and Xiao Yi, but he did not know if Chief Engineer Fu knew about it. If he knew, he wondered what kind of attitude he would have. If he didn't know, then he would have to ask his son to perform well. The commander-in-chief took the elevator down and thought about his personal matters. When he came out, his expression was so solemn that he looked dignified without being angry. "Hello, Commander-in-Chief. Sorry to disturb you." Father Fu had already seen Commander-in-Chief Xia. After seeing him clearly, the young face that he had seen yesterday flashed through his mind. It seemed that his daughter's captain was indeed Commander-in-Chief Xia's son. Their expressions were somewhat similar, but their facial features, his daughter's captain was more handsome. Commander-in-Chief Xia shook hands with his future in-laws and said with a smile, "You're too kind. I wonder, why are you looking for me? If it's for—" He paused and said apologetically, "If it's for someone, I'm really sorry, but you can't see her for the time being." Chapter 25, 99. Father Fu was a little surprised. This Commander-in-Chief actually knew about his family's affairs. Commander-in-Chief Xia had never thought of pretending not to know anything. If he pretended not to know now, it would be detrimental to the development of the two families in the future. It was better to tell him directly when they met for the first time. After a short moment of surprise, Mr. Fu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "I wonder when I will be able to meet my daughter. I'm a little worried about her and want to know if she's injured." Commander-in-Chief Xia could answer this question immediately. "No, she's fine. There will be a short questioning here, and then you can go back." Now that his future daughter-in-law was back, not to the compound, but to the Fu family, Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed softly. Father Fu breathed a long sigh of relief when he learned that his daughter was not injured. "Then I'll wait for her. I'll wait for her outside. After the meeting, please ask Commander-in-Chief Xia to tell my daughter that I'll wait for her in the car outside." Father Fu was not at ease until he saw his daughter in person. Moreover, this was the first time he was bringing his daughter home. He did not want to go home alone. He only wanted to bring his daughter home with him, because he had not found his wife and did not know of his daughter's existence. He had never sent his daughter to school. This was his regret, a regret that he could not make up for in his lifetime. Now that his daughter was all grown up, he did not want to miss out on spending time with his daughter. He was willing to wait no matter how late it was. He would wait until his daughter came home and brought her home. Thinking that he would be able to see his daughter and bring her home, Mr. Fu could not help but feel excited. But the excitement was only temporary. He thought of the guards who had sacrificed themselves to protect him. Father Fu closed his eyes gently and sighed. When he spoke again, his voice was a little serious. "Is there anything else going on in the military tomorrow? I want to take her to visit the family of the martyr and send him off on his last journey." "I'm sorry, Fu Gong. The ashes of the martyr have been brought back to the unit he was in before he died. You should visit the martyr at the martyr's cemetery in the future." Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes were also serious when he mentioned the martyr. Father Fu clenched his fists when he found out that the martyr had rushed back to his unit. After a long time, he said, "Okay, then I'll go back to the car and wait. Sorry to disturb you, Commander-in-Chief." He could take his daughter home. And then the martyr's parents would never see their sons smile again. "Fu Gong, you don't have to blame yourself. This is the final destination of a soldier, and also their responsibility. He fulfilled his duty as a soldier and fought for his country." Commander-in-Chief Xia could see the self-blame in Father Fu's heart. He said in a deep voice, "Every soldier is prepared to sacrifice themselves. They have no complaints or regrets, including your daughter." Whether it was Yi Qian or Xia Jinyuan, the thousands of soldiers were the same. Yi Qian did not know that her father had arrived at the military headquarters. After sending off the martyr, she raised her hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Facing the capital's summer night breeze, she said softly, "If only there were no sacrifices. How good would it be if there was no sacrifice? That way, there would be no sorrow. It's a very beautiful dream, but it's only limited to the dream. Sacrifices will always exist, and our request is to reduce the number of sacrifices." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, heard her words. His low voice was tense, and he said slowly, "It's our duty to use our sorrow in exchange for the reunion of all the families." The wind blew away the sadness and the haze in her heart. Yes, if there were no soldiers sacrificing themselves, how could they exchange for the reunion of all the families? Chapter 2600. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when they arrived at the military headquarters. There were still a few windows in the military office building, and one of them was Commander-in-Chief Xia's office. Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang looked at the figures who walked in, and their eyes flashed with gratification. These were the special forces trained by the country. Every time they carried out a mission, they would never disappoint. They would always achieve the best results. Not bad. Really not bad. It wasn't hard to tell from their faces that they were really tired. They had fought 2 consecutive nights of high-intensity combat and relied on brute force to complete 2 missions. They were really proud of themselves. Commander-in-Chief Xia's gaze paused for a moment when it fell on Yi Qian. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. You guys did a good job on this overseas mission. You didn't let us down. You rescued the 4 scientists and brought them back to the country as soon as possible. Especially Yi Qian. The commander-in-chief's gaze fell on the female soldier, Yi Qian, who was not inferior to the male soldiers at all. In fact, she was even better than the male soldiers in some aspects. The appreciation in his eyes deepened. Yi Qian's performance is very admirable to Major General Yang and I. At the same time, we are also very happy for her. You were able to maintain a calm and rational attitude and handle everything calmly despite knowing that one of the hostages was her father, whom she had never met. From this, it can be seen that your psychological quality is very good. You have completely met the requirements to be selected as a Special Forces soldier of the Snowfield Brigade. Therefore, Major General Yang and I have discussed and decided to evaluate Yi Qian's outstanding performance in this mission. We will include Yi Qian as a member of the Snowfield Brigade in advance. After she graduates and is officially awarded her military rank, she will directly transfer her file to the Snowfield Brigade. The day she is officially awarded her military rank is also the day Yi Qian officially becomes a Special Forces soldier of the Snowfield Brigade. This was indeed a happy thing. The Special Forces soldiers who heard this all applauded Yi Qian. Good job, Qing Yao. Good job, Yi Qian. Good job, female soldier. After Xia Jinyuan stopped clapping, he smiled and said, in that case, Yi Qian will be the youngest Special Forces soldier to join the Snowfield Brigade. She's also the first female soldier in the Snowfield Brigade's self-established team. G3 added seriously. Female soldier, Yi Qian broke 2 records when she joined the Snowfield Brigade. She was the youngest soldier to join the Snowfield Brigade, and she joined the Snowfield Brigade as a female soldier. And when Yi Qian found out that she had already become a reserve member of the Snowfield Brigade and was just waiting for her graduation to become an official member of the Snowfield Brigade, she couldn't help but feel a little excited after going through so many ups and downs. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Thank you, Major General. Thank you, my comrades. Thank you for your trust in me. Thank you very, very much. Yi Qian's voice was choked with emotion. Hearing the applause of her comrades and seeing their eyes full of trust, Yi Qian's chest heaved up and down. After Yi Qian finished speaking, she received another round of applause from her comrades. She heard them laugh and say, "You are our most trusted comrade. You are the comrade who we can trust with our backs to win battle. Qing Yao, you don't have to thank us. Trust is the camaraderie between comrades in arms." No, it wasn't that simple. This was trust and recognition. To her, it was extremely precious. In her previous life, because she didn't have an ID card, she had received many doubtful gazes. Some people even thought that she was a liar and said very unpleasant things. At that time, Every time she saw doubtful gazes and heard those unpleasant words, she desperately wanted to be trusted. She desperately wanted to be trusted. Chapter 26:01. Unfortunately, every time she tried her best to gain the trust of others, the people sent by Sun-Ing would appear and keep spreading rumors. They told her colleagues that the reason why she kept changing jobs was that she was not a decent person, that her hands were dirty, and that she was a person full of lies. There were also colleagues who believed in her and did not believe the rumors, but in the end, they all lost their jobs because of her. Later on, she gradually wanted to be trusted, but she could not get close to her colleagues. She could only carefully keep a distance, afraid that she would implicate them one day. All the way until the day he passed away, the water she drank came from a colleague who had a good relationship with him. Now, the things that happened in her previous life would not happen again. She had used her own efforts to completely change the trajectory of her previous life. Yi Qian, whose emotions were fluctuating, looked at Xia Jinyuan. He had always helped and encouraged her to get to where she was today. Even when she made a mistake, he did not care about their feelings for each other at all. He punched and kicked her and used extremely harsh methods to make her work hard to achieve her goals. Today, after hearing the commander-in-chief's announcement, Yi Qian knew that the distance between them had shortened by more than half. He was her goal, and she had always been moving towards her goal. She even had the ambition to surpass the goal in her heart, and now she was still so ambitious. Xia Jinyuan met her gaze. While he saw the happiness in her eyes, he also saw the letter of challenge issued to him. This little girl was reasonable and wild. All these years, she had been working hard with him as her goal. Now, not bad. He was very happy to receive a letter of challenge from his girlfriend. He was not afraid that she would surpass him, but he was afraid that she would stop moving forward and stay in the same place. TSK, TSK, TSK. If that was the case, he had to work harder. He had to be her goal for the rest of her life and make her chase after him for the rest of her life. A lifetime of hard work, a lifetime of catching up, and a lifetime of living just like that. Xia Jinyuan felt that this was really good. A lifetime was neither long nor short. In this lifetime, he had her chasing after him. Occasionally, he could even reach out and hold her hand as they ran. In the end, they could climb the mountain together and watch the storm together. This was a romance that only Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian could achieve. No one else could replicate it. Indeed, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian's love was unique and could not be replicated. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw the small interaction between the two and was very happy. It showed that the two were very close. The applause stopped. Commander-in-Chief Xia continued, "The inspection team's ship that docked at Kensal Bay has left the port this morning and will soon arrive in China to complete the voyage. On behalf of the military, I salute all of you." After Commander Xia finished speaking, he saluted the 7 Special Forces soldiers. His actions revealed his respect for the 7 of them. Anyone, even if he was the commander-in-chief, had to respect a hero who had returned from a bloodbath. It had nothing to do with their bodies or status. They were all soldiers wearing the same military uniform. In the face of Commander-in-Chief's salute, the 7 soldiers, led by Xia Jinyuan, also saluted back. They had indeed returned bathed in blood, but they were soldiers. As soldiers, they had to complete a responsibility that they should bear. This was their duty. Chapter 26:02. Xia Jinyuan was the leader of the 7 people's reports. The rest of them would speak at appropriate times, perhaps when they were asked by Commander-in-Chief Xia or Major General, and they would answer seriously and seriously. Lin Feng from the National Security Agency has given us great convenience. He personally led us into the enemy's hinterland to check out the situation. He was not afraid of danger and went with us to the pirate Radner's residence to rescue the 4 scientists. It can be said that without Lin Feng's help, our work would not have progressed so quickly and smoothly. Xia Jinyuan reported truthfully. He would never take credit for other people's work. He was so open and above board that his comrades in the team did not have any objections. The commander-in-chief, who had read Lin Feng's information, nodded in agreement. Yes, Pigeon and the others came back and reported to me and Major General about Lin Feng. The National Security Agency has indeed given us great convenience this time. I will truthfully report Lin Feng's assistance to them. As for Lin Feng, since you left Masua, forget about him. He does not belong to the military. From now on, you must not mention anything about him or his people. You must completely delete all information about him from your memory. Do you understand? Understood. 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 The 7 voices answered in unison. Major General said, also, you must not delve into who he has been in contact with and what he has done for you. The National Security Agency agreed to send people to support us this time because Fu Gong is too important. If something happens to him, it is very likely that the progress of a project in our country will be affected because of Fu Gong's accident. Major General's expression was even more serious than the commander-in-chief's. It was as if he was determined to make the 7 people delete Lin Feng's memory immediately. You only need to remember that you successfully rescued Fu Gong and the other 3 scientists. You also brought the bodies of the martyrs back to China before returning to China. You only need to remember these things. Many things in the National Security Agency were carried out in secret. Some people even had a period of 10 or 20 years of hiding. If the National Security Agency did not send people abroad, they would not send troops if it did not affect the overall situation. Xia Jinyuan and the other 7 people knew this in their hearts, so they did not mention Lin Feng again in the following conversation. When it came to the hotel, Xia Jinyuan's voice became much colder. We've seen the hotel manager appear on many occasions, which is enough for us to suspect that there's something wrong with the hotel. In addition, they were certain that all the artillery fire would never fall on their hotel. I have to wonder if they have some powerful background, from the waiters in the restaurant to the security guards in the hotel. Everyone has a pair of hands that are used to holding guns. I suggest that the military secretly investigate and see if they have anything to do with the kidnapping of our 4 scientists. Also, as for how the pirates found out about Chief Engineer Fu's identity, the military should hurry up and investigate. It's fine if nothing happens to him, but if something really happens, it won't matter no matter how many soldiers we send. Since it was related to Chief Engineer Fu, and because of his special status, the military's investigation was progressing very quickly. However, it was not convenient for Chief Commander Xia to say much about the investigation. He only said in a low voice, "There will be an answer soon." Chapter 26:03. That was the only thing she could say. Xia Jinyuan glanced at Yi Qian after receiving an answer. Seeing her clenched fist slowly unclenched, Lieutenant Colonel Xia pursed his thin lips slightly. He had asked this question on her behalf. You all suspect that there's something fishy going on behind the hotel, right? After listening to the reports of the 7 Special Forces soldiers, Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the 7 of them solemnly. Seeing that they nodded slightly, he pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's leave this matter to the military. We'll investigate in secret. He continued, you handled it well and didn't make any decisions on your own. If there's really something fishy going on behind the scenes, your investigation might have alerted the enemy. We'll investigate this matter, so you don't have to think too much about it. It's late now, and the 7 of you have worked hard. Go back and rest early. Some things couldn't be solved all at once. Once something or someone was involved, it wouldn't be a simple matter. The twists and turns inside were intertwined like tree roots. The roots had to be separated before the towering tree could be uprooted, so that it wouldn't have the chance to grow branches and leaves. It was already 4 a.m, and there was a faint light in the sky in the capital. Xia Jinyuan didn't manage to leave. He could only watch helplessly as his girlfriend heard his old man say, "Xiao Yi, your father will come to the military to look for you at 11 in the evening. Because it's not convenient to arrange for you to meet him immediately, he told me that he'll be waiting for you outside the military. There's a car with the license plate, Beijing, 6 outside the military. Go look for it. That's your father's car." His girlfriend's father was here to pick her up. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't bring his girlfriend back to the courtyard. Okay, he's already far away. Xiao Yi won't look back, no matter how much you look at him. There was no one else in the office, so Commander-in-Chief Xia spoke much more casually. He began to tease his son again. "Your future father-in-law is back. You, hurry up and think about how to please your future father-in-law." Fu Gong suddenly received a blessing from the heavens. A living and beautiful daughter appeared in front of him, and it's even his biological daughter. "Ha! Sixth brother. Oh, sixth brother, why do I feel that your life will be a little difficult in the future? I also feel that you won't marry my future daughter-in-law into the family Xia so soon. What if Mr. Fu is not satisfied with you? What about you?" He even immediately introduced the young elites in their base to little Yi. "Old Six. Oh, old Six, you're really pitiful. You might not be able to keep the wife you've guarded for so many years." After saying that, Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression changed. "Bastard, if you dare to chase after such a good wife like Xiao Yi, be prepared to be single for the rest of your life. I only recognize Xiao Yi as my daughter-in-law. Other than her, I don't recognize anyone else." She didn't know if he had thought of a way to please Fu Gong. This brat was sometimes too confident and had an arrogant attitude of there's nothing that he can't handle. She had to provoke him properly. If he couldn't even protect his wife when the time came, then it would really be the family's misfortune. In the past, Xia Jinyuan would definitely talk back, but this time he was unusually silent. He sat in the guest's chair and didn't say anything for a long time. Commander-in-Chief Xia's heart skipped a beat when he didn't say anything. Could it be that his son left a bad impression on Mr. Fu when he was abroad? Chapter 2604. Since it was related to Yi Qian, and his son was silent, Commander-in-Chief Xia was not in the mood to provoke him anymore. He walked around his desk and sat in the guest chair opposite Xia Jinyuan with a serious expression. He lowered his voice and asked, "Did you really run into trouble? You didn't perform well in front of your future father-in-law and instead left a bad impression? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Take a deep breath and tell me how you offended your future father-in-law. I'll give you some advice. If it doesn't work out, I'll visit the Fu family tomorrow afternoon and put in a good word for you." It was related to Xia Jinyuan's lifelong happiness. Commander-in-Chief Xia was really concerned about it. Yi Qian was definitely the best choice for Xia Jinyuan's wife in every aspect. Her status and talents were top-notch. She deserved a big thumbs up for dealing with matters. Let's not talk about anything else. Take the recent military exercise, for example. As the commander, she could totally take the credit for it. Just the bold command of the third-year students to build a pseudo-base station within 1.5 hours had already broken the normal military exercise pattern of the various military academies. Now, several military academies were imitating Yi Qian's military exercise pattern of building a fake base station to allow their own students to participate in the exercise. And her line of "the existence of exercises is for the sake of discovery and victory." This line became a phrase that was passed around in the various military academies. The University of Science and Technology of China even decided to write this line of hers into the handbook as a reminder to all future military academy students. She did not compete for credit, knew how to share, and had the battle awareness to be at the forefront. Such a daughter-in-law was definitely hard to find. He had also watched Yi Qian get to where she was today, so he was very clear about her character. Her character was rare, and her personality was open and upright. She was not pretentious at all. A girl like this would be a dazzling star wherever she went and would attract the attention of countless people. His son had good foresight and quick hands. He had made his move a few years ago. He really did not want any changes. Old Six, stop playing tricks in front of me. Just say what you want to say. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that his son had yet to speak, so his face turned cold. Say it. If there's a problem, we can discuss it and solve it together. Xia Jinyuan frowned slightly and finally looked up at the worried commander-in-chief. He sighed and said, "Old man, your son is sad now. Can you comfort him a little? Did you really do something bad?" Not only was he not comforted, but it also made Commander-in-Chief Xia's heart sink. "Tell me what you've done. Tell me clearly. Why did he keep thinking that he did something bad?" Xia Jinyuan raised his head and rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Am I so useless in your eyes?" Knowing that he would meet his future father-in-law, he still dared to leave a bad impression? Am I that stupid? That means he did not do anything shameful. Commander-in-Chief, who knew that he had misunderstood, heaved a sigh of relief. Then he glanced coldly at Xia Jinyuan and said calmly, "You're not stupid, but from my perspective as a father, you're not qualified as a son-in-law. You have many good points, but also many bad points. Some of them are harmless, but some of them are decisive in whether you can marry Yi Qian or not." "Yes, I think so too," Xia Jinyuan readily admitted. Commander-in-Chief Xia heaved a sigh of relief again. Good, at least he knew his place. With self-awareness, he knew what to do and how to change. Chapter 26:05. Commander-in-Chief Xia heaved a sigh of relief and shifted into a more comfortable sitting position. Then he said, "Self-awareness is the most important thing. It's good that you know that. Don't change it to curry favor with Mr. Fu, and don't change it to marry Xiao Yi as soon as possible. Instead, change it so that Xiao Yi won't be caught between you and her father. You understand?" He rarely lectured Xia Jinyuan, who had always had his own opinions. Other than being mischievous since he was young, he didn't need to worry about anything. Over time, he felt that there was nothing his son couldn't solve. But now he couldn't do it. He had to fix some of his minor problems. "I believe that Mr. Fu has already seen your good points. You were the leader of the rescue team, so he probably only saw your good points and didn't notice your small flaws. You really need to change them. For example, the bastard smell that you exude from time to time. Even I can't get used to it. How do you think your future father-in-law will get used to it?" The preaching commander-in-chief directly pointed out the flaw he was most dissatisfied with. It was this stupid flaw that made him angry countless times. This time, Xia Jinyuan listened attentively. He completely agreed with Mr. Fu's words. "Change it so that Xiao Yi won't be caught between you and her father." He also had the same opinion. When he was chasing after the little fox, he was well aware that it was the arrogance of a demon king that he had cultivated in his youth that caused the little fox to keep him at arm's length. She was afraid that she would have anything to do with him. Later on, she only agreed to him because she understood him. He and Little Fox often went out on missions and would meet occasionally. The two of them had a good understanding of each other. However, his future father-in-law was different. First of all, he was a father. As a father, he would definitely want to find a reliable man for his only daughter who could rely on him for the rest of her life. Those sloppy men who didn't seem to have any sense of responsibility would definitely not be considered as a son-in-law. He dared to pat his chest and swear to God that he would take care of Little Fox for the rest of her life. Little Fox also absolutely believed that he could take care of her for the rest of her life. However, Mr. Fu might not believe him because he didn't know him. Therefore, how to change his own flaws was one thing, but how to build a bridge of trust between him and his future father-in-law was more important. Old man, do you think I won't take responsibility for Yi Qian? Let's put it this way. Do you think I'm a responsible man? After saying the first sentence, Xia Jinyuan saw Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darken, so he immediately changed his words. Only then did Commander-in-Chief Xia's face brighten up. I believe you. That's why I asked you to work hard to marry Xiao Yi. Of course, he knew his son well. He was definitely a responsible man. Xia Jinyuan smiled and stood up elegantly. The problem is solved. As for me, I will definitely let my future father-in-law know that I am a man worthy of Yi Qian's lifelong commitment. I will make him believe that I am a man who can give his daughter a lifetime of happiness. Therefore, correcting my shortcomings is secondary. The most important thing is how to make my future father-in-law believe in me. Well, old man, the conversation between the father and son is over. Let's go. Your son will be your chauffeur tonight and drive you home. Commander-in-Chief Xia finally nodded. After so much nonsense, this was the only sentence that was pleasing to the ears. Chapter 26:06. Also, this kid must have been teasing him just now to make him worry. Thinking of this, Commander-in-Chief Xia picked up the military cap that he had taken off and placed on the desk. He quickly caught up with his son and slapped the back of his head. He pretended to be angry and said, "Bastard, you were trying to scare me again, weren't you?" "Huh, I was just sitting there thinking. You're the one who's scaring yourself." Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. Then he put an arm around the commander-in-chief's shoulder and said, "This way, old man." After they walked out of the door, Xia Jinyuan let go of his hand. They had to be careful of their image in the military. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the car, did not care about her image. She looked at her father, who insisted on driving her, and told her to fasten her seatbelt. She was not sleepy at all, and her eyes were filled with warmth. This was her father. No matter where she went in his eyes, she was still a child who had not grown up, a child who even forgot to fasten her seatbelt. Go home and have a good sleep. Don't think about anything. Sleep well and recover your energy. Father Fu, who also did not sleep the entire night, was so happy that he did not feel sleepy at all. It was the first time he brought his daughter home. When you get home later, eat breakfast and go to sleep. It's good for your energy. I won't call you for lunch. I'll just heat up the food for you. You can eat when you wake up. It's okay even if you sleep until night. The most important thing is to recover your energy. Father Fu saw Yi Qian walk out just now. He could tell at first glance that his daughter was extremely tired, and there were dark circles under her eyes. He did not let her talk to her comrades and immediately drove her home. Sleep. She had to sleep well when she got home. How many days of leave do you have after completing the mission? Is there a 3-day break? Father Fu kept talking and did not have any intention of stopping. He only found out that he had such a big daughter after 21 years. He had too many questions to ask. Now that he was with Yi Qian, he just wanted to get to know his daughter better. Yi Qian listened patiently. When she heard this, she smiled and said, "Dad, I don't have any leave. I have to go back to school tomorrow night at the latest. I have to catch up with classes the day after tomorrow." Go back to school? Catch up with classes the day after tomorrow? Father Fu, who was shocked, stepped on the brakes. Yi Qian was caught off guard. Yi Qian fell forward, but was pulled back by the seatbelt. Realizing that he had startled Yi Jian, Mr. Fu's expression changed, and he said anxiously, "Did you hit anything? Or not?" No, don't worry, Yi Qian's daughter. I'm... and... Father Fu lifted the brake and drove the car forward again. Hearing his daughter's explanation, Father Fu felt bitter. "I'm a failure as a father. I don't know anything about my daughter's past. I'm a failure. I'm a failure." He spoke in a voice full of bitterness and sorrow. Yi Qian smiled and said, "When I found out about my past, I hated you deeply. I hated you for abandoning my mother and me, but I don't hate you anymore, because I know that if you knew about my existence, you would be the best father in the world. Dad, we still have a long time to understand each other. You need to understand me, and I need to understand you." Chapter 26:07. Yi Qian's words struck a chord in Father Fu's heart. Seeing Yi Qian yawn softly and looking very tired, Father Fu's heart ached for her. He told her to close her eyes for a while and talk to her when they got home. It took nearly an hour to get home from the military headquarters, and that was under the condition that there were no traffic jams. Yi Qian arrived home just in time for Old Master Ye's morning exercise. Old Master Yi didn't know that Yi Qian had gone on a mission, nor did he know that Father Fu had gone through a life and death situation a few days ago. When he saw the father and daughter appear together, Old Master Yi, who was practicing Tai Chi, was stunned for a while. Yi Qian saw the white-haired Old Master Yi, who was wearing a white linen shirt and trousers, standing in the courtyard and gesticulating left and right. He looked much better than the last time they had parted. Even his complexion was much rosier. Yi Qian felt very happy. She said to Father Fu, "When I first met Grandpa, I was scared by Big Brother. Now that I'm back to see Grandpa, he's in good spirits and his complexion is rosy. Therefore, he would definitely be healthy and live a long life. Your Grandpa knows that you're back. He's worried about you and has something to look forward to. His heart is relaxed and his depression has dissipated. Naturally, he's in good spirits. Now that Old Master Yi is in good spirits, I'm relieved." Father Fu saw that Old Master Yi could still stand on one leg and slowly twirl on the tip of his foot. The smile on his elegant face became even brighter. Father didn't have much time to accompany Old Master Yi. The house was so cold and cheerless that there wasn't much life. "Now that you're back, this house is really a home. When your mother comes back, our family will be truly reunited." Hearing Father Fu mention the martyr son Xueqing, Yi Qian's expression became slightly gloomy. How should she tell Father? Seeing how much Father Fu looked forward to meeting Mother, how should she tell Father that Mother had left them for more than 10 years? How should she lessen the sadness in Father Fu's heart? Yi Qian felt unbearably sad. The old man, who was spinning on his toes, was facing the entrance of the courtyard. He saw two figures standing outside the black gate. One was his son, who couldn't go home all year round, and the other was his granddaughter, who he had just recognized and didn't have time to get to know her better before she went back to school. He was rather surprised. He hadn't even mentioned that his granddaughter had been found. How did the father and daughter meet? When Yi Qian saw the old man standing on one leg, he was afraid that the old man would lose his balance. So he quickly walked over and said, "Good morning, Grandpa." Good. Grandpa is fine." The old man could tell that his granddaughter was worried about him. He slowly put down his foot and was so happy that the wrinkles on his face deepened. "Don't worry. Grandpa has always been practicing Tai Chi. It's just that I fell sick in the second half of last year and couldn't practice. Come and take a look at Grandpa. Grandpa is still recovering. Sorry for making you worry. The old man with a kind gaze gently patted Yi Jian's hand, which was holding his arm, and said to Father Fu, "Yuxing, you and your father, have you met each other? Isn't this the first time?" It didn't look like it was the first time they had met. Father Fu held the old man's left hand and helped Yi Qian back to the room. He smiled and said, "I already met Jane Eyre. I didn't have time to tell you when I saw that you were busy. She just finished her training a few days ago. I got the news last night, so I went to pick her up. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry." As he spoke, he gave his daughter a look. Chapter 26:08. Yi Qian already understood what Father Fu meant. She quickly smiled and said, "Grandpa, I've been here for a few days. After Dad received the letter I sent, he came to look for me the day before yesterday. You've been busy recently, so Dad hasn't told you yet." The old man had gone to the Aerospace Center to attend an important academic conference a few days ago. He only came back last night. When he came back, he had a discussion with the students from the Aerospace Center. He didn't even have time to talk about finding his granddaughter. Naturally, he was surprised to see him. As he listened to his granddaughter's explanation, he smiled and said, "Everyone in our family is busy. We don't have much free time. But people have to be busy. They're all busy with the work at hand. You're all in uniform. The country nurtured you, and the people trust you. If you don't get busy, you'll be letting the country and the people down." The old man had dedicated his life to the country and the people. His selfless spirit had influenced countless students in the Aerospace Center. Even though his former students had become the best in the field of aviation, they still remembered the old man's nurturing. The topic changed without leaving a trace. When he entered, Father Fu even winked at Yi Qian. Yi Qian was stunned for a second, then immediately winked back at him. She seemed to have discovered a little secret. Her seemingly serious and rigid father actually had a mischievous side in private. No wonder her mother's diary had a line, "He was too noisy. I couldn't take it anymore, so I kicked him. He suffered the pain and learned his lesson, so he became obedient." At that time, she thought that her mother was being made difficult by the people in the army. Now that she thought about it carefully, it wasn't that they were making things difficult for her mother. It was sweet. Father Fu's eyes were full of smiles. It was as if there was a little secret between father and daughter. He once again closed the distance between them. The old man did not notice the small movements of the father and daughter. He continued, "Now that you are both young, it is the time when you are the most energetic. Do something, and do something practical. Don't just talk all day long. When it comes to doing something practical, you won't know anything. Your 2 generations have been blessed. You have to cherish this good fortune. Don't erase it all. If you offend them, you'll have to suffer." Father Fu, who often listened to the old man's teachings, smiled and said, "Don't worry, your granddaughter and I remember. Otherwise, your granddaughter would have started training in the army as a first-year military school student. We all remember that. It's good that you remember. It's good that you remember. Always remember, and don't forget." The old man had suffered so much, but he still had a pure heart. No matter how difficult the days were, he was still thinking about how to use his own strength to shoulder a responsibility and add his own strength to the construction of his country. After returning to the house, Yi Qian went to the kitchen and poured 2 cups of warm water. He gave one to the old master and the other to his Father Fu. When he was about to return to the kitchen to scoop porridge for the old man, Father Fu said with concern, "Don't be busy. Hurry up and go back to your room to wash up and change into comfortable home clothes. Your room is on the east side upstairs. It's the one at the end. It's facing the sun, and there's a main guard. It's perfect for you to sleep there. The old man lived in a 2-story bungalow. He had used his life savings to buy it. The country had given it to him as a gift, but the old man had insisted on not accepting it. He had even said that he was ashamed to accept it. Even though he had bought it, it still didn't belong to him. After he passed away, he would directly donate it back to the country, so that future heroes who had contributed to the construction of the country could move in. The layout of the house was very good, other than the 2 guest rooms that didn't have separate bathrooms. The rest of the rooms had bathrooms. Chapter 2609. Last time, Yi Qian had stayed in the guest room, so the housekeeper hadn't specially tidied it up. When Father Fu came back, he started tidying up the room upstairs. The room that he had tidied up for Yi Qian was originally the old master's room, but because the old master didn't want to climb up and down, he lived downstairs. The room with good sunlight had been turned into a study. Now it had become Yi Qian's bedroom. The old master knew that it was the best room. When he heard that, he repeatedly praised Father Fu for his meticulousness, and he was very relieved. Seeing Father Fu being praised like a child by the old master, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. Father Fu, who was used to being praised by the old man as a child, pursed her lips and smiled. At that moment, she really resembled his wife when she was young. She was as gentle as an orchid and so aloof from worldly affairs that she made people have a good impression of her. At that time, he couldn't forget his wife's gentle smile. He had pursued her for a year before he finally got her. Yi Qian was indeed tired, but she didn't go upstairs immediately. She accompanied the old master for breakfast and told Father Fu about what had happened at school. She didn't go back to her room until 7 o'clock. Having a daughter at home was indeed different. She could feel the warmth of a family everywhere. After watching his granddaughter go upstairs with kind eyes, the old master chuckled and said, "We're reunited. This time we're really reunited. Yes, when we bring Hongmei back, our family will truly be reunited." Father Fu also smiled. Thinking of his wife, his smile deepened to the point that the fine lines at the corners of his eyes deepened. "Father, I'll accompany Jane Eyre back to school tonight. Then I'll bring Hongmei back to Beijing." At the mention of his daughter-in-law, the old master, who was sitting with both hands on his walking stick, looked a little serious. His wise eyes, full of hardships, looked upstairs, and his old voice lowered. "About your daughter-in-law, you should ask Jane Eyre properly. Last time, I felt that this child wanted to avoid talking about her daughter-in-law. I was worried that she had something that she couldn't say. You also know how hard it is for an unmarried woman to get pregnant during those years. If Hongmei has really remarried, then you can forget about it. Ask her first. I know you're happy, but you can't be rash. You understand?" The old man had another premonition, but it was not convenient for him to say it out loud. "Don't worry, I know what to do. I won't make things difficult for Hongmei or Jane Eyre. I have mistreated them for more than 20 years. I have let them down for more than 20 years. If I were to make things difficult for them again, then I would be worse than a pig or a dog." Father Fu replied with a sigh. The bitterness in his heart had already overflowed his body. Seeing this, the old man sighed and shook his head. Yu Sheng probably didn't even think about the worst. He was waiting for his granddaughter to speak first. "You've always been reliable, so I'm not worried. But the moon has its waning and waning, and people have their joys and sorrows. We've already asked for it. We can't be greedy anymore. Even if something bad happens, you have to accept it calmly. You understand?" This was already a subtle reminder to Father Fu that it was time for him to think about the worst. The old man had experienced so many things and had experienced so many joys and sorrows in the world. Yi Qian's avoidance made him realize that things weren't that simple. He also vaguely guessed that it wasn't something that would make people happy. The living room was a little quiet. They could hear the birds chirping outside the French windows. After a long time, Father Fu said softly, "Okay, don't worry. I know what to do." Chapter 26:10. The old man looked at his only surviving son for a while and nodded. "Good. It's good that you know. You should rest too. Jane Eyre is filial. If she sees that you haven't rested well, I'm afraid she won't let you see her off." The old man slowly got up. Father Fu rushed over and immediately helped the old man up. He heard the old man say, "I'm going to take a walk with an old friend. Don't worry about me. Don't be too stubborn. You're just too stubborn. You go rest. I don't need you to accompany me." The old man sighed softly. Yuxing was good at everything, but he was too stubborn when he set his mind on something. Father Fu, who also didn't sleep well last night, walked the old man to the door before returning to his room to rest. Yi Qian had already finished washing up. She walked to the balcony with a towel and opened the curtains to see the old man walking out of the courtyard. He smiled and greeted the two white-haired old men. His voice was loud and full of energy. The two old men laughed and said, "Old Fu, you're in high spirits now. Quickly tell us about your good news, and let us two old people join in the joy." "Ha ha ha, I see that you two are in good spirits. That's right. Your grandson is already a diplomat at such a young age. He's taking over your post. The Qin family has several generations, and there must be an outstanding diplomat in each generation. Old Qin, you're lucky. The Qin family has several generations. Grandson is so young. A diplomat?" Yi Qian immediately thought of a face that was usually gentle and elegant, but when faced with difficulties from other countries, it was like a sharp sword, unsheathed. Qin Xiu. Could it be that the elegant old man was Qin Xiu's grandfather and grandmother? Just as she was thinking, she heard a very familiar voice from behind the green leaves. "Grandpa, Grandma, why did you two go so far?" Qin Xiu trotted over and saw old Master Fu, who also left in the morning. He was already very polite and respectfully greeted him. "Good morning, Grandpa Fu. Little Qin, when did you come to Dangui Garden?" "Ha ha ha, did you come to Dangui Garden to avoid the blind date again?" Old Master Fu smiled as he looked at the handsome young man in front of him. This descendant of the Qin family was not bad. He was a dragon among men and had a promising future. Qin Xiu was not embarrassed by the old man's teasing. He smiled and replied, "You're right. I was indeed scared by my mother and had nowhere to run. I could only escape to Dangui Garden and ask my grandparents to come forward. We're going to get married anyway. What's there to run away from? It's good to watch more. Your parents will help you keep an eye on things, so they won't harm you." Grandma Qin looked at her tall and handsome grandson. Her helpless tone was filled with affection. She said to the old man, "I don't know what young people are like these days. They always talk about marriage as a grave. It makes me nervous." The voices of the three old men and Qin Xiu were getting farther and farther away. Yi Qian could no longer hear what they were saying. Through the knotted branches, he could only vaguely see a few figures passing by. Qin Xiu. It was really Qin Xiu. Yi Qian did not go down to greet them. Her return to the Fu family had not been made public yet, and her grandfather did not want to tell anyone either. It was obvious that he had received instructions from her eldest brother. She recognized Qin Xiu's voice. Before their relationship was made public, it was better not to show up. Chapter 26:11. After standing on the balcony for a while and drying his hair, Yi Qian returned to his room to blow-dry his hair. In less than 2 minutes, he fell into a deep sleep on his bed. The sun had been shining brightly in the capital for the past few days. Yesterday, Father Fu had specially placed a brand new quilt under the sun. The quilt covers were also freshly washed and dried. Lying in bed with the air conditioner, Yi Qian felt very comfortable. Every pore on his body exuded a sense of laziness, and he quickly fell asleep. When Father Fu returned to his room, he didn't feel sleepy. He opened the drawer on the side of his desk and took out a yellowed photo from a diary. This was the only photo he and his wife had taken together, and it was the photo they were going to paste on their marriage certificate. In the photo, his wife's appearance was still the same. Her bright eyes were squinted like autumn water, and when she glanced back, she was full of vitality and was extremely enchanting. Father Fu looked at his wife in the photo with a deep gaze. Even if he had seen it thousands of times, he would never get tired of it. Every time he saw it, his yearning would only deepen. After looking at it for an unknown amount of time, Father Fu gently closed his eyes. His face was filled with deep sorrow. When he opened his eyes again, he put the photo back into the drawer along with the diary. His daughter didn't mention much about herself or his wife. Tonight, he should ask her properly. No matter what the result was, he had to ask. His father said that he was too persistent and that it wasn't a good thing. Over the past 20 years, his persistence towards his wife had become a habit. Out of habit, he would inquire about his wife's whereabouts. He even ran out to look for his wife's former comrades. Unfortunately, his wife's former comrades all used fake names, which were what they now called code names. Later, he thought that Hongmei was probably his wife's code name. Even now, he still didn't know her real name. In the vast sea of people, even a real name was difficult to find, let alone a fake name. Fortunately, everything had its own destiny. Unexpectedly, his nephew, Jinyan, met Jane Eyre, which led to today's reunion. His father's reminder forced him to face a reality that was crueler than the one before. One was Hong Mei had remarried, and the other was Hong Mei had passed away. The latter was crueler than the former, so much so that he only dared to think about the former and not the latter. However, the more he thought about it, In particular, his daughter avoided talking about his wife, which made him feel even more uneasy. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of some things, but that he had subconsciously refused to think about them. Hongmei, you have to be fine. You have to be fine. I've mistreated you and your mother for more than 20 years. You can scold me, hit me, or even kick me when you're angry. I'm waiting for you to settle the score. Father Fu looked at the diary in the open drawer and murmured softly before slowly closing the drawer. Outside, old Master Fu was chatting with the two elders of the Qin family, as well as Master Tang and Professor Su, whom Yi Qian had seen in the car when he first came to Dan Gui Dan. Although old Master Fu didn't have any children or grandchildren to accompany him, his daily life was still very fulfilling. There were often people from the Academy of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and sometimes people from the research center. Occasionally, he had to attend a few important meetings. If he was at home, he would invite a few friends to play chess. They were all knowledgeable seniors, so he wasn't lonely. Although he wasn't lonely, it was a little lonely without his children and grandchildren by his side. Chapter 26:12. Now it was different. His granddaughter was back, and the old man was full of joy when he talked to others. He even had the spirit of a withered tree coming back to life. Facing Professor Su's teasing, the old man smiled and said, "It is indeed a happy occasion, but I can't say it yet. However, you will know sooner or later. But we want to know now. Why don't I guess what the happy occasion is? Old Madame Chin looked kindly at her grandson, who was chatting with them. She seemed to have guessed something and said slowly, "Is your grandson's happy occasion coming soon? Is he going to marry a good granddaughter-in-law for you?" "Ha ha ha, no, no." The old man laughed loudly and shook his head. "It's not about my grandson. In short, it's a happy occasion that makes me 100 times more energetic." The old man didn't say anything, causing countless old friends to ask him what the happy occasion was. The people living in Dangue Garden were all heroes who had made great contributions to the country and pushed the country's national strength forward. They more or less knew a little about old Master Fu. They sighed for old Master Fu's bumpy life and admired old Master Fu's strength. Seeing that he was more energetic day by day, it was obvious that there was a happy occasion at home. However, no matter how they asked, they only received a mysterious smile from the old man. They knew that this happy occasion couldn't be told for the time being, so they didn't ask again. By the time the old master returned, the housekeeper saw the old master was walking leisurely with his hands behind his back. His mouth was even humming the opera. Lin Mimi fell from the heavens, like a light cloud just emerging from the hills. Needless to say, he was very happy. The butler was also very happy. It had been a long time since the Fu family had such a joyous occasion. No, that was not right. Ever since he came here to take care of old Master Fu, he had never seen any private joyous occasion in the Fu family. The only joyous occasion that he had seen were national joyous occasions. Now that the Fu family was bright and the old man's granddaughter was back, he was very happy. However, the old man's grandson reminded him that this matter couldn't be revealed yet. It would take a while before it could be revealed. He also asked him to be tight-lipped and not mention it to anyone. The butler ran up the stairs with small steps to help the old man. He smiled and said, "You are in a good mood today. I have to prepare a few more dishes for you at noon so that you can eat more." For the past few days, the old man had been attending a meeting in the aviation academy and didn't return home at night. He probably didn't sleep well or eat well. Now that he had finally nurtured his body back to health, he couldn't let anything happen to him. "Stew it in a big pot. We'll have this for lunch." The old man, who was in a good mood, felt that he would indeed eat a little more for lunch today. When he was in good spirits, his appetite would naturally be better. "Heat it up for my granddaughter. When she wakes up, she will eat it while it's hot." The butler smiled and nodded. "That's good. I'm the best. In the past, when I was in the army, I often used a big pot of stew, and those soldiers in the Northeast couldn't stop eating." The butler was a retired cook from the old army. He was married and later divorced, leaving behind a son. Now that her son had a family and a career, the daughter-in-law he married was a strong-willed woman who didn't want to live with her father-in-law. When the housekeeper heard this, she directly said, "You two can live your own lives. I'll live mine. I'll also leave the house to you. If there's nothing, don't contact me. I don't owe you anything." Later, she moved to Dangue Garden and had been taking care of the old man until now. The old man used to eat the butler's meals for 4 years in the army. Later, when he retired, the country wanted to arrange for the butler to take care of him. He didn't think much and said, "Then let Fu Daju come back. I've eaten his meals for 4 years. It's not bad." Chapter 26:13. Fu Daju was the current butler. He had been taking good care of old Master Fu and had never neglected his duties. He knew old Master Fu very well. When he saw that old Master Fu was happy, he was happy for the Fu family. In the future, the Fu family in Dangue Garden would not only have 2 Mr. Fu, but also a young lady. At noon, Father Fu, who had not been home for a long time, was surprised that old Master Fu ate an extra bowl of rice. he said to the butler, "Daju, my father's appetite has increased recently. Not bad." Ever since old Master Fu acknowledged his granddaughter, his energy and appetite have increased day by day. Now, his appetite is back to when he was 70 years old. The butler replied with a smile. Although he was the butler, he did not feel restrained at all in the Fu family. He was as close as family. Father Fu was 48 years old today, 1 year younger than the butler. "That's good, that's good. Thank you for taking care of my father when I was not home. In the future, when my daughter comes back, she will help you a little." Father Fu could always mention Yi Qian in a few sentences. It was obvious that Father Fu was thinking about Yi Qian. Yi Qian slept soundly this time. Although she had only been home twice, she did not feel unfamiliar with the feeling of home. It was as if she had been born and raised here since she was young. She slept from morning until 5 in the afternoon. If not for Xia Jinyuan's call, she probably would have slept until the sky turned dark. Still sleeping? Xia Jinyuan, who had woken up early, was walking along the field in a fitness shirt and shorts. There were soldiers on the field doing obstacle training in the afternoon. The sun shone on their shoulders and peeled off the skin. It was normal for soldiers in the army to peel off their skin from the sun. In the past few years, at least 2 layers of skin on their shoulders and backs would peel off in the summer. Yi Qian was still lying in bed and did not get up immediately. When she heard Xia Jinyuan's voice, her eyebrows naturally softened and she smiled. "No, your call woke me up. Then you should thank me. You still have class tomorrow and I'm flying back to school tonight. It's time to get up." Xia Jinyuan smiled. His handsome face was covered with a layer of sunlight, like a god bathing in the light. "Did you apply medicine on your instep?" Instep? It was only after he reminded Yi Qian that he remembered the scrape on the back of his foot. After rescuing the 4 scientists, she sat in the back seat to stabilize herself. She had no choice but to hook the back of her foot onto the front seat. She used too much force and scraped the back of her left foot. She lifted her leg out of the blanket, exposing her slender and white leg. A thin layer of dark brown scab had formed on the broken skin. It was not a big problem. Apply some purple iodine solution later. Other than that, there shouldn't be any problems. As Yi Qian spoke, he stood up. Xia Jinyuan heard rustling sounds as if he was putting on his clothes. His eyes dimmed as he walked to the side of the track and asked in a low voice, "Did you miss me?" Yi Qian turned on the hands-free mode and was putting on his pants. When she heard him, her face instantly turned red. She looked up in the direction of the bedroom door as if she had a guilty conscience. At the same time, she did not even put on her pants. She threw herself onto the bed, grabbed the phone, and turned off the hands-free mode. When she threw herself onto the wooden bed, it made a creaking sound. When Xia Jinyuan heard that sound, his handsome eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Then he laughed deeply. "Are you shy? Or did you come to look for me because you thought I would break out of the door? I prefer the latter. You don't have to look for me. I can drive over to see you immediately." Chapter 26:14. He did want to drive over to pick her up and send her to the airport, but it was just a thought. With his future father-in-law accompanying her, it was better not to steal what his future father-in-law wanted to do the most right now. Otherwise, his future father-in-law would despise him. Yi Qian knew that she was too nervous after she turned off the no-withdraw button. She overreacted just because of one sentence from Captain Xia. Tui. She looked down on herself. She tried to hide it by forcing a smile. "You're thinking too much. Based on the current situation, Captain Xia, oh, Captain Xia, even if I said that I missed you, you might not really dare to pick me up. This morning, in order to pick me up, My dad specially waited outside the military headquarters for a few hours. If you come over, you'll be stealing from your future father-in-law. Look at this smart little fox of his. She knew exactly what he meant. Sai, you're right this time. No matter how bold I am, I wouldn't dare to steal from my future father-in-law. I'm afraid he would despise me. Yi Qian laughed. It was rare to see anything that Captain Xia didn't dare to do. Her laughter obviously meant that she was waiting for a good show, which made Xia Jinyuan even more worried. Little fox, you have to be kind occasionally and take care of your boyfriend, who can't see the light of day for the time being. Sometimes you have to comfort him. Otherwise, he'll really worry until his hair turns white. In the distance, Commander-in-Chief Xia was leading the guards to look for his devil incarnate. You go here and look for him. You go there and look for me. I'll go to the front to look for him. Whoever finds him first can wait for me at the bottom of the flag-raising platform. Xia Jinyuan's attention was completely focused on his conversation with Yi Qian, so he didn't notice the commander-in-chief walking around the field looking for him. When he heard Yi Qian spit at him because of his words, Lieutenant Colonel Xia immediately imagined his lover's expression and actions at this moment. It must be very pleasing to the eye. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. My flight is at 9:11. My dad will accompany me to school. Yi Qian, who was talking cheerfully, suddenly stopped. Xia Jinyuan frowned and asked her softly, "What's wrong, little fox?" Yi Qian was silent for a while before he said, "Captain Xia, why did I mention my mom to my dad? My dad's feelings for my mom are still very deep even after so many years. He's looking forward to meeting my mom. He wants us to reunite as a family of 3. He even said that he wants to bring my mom home. Captain Xia, I don't even dare to tell Dad the truth. I'm afraid that he won't be able to accept it. After great joy comes great sorrow. I'm really worried. Until now, I've been avoiding it, not daring to say anything." Last time, when Grandpa asked about it, she had deliberately avoided it. This was indeed a problem. He could also see that his future father-in-law's feelings for his deceased mother-in-law were very, very deep. They were still as strong as wine and had not changed in the past 20 years. His future father-in-law was a sentimental person. It was precisely because of this that he was worried that he would not be able to accept it. Old Master should have guessed a little. If Old Master knew that father-in-law would accompany you back to the southern province, with Old Master's wisdom and understanding of father-in-law, I think Old Master would give father-in-law some advice so that father-in-law would be mentally prepared. Xia Jinyuan said softly as he walked behind a camphor tree. We can't hide the fact that mother-in-law has sacrificed herself. It's a hopeless situation to begin with. We can't let father-in-law continue to hold on to hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and that's not good. You mean to tell Dad in advance? Yi Qian was a little uneasy. Chapter 26:15. Xia Jinyuan did mean that. There was no way to hide something. Reality was coming, and they could no longer hide it. But I don't dare to say it now. I don't have the confidence. Yi Qian's eyes were red. When it came to her parents, no matter how determined she was, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Happiness is short-lived, but sadness lasts a lifetime. A happy event is likely to be forgotten in a short time, but a sad event is like an invisible knife that cuts a hole in the heart. It's impossible to forget. Captain Xia, I want to keep it a secret for as long as possible. At least it can make my father happy for a minute longer. Xia Jinyuan understood Yi Qian's thoughts, but his mother-in-law was different. Little fox, there's one more thing you need to think about. Father-in-law went there with the joy of being able to reunite with your mother-in-law, but you took him to the cemetery for martyrs. Little fox, you gave him so much hope. Until the last minute, You made him believe that his daughter still wanted him to be reunited with his wife. In the end, you took him to the cemetery for martyrs. Little fox, don't you think that's cruel? You want him to be happy for as long as possible. I can understand that. As a child, all children want their parents to be happy. But your mother-in-law's situation is different. You have to deal with it calmly, and at the same time, you have to be more measured. My suggestion is that you mention it to your father-in-law first. You don't have to say it directly. Based on your father-in-law's experience and character, I think he will understand if you don't say it directly. Yi Qian's expression slowly calmed down. I'll talk to grandfather first. Let's see if he can guess why I avoided it. Then I'll talk to my father. My little fox is so smart. That's right, just do it. Don't be anxious. Be careful. Father-in-law will understand your painstaking efforts. Xia Jinyuan was not stingy with his praise for his wife. It's getting late. You should go downstairs first. The flight is at 9:11, so you have to leave at 7:30. Yi Qian was a smart girl, but there were some things that she couldn't handle smoothly. With Xia Jinyuan's advice, she quickly had her own opinions. Her grandfather's life was full of ups and downs. He had endured countless storms and waves. When he was young, all his children died young. Later on, his only sister got married in a hurry. In the end, they lost contact with her. The child that was temporarily raised by her sister was also lost, which was her father. Grandpa had gone through so much hardship and had seen so many ups and downs. Grandpa, who was as clear as a mirror, was very likely to be like what Captain Xia said. Her avoidance of her mother. Grandpa had an idea in his heart. When the old man saw his granddaughter opening the door to his study, his footsteps faltered. The old man took off his glasses and looked at Sun Shao with a benevolent gaze. Did you sleep well? Are you used to it? He didn't immediately ask Yi Qian why he was hesitating. Instead, he was more concerned about Yi Qian's life. It was very fragrant. I didn't wake up even once. How could I not be used to it in my own home? Yi Qian replied softly. Because she was a little uneasy, she unconsciously curled her fingers. Grandpa, I want to disturb you for a while. Is that okay? There was pity in the old man's wise eyes that could see through the world. His granddaughter had suffered. She, a child, had to suffer because of the adult's affairs. Chapter 26:16. The old man was a magnanimous old man who had never done anything evil. It was said that one's appearance was a reflection of one's heart. From the old man's kind and gentle eyes, one could tell that he was a kind old man. Faced with his only granddaughter's difficulties, the old man smiled and sighed. There's no such thing as a disturbance. Come, tell Grandpa what difficulties you're facing. Don't worry, you can tell Grandpa slowly after you've sorted it out. Grandpa is listening. At this moment, the old man had already guessed why Yi Qian was looking for him. That was why he was thinking about adult matters and ended up causing a child to suffer. Just as Xia Jinyuan said, the old man had already guessed something when Yi Qian avoided talking to him. Now that he saw her consciously locking the door of the study, the old man already had an answer in his heart. What he was afraid of really happened. After Xia Jinyuan ended the call with Yi Qian, he saw old man Xia wearing a short-sleeved summer uniform and walking through the field. Everywhere he passed, he was greeted with military salutes and greetings. The old man rarely came to the field in such a high-profile manner, and his footsteps were hurried. Xia Jinyuan held his phone and quickly walked out from behind the camphor tree. Lieutenant Colonel. As soon as he walked out, he heard the voice of the guard behind him. Xia Jinyuan turned his head and looked over. My dad is looking for me, right? I got it. Go, do your thing. Xia Jinyuan gestured for the guard to go do his own thing. He would go look for the old man himself. The guards around the commander-in-chief were not ordinary guards. They had already noticed Xia Jinyuan standing behind the tree and making a phone call. They waited for him to end the call before disturbing him. Chief Commander Xia's back was already wet with sweat as he walked through the entire field. His army green clothes were stained with sweat, and a large patch was soaked. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression darkened when he saw Xia Jinyuan, who had been looking for him for nearly half an hour. "What are you doing? You even blocked my call on your phone?" Only then did Xia Jinyuan remember that the special settings on his phone had not been canceled yet. Seeing that the commander-in-chief did not look too good, he canceled the settings and said with a smile, "Where did you get bullied? You need me to counsel you?" In the face of Xia Jinyuan, who did not seem to be serious at all, the commander-in-chief felt that he was becoming more and more composed. He reckoned that this was largely due to Xia Jinyuan. Commander-in-Chief Xia took a deep breath and said coldly, "Xiao Yi is going back to school tonight. As her boyfriend, how can you wander around the field? How can you behave like this? You even said that you wanted to leave a good impression in front of your future father-in-law. With your appearance, what good impression can you leave?" Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan felt that something was amiss. He immediately started walking towards home. "You're right. Wandering around the field like this won't leave a good impression on my future father-in-law. Judging from your expression, you seem to have thought of a way for me. I'll have to trouble you to give me some pointers. He must have a way to see little Fox later. Otherwise, the old man would not have come to the field in such a high-profile manner without even changing into his military uniform to receive a large number of, 'Hello, Chief.' When the old man returned to the compound, he was the most low-key. Whenever he went out for a walk, he would always wear casual clothes. Once, he squatted under a tree in casual clothes and looked at a nest of ants with great interest. A soldier who had just returned from outside saw the old man squatting under the tree without moving for a long time. He thought that the old man was an old man who had snuck in from outside, so he sternly reprimanded the old man. The old man did not make things difficult for the soldier and really let the soldier see him out. After he left, he called his guard and was then received by the guard. Chapter 26:17. He heard that the soldier later saw a photo of the old man in casual clothes at a meeting. Only then did he know that the retired veteran who was sternly asked to leave that day was Commander-in-Chief Xia. Such a low-key old man was so high-profile today. He came over to teach him a lesson and didn't leave a good impression on his future father-in-law. He must have a trick up his sleeve. As for what trick, he really didn't know. Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that he had guessed his intention. His eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as he strode home with a straight face. "I'll give you 1 minute. After 1 minute, I'll cancel the opportunity one provided you." The commander-in-chief said sternly and said to the guard, "Time him to the precise second." "Yes, sir." The guard had long been used to the interaction between the commander-in-chief and the lieutenant colonel. The father-son relationship seemed ordinary, but in reality it was very deep. Xia Jinyuan rushed upstairs while the commander-in-chief was talking. At the same time, he had already taken off his shirt. Drip, 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 drip. The sound of water began to splash. Within a minute, Xia Jinyuan took a shower with the speed of an emergency mission. He put on his military uniform with short sleeves and trousers. When he went downstairs, he ran rhythmically down the stairs. He walked to Commander-in-Chief Xia and said, "Report." The dark green bow tie was already tied. The stopwatch in the guard's hand ticked as he said, "Report." 1 minute had passed. "Xiao Ye's flight is at 9:11. Take me to the airport now." Commander-in-Chief Xia suddenly felt that his son's image was much more pleasing to the eye. He was tall and strong. When he was serious, he was more serious than anyone else. Sometimes he could even intimidate his father. He was mature, steady, and looked very responsible. Xia Jinyuan thought of one possibility, which was to visit Dangue Garden directly. He didn't expect that he would go to the airport to meet his future father-in-law. Why? You still want to go home? It's not legitimate. What identity do you have there? Go there as a captain? Nonsense. Why would a captain go to the home of a female soldier in his team? Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. The commander-in-chief saw through him at a glance. He deliberately didn't say it just to let him misunderstand. See, he really misunderstood. If you want to go to Dangue Garden, I won't stop you. Go by yourself. The commander-in-chief smiled, went home for a minute, then turned and left. Xia Jinyuan had already caught up with him. When he got into the car, his handsome face looked a little dignified. He said in a low voice, "Dad, my future father-in-law might not be in a good mood later. We can just say hello." Not in a good mood. What's going on? What do you know? The commander-in-chief, who was sitting behind them, frowned. He was on a business trip, and his flight was at 9:40 p.m. He specially came back to ask Sixth Brother to come along so that he could show his face in front of Chief Engineer Fu and let him know that this kid was from his family, Xia. Men who came from a family poor weren't the best, but in the capital's top families, men who came from a family poor were all outstanding. There wasn't much gossip outside. When they came home, they doted on their wives and respected their elders. They had a good reputation in the capital. Commander-in-Chief Xia thought that they might as well show their faces in front of Chief Engineer Fu together and introduce themselves. This way, it wouldn't be too abrupt, and Chief Engineer Fu would have an impression of them. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became a little serious when he heard that his future father-in-law was in a bad mood. Chapter 26:18. Xia Jinyuan told him the whole story. Yi Qian told me that after Mr. Fu accompanied her back to Southern Province tonight, he planned to meet Martyr Sun Xueqing. However, Yi Qian was so happy to see Mr. Fu that she couldn't bear to tell Mr. Fu directly. Martyr Sun Xueqing has already been dead for more than 10 years. She wanted to keep it a secret for as long as possible and make Mr. Fu happy. Now that we can't keep it a secret anymore, we have to tell her in advance. Otherwise, if Mr. Fu really goes over happily only to have Yi Qian bring him to the martyr's cemetery, I'll tell her that this is even more cruel. It's better to tell Mr. Fu now. Some things are better off short than long. Some things are hopeless, so it's better to know early and stop thinking about it. He was a decisive person, so when it came to this kind of matter, he would choose to deal with it quickly rather than long. Commander-in-Chief Xia was silent for a long time before he said, "I'll tell Mr. Fu about Martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice." Then he thought of another matter, and his expression became even more serious. "Don't reveal that Xiao Yi is Mr. Fu's biological daughter for now. Remind him again and again to avoid unnecessary trouble." "Okay, I understand." After Xia Jinyuan's reply, the atmosphere in the car became a little depressing. It was the same in old Master Fu's study. Amidst the depressing atmosphere, there was a sadness that couldn't be dissolved. "Grandfather, actually, I guessed a little. When you avoided the topic of your mother several times, I guessed a little in my heart." Old Master Fu sighed, lamenting the joys and sorrows of life. In this lifetime, it was too difficult for him to have children. Generations of the Fu family had used up all their blessings. In the end, all the hardships fell on his children. He had suffered so much and endured so many generations, but he had always gritted his teeth and endured it because he wanted to take on the hardships of his children. However, things didn't go as he wished. Even his daughter-in-law had passed away early. Yi Qian saw her white-haired grandfather turn his head away and raise her hand to wipe her tears. Waves of bitterness welled up in her heart. She no longer sat down. Instead, she got up and slowly knelt by the old man's feet. She gently rested her head on the old man's knees and forcibly choked back the tears that welled up in her eyes. "Everything is over, Grandpa. Our family's troubles are all over." Now that she had been reborn, the Fu family's troubles would come to an end. Everything would be over. Her grandfather and father would be fine, and she would be fine too. Her entire family would be fine. From now on, our family will get better and better. Even you have returned to our family. What other difficulties could there be? No matter how difficult it was, our family had survived it. Once we get through this, it will be a beautiful day, and 100 flowers will bloom. The old man raised his hand and gently stroked his granddaughter's hair. The love in his eyes deepened. Although she was small, she was full of strength. Without her parents by her side, she was still able to live a wonderful life. This child was the essence of several generations of the Fu family. She didn't admit defeat. She didn't lower her head. She was proud, but she knew how to adapt. That was why she was able to survive without her parents' protection, without her parents to take care of her. This child must have suffered so much when she was young. Old Master Fu's heart ached so much that he was panting. Yi Qian could tell that something was wrong. She quickly looked up and saw that old Master Fu's breathing was short and rapid. She panicked and quickly got up to calm him down. Chapter 26:19. Yi Qian's hands were trembling. If something were to happen to her grandfather because of her, what would she fight for in this lifetime? It's okay, it's okay. Grandpa is sad and short of breath. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The old man could feel his granddaughter's panic. He said kindly, "It's okay, Grandpa is fine. Don't be afraid. Grandpa still has to live to 110 years old." The old man was 88 years old this year. He only had 21 or 22 years left to live to 110 years old. Your father loved your mother deeply. He only had two things in his heart for the past 20 years. One was to find your mother, and the other was to do well in the country's tasks. These two things were the fulcrum of his life for the past 20 years. Both of them are indispensable. Now that you're back and your mother is gone, child, don't be afraid that your father won't be able to handle it. Now that you're back, he has to shoulder it no matter what. He let your mother down, but he can't continue to let you down, right? Grandpa knows what you're worried about. I'm afraid that your father will pass away before he can catch his breath. Silly granddaughter, 9 out of 10 things don't go your way. 9 out of 10 things don't go your way, but as long as one thing succeeds, it will be the pillar of support for a person's life. It will be the motivation to live on. And your return is the motivation for Grandpa to take good care of his body. It's also the motivation for your father to live on. This world is very fair. Your father isn't stupid. He's smart. You haven't mentioned your mother yet, so he has an answer in his heart. Grandpa also told your father today not to be too stubborn. People have to look at what's in front of them and the future, even if he has to live in the past and live in a muddle. The old man had too many unsatisfactory things in his life. If he wasn't open-minded, he wouldn't have lived to this age. Don't force, don't demand, don't be harsh, don't make things difficult. This was the old man's principle. Yi Qian's heart relaxed a lot after the old man's consolation. Then the next thing she had to do was to find an opportunity tonight to tell her father everything. "Thank you, Grandpa. I made you worry about me. Yi Qian glanced at the desk and saw a thick book with a dozen or so pages of draft paper under it. The exposed corners were filled with writing. He knew that the old man must have been bending over the desk to check for information and take notes. Nowadays, computers were not fully popularized in every household. Although there was a computer at home, Grandpa rarely used it. His favorite thing was to write notes. 10 pages of draft paper. Grandpa must have spent hours at his desk to write it. Yi Qian massaged the old man's shoulders to relieve his fatigue. The old man, who was enjoying his granddaughter's filial piety with his eyes closed, laughed and said, "Are you treating me like an outsider?" Grandpa doesn't feel worried. On the contrary, Grandpa feels very happy. In the past, even if I wanted to worry about these things, no one would ask me to. Grandpa needs to keep your matter in mind. Only when I have you in mind will I feel that the rest of my life has not been in vain. These words made Yi Qian's heart ache again. Grandpa had dedicated his entire life to the country, but in the end, he was living alone in a small Western-style house. He didn't even have a close relative by his side. He was living alone and cold. Then I'm afraid you'll have more things to worry about in the future. When that time comes, don't say that I'm annoying, Yi Qian said with a smile as she loosened the old man's shoulders. She used a brisk voice to suppress the waves of bitterness in her heart. In a few years, I'm afraid you'll have a lot of things to worry about. Chapter 26:20. The old man loved to hear that. He laughed heartily and said, "Sure, if you have anything to worry about in the future that you don't want to deal with yourself, just leave it to me. I'll worry about it for you. In a few years, I'll be more than happy to worry about it. You and your brother will each come back with a girl in your arms and another one in your hand. Ha ha, that'll be the time for the family to be lively." I can hear you and your granddaughter laughing from afar. What are you talking about that makes you so happy? Father Fu's voice came from the door. Just as he was about to turn the lock and enter, Yi Qian rushed forward and opened the study door. The door was locked from the inside. Father Fu came out of the kitchen wearing a dark-colored checkered apron. When the study door opened, he saw his daughter's smiling face. She was clearly in a good mood, but her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. "Are you crying? What are you talking about? You're crying and laughing at the same time," Father Fu asked as he walked in. When he saw the old man's smiling eyes, Father Fu was even more confused about what was going on between them. Yi Qian hurriedly touched the corners of his eyes. Although he had already learned from his grandfather, he was still a little flustered. The old man could tell. How could he bear to see his granddaughter upset? He picked up his walking stick from the side of the study table and stood up with a laugh. "I said something very happy. I said that in a few years she and her brother will each hold a girl in their arms and another one in their hand. Then the family will be lively. My granddaughter is shy and can't take teasing. She's so shy that she's about to cry." Upon hearing that, Father Fu was in an extremely good mood. He laughed heartily and said to Yi Qian, "Your grandfather is right. Then it'll be lively." After hearing what your grandfather said, "I'm already looking forward to it." "Right? I said the same thing, but she's still shy. Your brother is 28 this year, and you're 21. In 3 to 5 years, the family will definitely be lively." The old man covered for Yi Qian. "Jinyan is fine, but Jian, it's still a little later. We have to be more cautious when it comes to choosing the right person. Besides, Jane Eyre just returned home. I want her to stay with me for a few more years. And don't you want your granddaughter to stay with you? Think about it. In 3 to 5 years, your granddaughter will be someone else's granddaughter-in-law." Father Fu said seriously. He was not joking at all. as he spoke, he held on to the old man and reminded him carefully, "Watch your step." Yi Jian, who was already worried about Lieutenant Colonel Xia, answered naturally, "Let's have a carpet at home. It's anti-slip. Grandpa will feel more at ease when he walks at home." "Did you hear that? I told you years ago that I wanted to lay a carpet, and you walked steadily. Now that your granddaughter has mentioned it, you should take it seriously." Seeing that his daughter was thinking the same thing as him, Mr. Fu gave her a thumbs up as a sign of praise. I don't expect you to add anything to the family. I just want you to do your job well." Speaking of Father Fu, he felt guilty. Before he could say anything, the old man didn't mind at all. He waved his hand and said loudly, "Do your job well and take good care of your granddaughter. Then I won't bicker with you." The slightly sorrowful atmosphere immediately dissipated with the old man's childish last sentence, and the 3 generations of the family laughed. Chapter 26-21. The housekeeper, Fu Dazhu, heard the laughter of the 3 generations of the Fu family and couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were still wet. He had taken care of old Master Fu for 15 years and had also lived in the Dangue garden for 15 years. There were times when the Fu family was cold and cheerless. It really made his heart ache. For the new year, the house was so cold and cheerless that there was no smell of fireworks. For the rest of his life, he didn't return home even once. He counted with his fingers how many New Years he had spent with old Master Fu. Now, old Master Fu's biological granddaughter was back, and she was also a soldier. 3 generations of soldiers were all soldiers. It was great that the family was reunited. There was a lot of food. Father Fu wanted to show off his cooking skills in front of his daughter. He wanted to know that his daughter didn't dislike anything. So Father Fu focused on the cuisines of the Jiangnan area, which was also the cuisines of his hometown. Dompa pork, Westlake vinegar fish, Mrs. Song fish soup, tomato shrimp rice crust, huodong, celestial duck. Father Fu picked up a dish for Yi Qian and said the name of each dish. Yi Qian was deeply shocked. She really couldn't tell her father was a famous chef. Old Master Fu's favorite dishes were from his hometown. He picked up a piece of dompa pork and commented, "The meat is soft and glutinous, but the sauce needs to be thicker. Add half a bowl of Shaoxing wine. It will taste better." I took out all the Shaoxing wine at home, and it's just missing half a bowl. You can even taste it. Dad, you're amazing. Father Fu saw that Yi Qian was shocked by his cooking and felt very satisfied. He said, "If it wasn't for your grandfather's arrangement, I might have really become a chef." Old Master Fu continued, "If I didn't go to the aviation academy, I might have become a gourmet." Housekeeper Fu Dazhu was happy when he heard this. "If I didn't come to the Fu family to take care of old Master Fu, I might have become a pig farmer." Yi Qian, whose bowl was piled full of dishes, was already smiling. His eyes were as bright as the stars. Then he heard his father Fu say, "In the future, Jane Eyre should find a husband who can cook like you." Yi Qian thought about how Xia Jinyuan would look when he was cooking in an apron. He couldn't stand it. It would be difficult for Captain Xia to have culinary skills like his father. The dinner was very pleasant. Yi Qian was stopped by the housekeeper when he tried to help clear the table. "Just leave it to your Uncle Fu. Otherwise, he is worried that you will steal his job in the future and cause him to lose his job." The old man joked, "You're right, that's how it should be. Let me do it, let me do it." The housekeeper, Fu Dazhu, chuckled. How could he be the apple of the 2 leaders' eyes? Calling him Uncle Fu was because the 2 leaders thought highly of him. Yi Qian said, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fu." Fu Dazhu couldn't stop smiling. Everyone in the Fu family was kind, so he didn't want to go back to his son's house and suffer from his daughter-in-law's disdain. "It's getting late. Let's talk about business after dinner. We can talk about it in the car." After the housekeeper entered the kitchen, the old man reminded Yi Qian. Seeing his granddaughter's expression change slightly because of his words, the old man sighed and said, "It's better to deal with the pain quickly. Your father has to know that it's better to be early. It's better to know early. Grandpa can't bear to see you suffer alone. Adults have to face their own problems. You're just a child. Listen to Grandpa. We'll talk later." The old man's attitude was a little tough this time. He clearly asked Yi Qian to come clean. "If you can't bear it, Grandpa will do it. How about that?" Chapter 26-22. "No, I don't want to." Yi Qian immediately shook his head and turned to the kitchen. He bit his lip and said softly, "I'll go by myself. You should rest for a while." "Go, child. Grandpa will accompany you. Don't worry about me." Seeing Yi Qian agree, the old man smiled. His heart ached for his granddaughter, who had no parents to protect her. His son deserved to suffer, so he had to bear it himself. Yi Qian and Father Fu sat in the chess room that the old man usually used to rest. It was also the same room where Li Jinyan had brought Yi Qian home for the first time. The sliding door of the lounge was tightly shut, and only faint sounds could be heard from outside. The old man sat in the living room, his gaze occasionally sweeping across the lounge. His weather-beaten face was as calm as Mount Tai, without a hint of worry. The old man had taken on too many responsibilities, so he was already as steady as Mount Tai. Nothing could make him panic. The sound of something falling onto the coffee table could be heard from the lounge. It was the small teacup in Mr. Fu's hand that had fallen onto the coffee table. The tea rolled down along with the teacup and dripped down the edge of the coffee table. In the end, Yi Qian told him about her mother's sacrifice. "I'm sorry, Dad. I kept it from you and didn't dare to tell you. You were so eager to be reunited with Mom. I really didn't dare to tell you. I was afraid it would make you sad." She didn't raise her head the entire time. First, she stared at the teacup on the coffee table. After the teacup rolled down, she stared at the puddle of tea. Her sad voice gently drifted into Father Fu's ears. "Mom was buried in the Southern Province Cemetery for Martyrs after her sacrifice. If you want to go, I can accompany you." Father Fu's face was as white as snow. Even his eyes were dull. The moment he heard that his wife had passed away more than 10 years ago, he felt as if his heart had been pierced by thousands of arrows. His heart was dug out, and a cold wind blew inside. Father Fu, who had lost his heart, sat motionless like a piece of wood. His body was so cold that even his clenched fists were trembling. The woman he loved the most, the wife he loved the most, had passed away for more than 10 years. His greatest obsession in this life was his lover, but now she was gone. She was gone. She was gone. And so was her heart. After Yi Qian finished speaking, he finally raised his head. He saw that even his Father Fu's lips were deathly pale. He sat there motionless, as if he had lost his soul. His eyes and face showed no signs of life. At this moment, Yi Qian was even more afraid. "Dad, Dad," she shouted in a trembling voice, trying to wake up Papa Fu, who was so shocked that he did not seem to be angry at all. She was so shocked and scared that she could not even speak properly. Yi Jian was so anxious that her tears kept flowing. Father Fu probably heard Yi Qian's voice. He first blinked his eyes gently. His lifeless eyes moved as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He asked softly, "Jane Eyre, you're not lying to Dad, right? Is there something else you're hiding?" No, Dad, I'm not lying to you. Mom really passed away more than 10 years ago. She passed away when I was very, very young." Yi Qian looked at Father Fu, who was in a daze and couldn't accept the truth. Even his breathing became uneven. "How would I dare to lie to you about such an important matter?" It's all true. I didn't lie to you at all." Father Fu's expression became even more dazed. He was like a piece of wood. Even when he opened his mouth to speak, he was still in a daze. "You didn't lie to me. That Hong, May, your mom really passed away. She didn't wait for me and left. Jane Eyre, your mom must hate me. She didn't wait for me." Chapter 26-23. His wife's death was equivalent to cutting off Fu Yuxing's obsession of more than 20 years. Without seeing blood, he was split into two halves. From then on, he was no longer whole. He would always be missing half of himself. He looked at Yi Qian, but it didn't seem like he was looking at Yi Qian. His gaze was somewhat broken. His daughter's surname was Yi, not Fu. He thought that she probably didn't want to marry someone else. He was afraid that even if he showed up, she wouldn't want to see him again. He thought that if that was really the case, then it was fine. He could see her from afar and know that she was living well. He wouldn't disturb her. That was what he originally thought, and that was the only thing he dared to think. He didn't dare to think too deeply about other outcomes. He was afraid that he was thinking too much. What old Master Fu said during the day had already sounded an alarm in him. He didn't dare to think about it. As long as she was alive, he didn't dare to ask for anything else. He would let go of his obsession, let go of his past, and live with his daughter in the future. However, the outcome that he didn't want to know the most still happened. The woman he loved the most, his beloved wife, had passed away more than 10 years ago. I said that I would marry her and let her live a good life where she could do whatever she wanted in the future. Your mother must be thinking that men are indeed unreliable. What they say is no different from spilled water. It's all said casually and forgotten the moment they turn around. Hongmei must be angry at me. I didn't say anything, not even a word, and she disappeared. On the day we registered for marriage, she must have waited from the time we agreed to meet until sunset. Your mother usually looks gentle and sweet, but she's actually a woman who can endure hardships. Out of all the female soldiers, she was the only one who was selected to become the first female Special Forces soldier in our country. You don't know how good your mother is, especially her marksmanship. Even the chief in the army praised her. Even the male soldiers can't compare to her. Such a good female soldier was chased by a weak scholar like me. We promised to spend the rest of our lives together, but on the day we registered for marriage, I disappeared. She must be so sad and hate me. Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite him, burst into tears. Hearing Father Fu's last sentence, Yi Qian desperately shook his head with tears in his eyes. No, Mother doesn't hate you. I really don't hate you. She was just very disappointed. I've been waiting since morning. I waited until the sun rose to the top of my head. I waited until the sun set. I waited until the sky turned dark. But he still hasn't come. There was no more news of the person I loved. It was as if he had disappeared. You disappeared, but I got pregnant. His bloodline reminded me that my love with him was not a dream. Yi Jian said softly what her mother had written in the diary. Her voice was soft and gentle, like the evening breeze in summer, and also like the bone-chilling snowy wind in the 12th lunar month of winter. When he heard what his late wife wrote in her diary, the chief engineer of the Missile Research and Development had a miserable look on his face. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles looked like they were about to pop out of his skin. His eyes were completely red, as if tears were about to flow out, but they didn't. Chief Engineer Fu hadn't cried when he had been wronged back then, and his eyes hadn't turned red. Now, because of the words in his late wife's diary, the dignified chief engineer of Missile Research and Development had turned red. He didn't cry, but Yi Qian could feel that he was crying. It was a cry from the depths of his soul. True sadness wasn't the kind that could be shown on the surface. Instead, it was fiercely suppressed in the heart, and he didn't know how to vent it out, because he couldn't find any way to vent the sadness in his heart. Chapter 26-24. Yi Jian's lips trembled when she saw that her father's face was ashen, and he looked like he had lost all interest in life. She didn't dare to say it because she was afraid that if her father found out, he would be so sad that he would have problems. He loved her mother so much, and he wanted to be reunited with her so much. In the end, as his daughter, she had to personally shatter the hope that he had held on to for the rest of his life. Dad, these are the words that Mom wrote in her diary. I don't have it with me right now. When I get home, I'll let you see Mom's diary. Mom really doesn't hate you. Yi Qian didn't dare to say anything else. She only hoped that her words would make her father feel better. Silly girl, your mother doesn't hate me, but she's disappointed. She's so disappointed. Father Fu shook his head gently. He looked like he was laughing and crying at the same time. He was so sad that his shoulders slumped. There's a saying that goes, "There's no sorrow greater than a dead heart." Silly girl, your mother's heart is dead. How could she hate Dad? Yi Qian couldn't answer that. Her mother's diary was indeed full of a dead heart. When she read it, she understood that her mother's words were, "There's no sorrow greater than a dead heart." That was why she hated Dad and thought that he had abandoned her. But what did Dad do wrong? No, Dad didn't do anything wrong. No, Dad. When you read Mom's diary, you'll see that Mom really doesn't regret being married to you. I swear, Mom really doesn't regret it. Even though her mother was very sad, she really didn't regret it. Father Fu knew that his daughter was comforting him. Seeing that Yi Qian's face was covered in tears, he quickly pulled out a tissue and hurriedly wiped away Yi Qian's tears. His movements were too violent, and he didn't notice that there was a tea set beside him. He inadvertently swept and held it with one hand, and several small teacups made of purple sand on the tea set were all knocked over. Even the purple sand teapot was almost knocked over. Don't cry, don't cry. Father Fu didn't pick up the teacups that were knocked over. He clumsily wiped away Yi Qian's tears. Don't cry, don't cry. If your mother knew that I made you cry, she would hate me. Dad knows. You didn't say it because you didn't want Dad to be sad. Dad knows everything. Darling, don't cry. Your mother is such a kind person. How could she hate your father? Father knows everything, so don't cry anymore. In a moment of panic, Father Fu even blurted out the words from his hometown. How could he let his daughter be sad? No, he couldn't. No matter how much his wife hated him or resented him, he would endure it. Outside, the old man walked in with his walking stick. The sound of his footsteps alerted the father and daughter in the tea room. Yi Qian pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears. She was too embarrassed to let Father Fu wipe her tears for her. It's getting late. We have to set off. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch the plane. If you have anything to say, you can say it in the car or on the plane. The old man had come over to remind them of the time and listen to the situation inside. Father Fu was the first to get up. He was so anxious and violent that his tall and big body swayed. Yi Qian was shocked and quickly got up to support Father Fu. Father Fu felt his vision darken. He steadied himself and gently patted Yi Qian's hand that was holding his arm. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Don't tell your grandfather yet. He's old and can't take it." When he went to open the door, Father Fu even pressed down on the corners of his eyes behind Yi Qian's back. He was afraid that the old man would see that something was wrong. The old man didn't ask how it was, but his wise eyes swept across the tea room. He knew that it must have been said,